the 70s or 80s, and she showed up with a negative because she took with an old camera, and she showed the negative for people to see it, so they could see the photo and they could see the negative. And do you know that the kids that were there, because it was a family event, and they had never seen one. They'd never seen a negative. And they're looking at it, and they're just like, and it made me realize at that point that it's just, we're in the world of technology and digital, and it's getting away from a lot of the basics. You just don't see that much in a lot of the shows anymore.
Well, and it's so easy to manipulate a lot of these tools now because of it. Cameras, for instance.
Yes.
Digital cameras and cell phone cameras, because let's face it, more and more people are using cell phones to record audio.
They're mini computers.
They're mini computers, but at the same time, they don't understand that there's other functions playing out at the same time when they're recording. And if they think that it doesn't interrupt or some way contaminate what you're collecting, you're thinking wrong.
Could maybe touch on that a little bit more? Like, explain that, if you don't mind. Because people constantly going, what are we talking about? Because they are very new age.
You got a cell phone, okay? And, how many people, okay, you're on your cell phone, a lot of people now, it's 24/7. People have, except for when they're sleeping or whatever else, but
even then.
even then. But I mean, you got text messages, you got emails, you got apps galore, social media, all sorts of stuff. And how many of those people actually shut down this stuff after using it? They don't. Right? So when you go to record, you have all sorts of stuff going on. All these things processing. And if you think it doesn't somehow leak or lurch into your recording or mostly audio.
Like, are you talking about leaving apps open, for example, and not closing your apps?
Apps and not closing the apps.
Okay.
When somebody's texting you, it interferes with the phone, right? It I don't know how many times not necessarily the text is leached into the audio, but you've had some sort of, there's a noise that makes you, not so much anymore, but you used to hear it, real time that leaches in. Like there's so many more, for instance, and I'm saying a lot here. It's because I'm getting pissed. I don't know why.
No, that's okay, man. Just let it go. Just let it go. Vent.
Yeah.
You're my friend.
Someone give your man a beer. Someone give the man a beer.
Yeah. Oh, wait a sec.
It wouldn't be the first one, believe me.
Did you see Amelia look up there?
I'm looking because I'm like, wait a second. I didn't get a burrito. You're shipping beer?
Yeah, let me pass it over to Alex.
The burrito's in the mail.
Just coffee in his cup.
People use in EMF detectors these ghost apps. I was actually testing one out the other day. It's called let's see here. It's called Ghost Tube.
Oh, that's new.
Oh yeah.
What's that all about?
It's got, it records audio. It allows you to see in ghost mode, like infrared, not night vision or whatever. And again, it's just if you want to put it basically a parlor trick. It's something to gain the attention of people. Like, oh, that's cool. I'm going to use that. And, ultimately, I think, you can buy the gear on there, too. So if you don't like the app, but you can buy a T-shirt from us, thank you.
There's an app I used on the phone that worked a little too good in my house.
Oh, really?
Too well. Oh, yeah, it worked a little too well. I had to contact Michelle because I'm using the iOvulus, and you never do this stuff at home, ever. Don't that me included, and in your own house. That was a very interesting one because I can't remember everything that it said. I just remember saying that it's here. And I said, is anyone here? Yes. How close are you? And I got by the blanket, by the cream colored blanket. Cream colored blanket was crocheted for me by my sister-in-law. It was in my bedroom closet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't find that to be something that I could dismiss, because I don't think that's a common word or direction that you get from something like that.
I mean, it's not all the time, but I mean, for the most part, you know, there's way too much technology out there now. Way too much. There's technology for anything. I mean, it's not all bad. Don't get me wrong. I don't like. I'll use a lot of stuff, but there are certain things that you know. Let me say, I'm not a big fan of ghost box.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not a big fan of spirit boxes. I honestly,
I am.
As much as you want to try to convince me it's working, there's just too much information and stuff to say. Look at no, it doesn't work.
I have mixed feelings. I've had pretty good experiences and validations with them. Obviously not when you're hearing all the static and the whole time. Like, I don't use that type of a ghost box at all. I had one designed for me. It's very, very quiet on average. But I mean, I used to have spirits. I had a spirit leave a message on my old answering machine. Remember the ones that used to beep? And she beeped. She probably went through about 4 spaces, and it went beep, and you'd hear her talk and beep, little bits and pieces. But what I found fascinating was the music playing in the background. It was almost like she was riding the waves to go through, and had said relevant things. And that was on an old tape recorder, like an old tape answering machine. But when I can take, you know, I guess the ghost box, whatever, and reverse the speech, because I do have a reverse speech option on it. So when it plays, it's almost like playing an LP backwards. When the speech comes through in forward mode and it's in reverse on the unit itself, and it's coming out with a sentence and it's completely silent, that to me is something.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's stuff. I mean, a lot of people, when they use these instruments, tools, they're probably using them wrong. B, look at when you have multiple tools in the same, like side by side. You got an EMF detector and you got a recorder right beside each other, and then you got a cell phone. And if you think that these things aren't interacting with each other and, you know, canceling out this, canceling out that, you know, give them space. Don't have them right up beside each other.
Oh, I think people should all be using different pieces of equipment in different rooms.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know,
and I would like you, Michelle. I would highly suggest, if you can get yourself anything that records on with magnetically, I would say use it.
Yeah.
You know, reel to reel, tape recorder, mini dog. You know,
but only on one side, right? Because you don't want the sound to bleed.
Only on one side, fresh tape or whatever, reel. And that goes with video as well. You know what? I prefer to use a high-8 camera.
Yep.
You know, grant you, it's really hard getting the tapes now, but I mean, they're there. You can't get them, but they're extremely hard to get now. But if you can get them, I have like I don't know, 3 or 4 high-8 cameras. I prefer using them. I really do.
Yeah, it is a shame that it's so difficult to get anything. I like the old Polaroid cameras. I used to use them avidly. I just need to make reference to Pedro. Yes, it's like a white noise that plays in the background, but sometimes it's also just different radio frequency or radio blurb, blah, blah, blah. You can hear something in the background. I like to listen to something that's more quiet, because when things go quiet, and you have stuff coming through, it sort of makes you wonder, where is it coming from? It's not necessarily being little bits and pieces of something that, you could really, I mean, it could be something, but it's just one of those things that, again, it's a question mark, right? I like question marks. I was just saying this last night. If you can be left with a question mark at the end of something that you can't 100% say, no, this is nothing, it just leaves more room for exploration, which at least is something.
Yep.
Right? Yep. So,
earlier Wayne asked, because we're moving so fast, I'm missing the questions. Why did you pick the woodland lot, or did it pick you guys? And how long is your documentary? This is going way back. I'm trying to keep up.
I think Steve lost his keys in there one day, and that's how.
That's how you found it. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
It's local. I just, to be honest, how it all started is I had been having some really interesting things happen at my house. Quite a lot of stuff, actually. In most cases settle, in other cases okay. So I started doing a little bit of background research on the area where I'm located, in general, the land that it's situated on. And the land it's situated on is a great, it's a larger parcel of land, and this woodlot is a part of that land. At one point there was 4 or 5 farms, dwindled down to 3 farms, and now none. And an old tire center, believe it or not, an old mechanic. And I was scouring the internet one time looking for some news clippings or information or whatever I could find on this, woodlot or general area, and I came across this old forum. I think it was not Metacrawler, but really old message board with I don't know exactly what it was for, but there was a little excerpt from a guy who posted something about a news article, a news clipping from a local newspaper here in Burlington, stating, I'm in Burlington, stating that this guy was driving down, I think this was like 1974, 79, somewhere around there. And the guy was driving down, Michelle, Mainway.
Sure do.
Yeah. So driving down Mainway, and he's driving by this where this woodlot is, and it was at night, and he saw a woman just walking in the farm field, just aimlessly. She looked like she was lost. And he stops, pulls over to the side, and gets out of his car, and he basically walks up to see if she's okay, if she needs some help or whatever. And as he approaches her, she disappears. Okay. So I did a little bit of research, and from what I'm gathering, is there a link to something that happened, say, almost 100 years earlier?
With this farm?
With this farm that was on that plot of land. That was no longer there when this guy had driven by it. So, again, that's going to be a part of one of the focal points of the documentary.
I like that. That.
Yeah. And you see, to me, most people, not to me, but most people they don't care about these things. They don't care about woodlots. To them, it's just a, parcel of land that, you know what, why don't they just, bulldoze it down and put some condos there?
People do. That's and then they wonder why they have a problem.
Yeah, and that's
And they
what,
move on.
unfortunately, that's probably what's going to happen. But I don't know. I hope not.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that they see that there is some sort of value with keeping this the way it is. But
It always goes the way of the mighty dollar,
yeah,
unfortunately.
yeah,
But I'm glad you're at least able to tell the story, at least.
yeah. Well, that's the whole point. I mean, it's about telling a simple, basic tale
Mm-hmm.
that has a unique sort of spin to it.
Mm-hmm.
And but the thing is, that is not the main ingredient of the documentary. What the main ingredient of the documentary is, what we've experienced,
Mm-hmm.
has been totally, totally off the wall.
Wow. So much for
Totally,
that's an inconsequential vacant piece of land, right?
yeah, yeah. Let's just say it's definitely shown us a lot more than we anticipated. That's for sure.
I can't wait to see it.
Yeah, that's
Possums and
fantastic.
coyotes.
What's that?
The possums and coyotes.
Oh yeah, possums and coyotes too.
Well, I'll tell you, I had my fill. I lived in West Burlington, surrounded by ravine, and a lot of things used to come in and around the property because I'm not super far from the RBG.
Yeah.
And I kind of remember even my daughter waking up in the middle of the night and looking outside and seeing something very tall with red eyes, and she's like 8, 9. So you're like that age, it's like, are you seeing it for real or are you just projecting? What are you doing? But since then, we've had a lot of tales of what seems to be wolf people that look like wolves, and they're walking like bipedals, like they're just on their hind legs.
Mm-hmm.
Also, a story on, is it upper middle between Guelph Line and Brant Street,
Mm-hmm.
in that stretch near the high school.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody was traveling, and there were 2 of them in the car, and they saw a wolf that looked, they're very mangy looking though.
Mm-hmm.
You know how coyotes are really mangy looking? They're just scrawny, but really long limbs, and it just stopped. And they described it as being almost as long as a lane, and it just stopped and stood up. And they were traveling at about midnight. I guess mom had picked up her daughter from work, and they were just traveling. So that was an interesting story. Like Burlington seems to be a hub.
Yeah, the one, sort of leading down that way, if you will. The one, I'll give you a little bit of teaser, if you will.
Yeah, of course.
One of the interesting aspects that has seemed to be an ongoing occurrence the many times that we've been there shooting. And it's a very, very strange howl that is not like any animal that I've ever heard before in my life. And I've done a lot of research on terms of the different animal cries and in the area and all that kind of stuff. And this does not. It's not so much a howl, but a squealing. It's a high pitched screech.
Really?
You also heard some wailing at some point.
Wailing. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I meant. Wailing. It's like a blood curdling wailing.
Sounds almost like Wendigo.
Okay.
Because I've heard people say that they've heard that, not just in Burlington area, but Niagara on the Lake, down Niagara Falls, Fort Erie Way, near the waterways especially, and they hear one person describe it almost like a Xena war cry, like it's just like a high pitched wail, and when one person, an indigenous man, said, well, when he looked off into a wooded area, it seemed to be this real tall thing, sort of red eyes, and and the what he said he thought were like horns, and I'm just like, I don't want to share space with that messy.
Yeah.
I'm open-minded, but I draw the line at anything that's, yeah.
Alex, I can't remember. Did you heard the wailing the one time, right?
I did, yeah.
Okay.
It was very faint, but I heard
Very
it.
faint, yeah. But there was the one point, the one night that Alex was not present during shooting, that we did experience the wailing, and we did actually have something else happen that was pretty. I'm not going to say too much about it because I want you guys.
Yeah, I didn't want to take crazy if that's what I was
Let's just say it's very intriguing.
It happened because I wasn't there. That's
Of
what.
course,
like.
just the ghost deterrent wasn't there.
Toasted turret. Hey,
Yeah.
Sean G, chasing the truth. Thanks for popping in. Appalachians from Canada, Mississippi have some crazy stories of cryptids. Yeah, I bet you they freaking do. I think we're starting to see a lot more of that than just the typical stuff around here. And I'm wondering if it's because it's been so quiet with people being locked down and not as many people on the roads, if things are just coming out.
Maybe it's the after effects of having the COVID vaccination. No, I'm just kidding.
You're gonna get us banned off YouTube.
You're gonna get us banned off YouTube. We're not even allowed to use that
Listen to
word.
Steve. Don't listen to Steve.
I'm just kidding.
We're not even allowed to use the C word.
You know what? It could be something to do with yeah, it could be that. It could even be, look at more people at home. I mean, is it already a presence that's there that
Maybe.
Yeah, or it could be just the fact that everybody's anxiety level is higher and
we're
emotionally more people are stressed.
Paranoia, just with the mind.
Paranoia.
With the mind, you know, we think we see things. We need a Polaroid.
I think with everybody being locked down, they're watching too many really bad paranormal shows.
It could be. It
I
could
think you nailed it on the head there, Amelia.
It could be the howling, right?
You know, I think people have, like I know here, again, I can only go based on my own environment since I've relocated here. I'm sure the house in Burlington's still having its, you know, its little visits here and there, but here, I just know it's so quiet now. We don't get the lull of the traffic anymore. It's very, very, very quiet here. You could hear like the falls loud and clear every night, just the roar of it. So it's easy to pick up on things. But I can also hear things across the river in the U.S. because like I'm that close to the river. So if things are going on the other side, you can hear people talking even, like, you know, if they're talking loud enough, and it just carries over the water. So it would be easy to let your imagination run wild. You know, that's me being logical, just saying. You know, but it happens. I mean, I have logic. You know, but I don't know. I think I told you guys a story one time about that wolf that came in onto the property in Burlington. But it was huge, and I was just, you know, washing dishes, so I didn't even have my phone with me. It was in the den, and I look up, and this big, because I grew up north, I'm used to timber wolves and regular wolves. We'd see them all the time. So this huge wolf came, it was white, and it came racing in. I'm like, oh, it's got to be a big Malamute or something, you know. It didn't have long fur like a Malamute, but it was chasing a rabbit. And the rabbit took a dive under one of my outbuildings, and this thing put on the brakes, like backed itself up, and then kind of stood up on its haunches a little bit and just went really like with big chest on it. I'm like, and first thing to do is look at my phone, wet hands going, of course I don't have a phone. I've never seen anything like this in 30 years. But when we went and looked outside at the paw prints after that, they were basically bigger than the handprint. Factoring in, obviously, you know, skid marks and such, right? But when the standing point, we were able to get pictures of that, which was the best I could do. But this thing turned around because there was a noise on the road, and it just spun around and went down into the ravine, and it was gone. It was wide, it had this big chest on it, and I've had huskies for years and years and years, and Malamutes, and that was probably the biggest freaking thing I had seen in a long time. That's what I said.
Yeah.
All right.
That's pretty freaky though.
It was because I mean we used to always have huskies and stuff in a really large pen outside. They were spoiled, you know. It was just a really beautiful space for them. So we never had animals. Even the deer, we used to get herds of deer that would come and just lay down in front of the you know the kitchen window. And when you have big dogs, nothing comes anywhere near the house, right? So it would be years and years and years. But not having big dogs, then this thing comes out.
Free reign now.
Yep. I got nothing there. I was just sharing the story.
Well, you're just lucky it didn't come after you.
I would have been hard pressed. There was a lot of distance between the back window, the bay window, and it was right along the tree line. Like I said, it was surrounded by a ravine and then the road. So it came in from the road direction. I said, oh, maybe it's just somebody's like really big ass dog. But it's just not quite like one I had seen. It didn't have the flat pushed in nose like a husky or a Malamute would. It had a much longer snout on it.
It was a skin.
What was, I'm going to ask you both, what's, either one of you start, what's the craziest thing you've ever witnessed? And were you alone?
Steve, I'll let you go first. I got to think.
Crazy thing.
No pressure.
I remember years ago when I was working midnight shift, and Alex has heard this a million times. But it's definitely one of the freakiest things I've ever witnessed. When I was walking home and I was approaching a bridge, and a double sided bridge, and it had a grassy knoll in between, leading up to the two bridges. And on the other side, this animal came up and walked across the road on the other side, and went onto the grassy knoll. And I'm watching this and thinking, okay, it's just like a coyote or whatever. Mm-hmm. And next thing I know, it stops, so I stop. And I'm watching this thing, and this thing all of a sudden stands up on its hind legs. And okay, my brain's going, what the hell is this?
Was it really mangy looking, or was it really stocky?
It was very mangy, and this thing's probably stood close to 5 feet, 5.5, close to that. Mm-hmm. And it stood there and stood there and stood there and waited for him. It seemed like it was waiting for me to make a move or whatever, but I wasn't going anywhere.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, definitely.
I'm watching this thing, and then all of a sudden I just got tired of it and just got down back on all fours, and then just, walked across the road to my side in front of me, and then went back down underneath the bridge. And I'm like, okay, what did I just see there? Okay, and I very carefully and gingerly walked, to the bridge and across it and everything else, making sure this thing wasn't following me or whatever. But
because you'd want to be on the bridge where the thing just was. That's good.
Yeah. So years later, I found out that doing some research on it, thinking, okay, what the hell did I just see? And I just couldn't equate it to any story that I heard or seen out there until I read this old article from the Toronto Sun from 1979, I believe it was, and the famous Toronto Tunnel creature. And when I saw the artist rendition of this creature, I'm like, holy crap, that's exactly what I saw, minus the red eyes. I didn't see any red glowing eyes, but the shape and demeanor and everything else of this creature, I'm like, that's exactly what I saw.
I think that's along the lines of the reports that I've been hearing through the years throughout the city and down here also, with these mangy looking, longer limbed, and they seem to lope when they run, like they don't run normally, like a dog would.
Mm-hmm.
I need a minute because I'm going to drop in a second.
You're going to drop in a second?
Yeah, it's going to drop. I'm going to have to come back in.
Oh, I'm like, are you okay? Did you physically drop?
Oh, that's what I thought. I'm like, oh my God.
That's not good. Okay.
But yeah, I just, yeah, I just, you know, a friend of mine who was a journalist, she did a story on it, and she did a story for it. She covered it, the story for UFO Digest.
Right.
And when it hit that, she received a whole bunch of, excuse me, emails.
Wow.
From people who, in that direct area where I witnessed this, with similar stories.
Mm-hmm.
Of you know, this type of creature years later after I'd seen it. So yeah, I just don't know. Is it something that perhaps was in the sewage system, the drainage system? I don't know. It
Just for reference, this was around the Credit River.
Credit River. We coined it we coined it the Credit River creature.
I've heard of things in and around the area. Actually, here's a good question. Sean G, Chasing the Truth. Do you see UFOs around that area where you've had these sightings? Are we linking it to interdimensional beings here, or ET, or
in which area?
Well, where you're having these sightings. I mean, I could speak for myself in Burlington. I live really close to UFO Lookout.
I mean, the only time I've ever spotted a UFO was, well, it was in Burlington, but it was up around Tremaine and Dundas.
Shocker.
Yeah.
It's like kind of desolate out there.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. But I mean, I had to stop, I had to pull over to the side of the road to, you know, clear my eyes and go, what? Am I actually seeing this? And it's funny, another guy had seen it, was witnessing the same thing at the same time as I witnessed it, when this, you know, stepped further and contacted the local military and see if they were doing any exercise or anything. And, yeah, they weren't up to anything, and of course they were very vague in their answers. So, who knows?
Yeah, we have a lot of them here in Niagara, sightings regularly. Or he says Indian burial mounds around. So now we're linking it to maybe something indigenous. The skinwalker. See, Alex had it right.
Skinwalker.
Yeah. So, for the curiosity, we do have, Burlington does have a lot of indigenous history for sure. You know, so, yeah, for sure. Joe, if you're listening, Amelia's in the room and needs to get brought back in. I know you're listening on the big screen someplace, so just going to put that out there.
By the way, just want to throw it out there. Who's this guest, Aliyah Rondini, you have on?
Aliyah Rondini. Oh my gosh. But I don't know. I do think it's interesting that things are becoming, like they're just, people are spotting them more, and maybe it is because, oh Jesus, Aliyah. Darn it, Joe, sorry. I'm like, what do you see, Leah? Am I supposed to see somebody in the chat room? What is this? So, I think that's the case of you know, maybe people are just noticing more. Maybe they're just coming out of the woodwork, so to speak, because there aren't as many people around that can spot them. Maybe they can lurk around. It's a little more quiet. But, you know, Sean's question to UFOs I find really interesting, because we have so much stuff here in Niagara. You know, we've got the Port Robinson Beast.
No.
And I have...
Port Robinson,
yeah. I had a story come to me. Actually, we were speaking with her, ironically enough. She worked at a local business here, and she had her stagette, I guess, camping with friends, and they were walking down the road, and something came chasing after them, and they hightailed it back to their car, and they just got in the car and went home. And when they got up the next day, there were these big claw marks in the car. And I'm like, I would really like to videotape a testimony on that, because that's a pretty interesting story. You hear about it all the time.
Yeah.
Kind of like the Beast of Bull Road sort of thing. But we have stuff up here in the Great White North, up in Canada.
You know what, Burlington has a lot of interesting stuff.
Surely does.
A lot of interesting stuff. A lot more than people really know about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, Niagara, your way is notorious for a lot of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A lot of stuff. UFOs here, you see them pretty regularly. People capture photos of them all the time. I have a friend who works at MUFON upstate New York, and she's just, I'll call her, or message her and say, anything around the area documented for this spot, around this time. She says, yeah, about 4 or 5 reports have come in, and it's like, okay, it's just kind of nice to have a little bit knowing other people have also seen it, but yeah, they get a little close for comfort sometimes. Just a lot of weird stuff going on. But I thought I was leaving it behind when I left Burlington.
It followed you.
Things in my backyard and stuff got to be a bit unnerving because you would hear things in the ravine some nights that were just like, we had a dog out there one time. Didn't want to come in. Wasn't feeling well. Wouldn't come in the house. I was like, okay. I just put a baby monitor out there. I said, I'll just put a baby monitor out there. Just sleep at the next thing, set my alarm, go out and just, check on him and stuff. I was just overprotecting. Big husky, just a big old suck, But anyway, would not come in the house, hated the house. So over the course of the night, I start hearing things that sounded like, I wouldn't even say growling, but gurgling sounds. Mm-hmm. I'm like, it's got to be the dog. So I go outside, I go outside. The dog is sacked out cold. It had a really big, it's just like an outbuilding, and just had a way in and out, and was heated, everything, right? But this is still just the fall. I'm thinking, hey, dog's asleep. Shit. So I bring it back into the house, and honestly, it went on for like another half an hour after that. And it just sounded like something's going like talking and gurgling, and like it's making me very uncomfortable.
Another thing, closely related to that, or at least that the sort of talking that, I've gone to a few locations here in Burlington. Mm-hmm. In the middle of nowhere, and one of the things that I have experienced several times is something that I can only equate to calling it ghost chatter. Mm-hmm. And it's like you hear like several people talking, almost whisper-like, but there's nobody there. It's like somebody's playing a joke on you, but there's nobody there. Mm-hmm. But you hear this chatter.
I've heard people that I've worked with say that.
Yeah.
They're hearing things.
Yeah. And I mean, it's there have been a few times when we've been able to capture not necessarily the chatter, but like a sort of excerpt from the chatter. Mm-hmm. And it's quite intriguing.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. Is it like imprint? Is it interdimensional? Is it?
Are you patching into a conversation? Are they talking to one another?
I would say that hasn't happened to me before in investigations, but
I mean, we have to look at this realistically. I mean, we simply don't know what we're experiencing, other than theory, and the theory is, okay, is it dead loved ones? Is it just people who are, roaming and have no idea why, they're there? They've got an unfinished business. They died abruptly. All these theories about what they might be. What if they aren't dead? What if we are the ones that are?
I've heard that theory too.
But we're the ones that are dead?
I
not,
had,
not necessarily dead, but you know, maybe because I remember there was a. Are you familiar with ITC?
yes.
Okay, they did some experimentation, and some of the conversations that they were able to record, at least
Mm-hmm.
what they claim is with some well-known scientists that were studying the afterlife and EVP. And the conversations that they were picking up and were saying that, look at, we're not dead. We've only moved on to the real world.
Like
That you,
interdimensionally speaking,
they wouldn't
multiple
say,
layers.
they would not say other than what they said was they have moved on to the real world and that we are in waiting. We are in a purgatory state.
Wow.
That we aren't actually, you know, if you will, we're not experiencing the real world, as they put it.
Mm-hmm. Still sharing space because there's a lot of people who theorize that
Mhm.
Earth is purgatory,
Yeah, could be.
like theories, but it's
We have no idea. I mean, how many people can see life outside of the physical world,
mm-hmm.
right? I
Mm-hmm.
mean, no, I mean, people have no idea about the non-physical world that is all around us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, energy and whatnot, and what it means, and how it interacts with us as living beings.
Mm-hmm.
And if we're only able to understand, and some people do understand it more than others,
Mm-hmm.
if people were to understand it a little bit more, think about how life might be.
I think it's difficult. People need to see something physical because we live in a physical environment. It's hard
Yep.
to get people to separate their way of thinking into
Exactly.
something that is,
We're
you know,
human. We need tangibility.
yes, yes. To go outside the box is really difficult to get some people
It
to do.
is, yeah. But I mean, this is how society has conditioned us, right? That
Mm-hmm.
from the time we're born, you know, I mean, this is stuff that's brought down to us from generation to generation. Of course, it's
Mm-hmm.
refined each time with each new person that's born. But I mean, if that sort of conditioning was never there, and you know, okay, we're getting too
No, no,
philosophical.
no, no, no. But we have, you probably got a couple million people listening. Somebody's going to get it. Promise. I get it.
But I mean, no, no, you know, I mean, it's a fact. It's a fact that we are living, you know, as humans, how we've been taught, how we've been brought up to believe that not, you know, everything that we see is real, and
Mm-hmm.
that's not always the case. That's not always the case. It isn't.
Mm-hmm.
As much as you want to believe it is, it's not.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's so much more to this world that we just, you know, maybe we did understand at one point, but now we don't because of the conditioning, you know, that society has now brought upon us. Because, I mean, look at, we at one point were animals.
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at animals and how they react to the environment and how they're able to, for instance, look at infrasound,
Yes. Yes.
how we cannot hear infrasound. If we heard infrasound, it literally drives us insane.
Mm-hmm.
But yet animals like dogs and all that, they can hear it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
At one point, we might have been the same way. We might have been able to hear that. But because of our evolution, our conditioning, if you will,
Mm-hmm.
and becoming this the dominant species, as you want to put it, I guess, right now.
So we think. Yeah.
I mean, what was there an interjection there?
Mm-hmm.
But was there something that interject interjected our evolution?
Yeah, I believe that it is interjected. I do, and I mean,
quite possible.
Go ahead. Here comes the hate mail, but I do. There's always been a missing link. You know, let's talk DNA. Let's look at the Rh negative people who Rh is basically the rhesus monkey, and the negatives lack that. So where does it come from? Just again, hypothesis. Yeah. It's just one more question mark.
And why do some people lose their hair and become bald?
Ask your mother. It comes from her side.
It's sexy.
It's the alien. It's the alien.
Men, yes. Sean G asked a question, and I don't want to wait until we go too far and we're off topic again. Mm-hmm. What do they think Dog Man is? Spirit, physical, DNA experiment? That's a big question.
It's a great question.
The dog, the Dog Man. I always think of the Dog Man of Michigan. Mm-hmm. But what do I think there? I mean, it quite possibly maybe it is an animal that was forgotten, or maybe it has not been documented yet.
Sort of like a Bigfoot, a species
crypto species, if you will. I don't know. Right. I don't. You look at all the different theories with Bigfoot. I mean, is he interdimensional? Why can't we find him? He's very smart, but I mean, and that's where you're going to get the naysayers saying, "Well, look, there's no proof." I mean, do we really know that there's no proof? Mm-hmm. I mean, it's like ghosts. It's like capturing a ghost on camera. I mean, you throw it out there and you honestly say, look at what I captured. You know how many people are going to go, no, that's bullshit. You edited that. Mm-hmm. We've become so, what's the word now?
Cynical.
Skeptical. No, cynical or accepting of the fact that, this stuff's been doctored. Because of the technology that we have, especially with the technology that we have now, we've evolved from the monkey suit to CGI.
Mm-hmm. That's what Wayne says. we come from hunter-gatherer people to not being. That's just pretty quickly, actually, on the grand scheme of the evolutionary scale.
How many people out there can survive if things broke down?
I'd be dead in the day.
It's true. It's true. There's a lot more people, I think, that are starting to go off the grid now. They're just planning for the future. I think this whole pandemic has scared a lot of people, and people are preparing, right? Mm-hmm.
Another question you want to ask, though, was that planned?
Don't get me started, because you're going to get me knocked off YouTube.
We're going to get pulled off the YouTube. They take us off 2 weeks at a time anytime we mention the C word.
No. I'm not talking about the C word. I'm talking about was it planned? The conditioning, the fact. Look at. We'll give them stuff. We'll give them stuff to entertain them and get them hooked and all that kind of stuff. Like TV and
dumbing you up.
Exactly.
Yes.
To the point where they can't fend for themselves. No, they've lost their animal instincts.
Mm-hmm. I agree. I agree with you on that. I think that they calcify their pineal glands. They make you eat food. I say fuel injected foods. They're changing us in a way, and they keep us with our faces down like this, to the point where everybody's having dinner at the table going like this.
Earphones aren't allowed at my table.
It takes. You see it in the restaurants when we used to go. Yeah. People are always, sitting there on their phones, and I'm thinking, they're dumbing you up.
I have a basket at my door when my nieces come over, and it's like, drop them in here. They go on top of the fridge. Everybody that's important to you is in this room right now. We don't need those phones on, and that's a prerequisite if you're going to eat at my house and spend a Sunday afternoon with me. I don't want your cell phone on my table.
It gets to be to that point, Is it planned? Absolutely. I think everything is planned. I think everything that happens year after year and month after month is definitely planned. Some people are luckier than others as to, again, the hierarchy. Just how much planning.
Ozzy's Crazy Train should be the theme song for this year.
No, I know for sure. But it's true. Most people can't even answer basic questions anymore without looking it up. It's just...
You can't add. Have you been to a cashier and you give her cash and she can't give you the cash back without punching in that she's got to give you back $1.10? I'm like,
they don't know how to subtract, add, or whatever else.
Well, I taught my daughter how to do that. She's really good, and she gets frustrated at 14. She gets bent. You owe me this much.
I mean, what happens if you have to sign a document?
No.
That's another thing that's disappointing.
You can't. Yeah. No, you don't sign one anymore. You adapt a signature from the computer, and you give permission to use that. Yeah. I've used it for medical things, and it's crazy. It's how I sold my dad's house. I adopted a signature. I'm like, this is ridiculous. It's not even me writing my name.
Exactly.
No. Yeah, it is getting to a point where it's pretty out of hand and doesn't look like it's going to end anytime soon.
No, it's only going to evolve even more. I mean, you look at now how things have gone. How this has basically woken us up. This past year has basically woken us up to life in the streaming zone, if you will. Everything's streamed now. Everything is online. Everybody's working from home, and it's a lot of it's something that's been sitting on the back burner or just slowly evolving has now been given this huge push forward, and that's with everything now. Everything is totally shifted now.
You're mentioning working from home.
That being one of it.
That also leads me to this question. How do you feel about investigators working from home and investigating their own places and putting that out there on YouTube? What are your thoughts on that?
To each your own. As long as you're not doing exorcisms from Skype.
Please don't. Careful now, because you can actually search that. We're just saying.
Oh, trust me, you can. You'll be able to find. I could tell you one person that's very popular doing that.
Really? But, I hope I don't know this person.
There's a lot of people right now that are, I think, doing questionable things. You're getting back to, I just saw one of these new programs come out and saw somebody I recognized with a complete fabricated story. Just to be on the show, and I went, wonder if the owner of that company is even aware, because I know him too. So, I just find desperate measures, I guess, not investigating enough. What can I piece together to get on this program? I don't know. Yeah,
that's another thing. That's a huge problem, Michelle. That's a huge problem. A lot of people are like that, getting onto these shows. A producer reaches out just blindly to somebody who might be a part of a paranormal group or whatever else. And, hey, look, can you tell me you have a story about something demonic? Because, I mean, let's face it, they want the demonic stuff. But, and I'll tell you, like, I don't know how many times I could have thrown them a story and beefed it up with a demon. But, I mean, no. How many people out there have thrown a story their way and it had nothing to do with the demon, but they threw that in there because, look, that's what they were looking for.
But that's correct. I always say, look at the shows that I've done, because I'm sure we've done the same ones. And I can give 4 5 different answers to one question, but there's only one that ends up getting used. And I work with a lot of producers, and I'll always direct them to reputable people without guarantees of well, I'm not saying for sure you're going to get something, but at least this person is reputable. And I have gone to other producers and said, this person's story is completely falsified.
But they don't care. They don't care.
Well, some don't, for sure not.
They don't care.
For sure not. And unfortunately, that's what it's come to. People investigating just because of the potential of being, able to get on that television show. I've even seen people say they're haunted with problems just to be able to, people say, well, can I get on the show? What? I haven't even investigated that.
I've investigated. I had to stop investigating homes. Not to say I wouldn't if somebody's in real need of help or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's a different story. But I've walked into homes where you go in for like a pre-investigative sort of sit down and say, okay, what's the issue? This is how it's gonna. This is how we're gonna carry this out. Blah 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 blah. And then, and somebody go, oh, is it okay if I invite my neighbor over? They want to see what you guys do. No. No, we want to make sure we've got this secure and things won't be contaminated. And you show up, for the investigation, and they're sitting in the living room playing DVD Trivia Pursuit with their neighbors.
What do you do?
You just walk. I just walk right back in.
Yeah.
I won't even bother. There's no point.
No, it's not taken seriously, and it's a danger to anyone else who's there while you're investigating for attachments. Why would you want to be there and risk something happening to you? You're not entertainment. You're an investigative team.
You're asking for help.
Yeah. Follow the rules.
You want the help or not? Right? And I hate saying that it makes me sound evil when I say, do you want the help or not? But I mean, sometimes you just have to be that way because people just don't understand.
Well, and I'm sure you have more than one household or one family that's coming and asking you for help. You're not going to waste your time somewhere where someone does not want to follow through. If they don't want to do the work, why would you want to be there? You're going to go to the next person who values your time and really needs you there.
Mm-hmm.
Don't take time away from other people who need it.
Exactly.
There are people who are habitual also with investigators. They may have a haunted location, and they have tons of different groups come in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And because, let's face it, there is a little bit of a community, and I've had people say, oh, watch this one here, if you hear from her, because she's likes to get a lot of different people, and I don't have that kind of time, man. I don't go into typical investigations. I never really have. I don't mind going in to help somebody much like yourself, but there isn't a lot of time. There's never been a lot of time in my life to just go investigate something because.
No.
I mean, I've always, me personally, one of the major reasons why I got into doing this, of course, is because I truly wanted to understand what was going on. Number one. But number two is, if I was having issues and I wanted to know what was going on, who would I look to? Without looking like crazy and seeming disturbed or whatever. I wanted to be that outlet for somebody who's truly looking for some help.
No, for sure.
And there's a reason why that guy up there, I asked him to come along because he provides the burritos.
Well, not tonight.
Not
tonight. That's it.
Next show, I'll make sure everybody has them. And Michelle will have something like pizza instead.
Hey, Alex, I thought you were going to zip them.
I'll
thought
ship.
they were like,
I'll ship you pizza, Michelle. I'll have
Regardless
Uber
of
Eats
what,
deliver it.
regardless of what Amelia said, she did not share her address on the Facebook chat, so I
I'm
could not
pretty
send it
sure
to
I
her.
did. You probably deleted it.
Yeah, I'm going to say, I think I might have saw it.
Thank you, Michelle.
You're
Yeah.
lying. You're lying.
Burritos.
No. Yeah, I know.
There is some comments in the chat. Hold on, Sean, choose and choose. Ever been somewhere that drains you to the point you can't think straight?
oh yeah.
I like that. Oh yeah. Very relaxed.
Yeah, I can say I've been somewhere that I've been pretty drained. And you know what? I'm not psychic or anything like that. So I'm not talking about drained psychically or anything like that. Just drained
Physically.
energy, physically. Period.
Why do you think that is?
And there's just so much going on. So much going on. I remember doing this. Investigating the old, and I can say this now because it's not called that anymore, the old Hiram Walker Ranch, one of the old Hiram Walker ranches.
Mm-hmm. I've done all the Hiram Walker houses.
Yeah, and the guest house on the ranch, not the house itself, but there was a guest house on the ranch that was built in the 50s. And the stories that came out of that place, the family that was living in there, the last family, they abruptly moved out because they couldn't handle the stuff that was going in there. And I'm going into this investigation going, I don't believe it. I was skeptical, right?
Mm-hmm.
And going in there and you know, it just, wow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever experienced anything like that place ever.
So why do you think that would be? Because I know the house I did was pretty ridiculously active also.
Well, we didn't have a chance, unfortunately, to do the main house because the owner was there and they were having a dinner party and all that kind of stuff. So we stayed away from doing that. I wanted to make sure we were able to fully secure, and because we did the horse ranch, the horse barns, because a lot of the main reason was there was a lot of problems going on with the horses. In fact, a lot of the horses were getting injured, and they couldn't understand why. They didn't understand. They were getting very spooked. At times, I think one of the horses ran at another horse for no reason. They couldn't understand. The handlers couldn't understand what was going on. So we went in primarily because of that, and then when we found out some more information, we said, okay, well, we're going to go in and we're going to do the guest house because there's a lot going on, or seemingly a lot going on in the house, in the guest house. And Michelle, I've been to a lot of places, like like you have, I'm sure. But this place just honestly blew me away. I was so drained at the end of the night. It was just incredible.
Did you determine what was spooking the horses?
Not the horses, but what we were kind of lending it down to was that there was somebody who had committed suicide in the barn. And we were kind of figuring that through the information and what we were gathering, that it was irritating the horses. They could somehow experience or sort of, they knew something was going on, and obviously we didn't know. But somebody that works with the group, incredibly talented empath that we have. Incredible. I'm very highly skeptical with mediums and psychics, and all. I'm very, 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 very skeptical with a lot of them. And I've worked with a lot of charlatans.
Mm.
But yeah, but this particular person that we had come in and read the place just brought the owner to tears. And the information that she was able to bring to the table without knowing, obviously knowing anything about this. She went in cold, completely cold.
Should be.
Like exactly.
Yeah, it should be.
And right off the bat, she was bang, 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 and literally the one owner was in tears, and we're like, oh man, is this good or bad? Like,
Because you're giving her a piece, or is she afraid? Yeah, you have
well,
to be careful what you say.
exactly, and that's what we tell people. Look, you have to be ready for what you're about to experience. I mean, are you wanting to know the truth? Are you wanting to know what we find?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready for that?
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people aren't. A lot of people aren't.
Well, sometimes you just have to take baby steps and keep asking in different ways to make sure they haven't changed their mind, because they may be gun-ho and then you're halfway through and they're like, I can't deal with this right now.
Oh, absolutely. I'll tell you though, we did the initial investigation. We found some rather interesting stuff. Went back to the ranch. We gave them the information. We laid it out on the table. They initially wanted us to come back in and do a follow up, and I prefer to do that. I prefer to do follow ups because let me just say, look, if you think you can figure out if a place is haunted or not in one visit, you're very wrong. You're very wrong. And you're definitely giving somebody a load of crap and telling them so. But with the information that we gave them, let me just say, I don't know if it spooked them or what. Everything was shut right down.
I just need to interject here with the station ID, because it's that time again. So if you're tuning in listening in New Orleans, you are listening to us either on 107.7 FM or 105.3 FM. We are the Outer Realm with Michelle DeRoche and Amelia Pisano, special guests Alex Rondini and Steve Jenny tonight. We are United Public Radio. And this broadcast tonight is partially sponsored by the good people at Folgers Coffee Crystals. Thank you, Folgers.
Or Aaliyah Rondini, if you're watching this game.
Aaliyah, that's why I hesitate. But I don't want to do that. Now, Alex, what about you? What has been something so profound for you in investigations?
The only thing that's been profound to me was that one time I caught the CVP. It was one of the first EVPs I caught was like the Whippy Salon, and just like Steve's story was told to me ad nauseum. I've told this story ad nauseum as well on our show. But it was the old Whippy site before they tore it down. We had gone there a good dozen times, and just we captured stuff on cameras. But I mean, there's also a lot of dust particles flying around as well, right? So you can't really count that as valid. So the one time we had gone there, this was run towards the end before they boarded up the place before you couldn't get in anymore. There was about 4 of us that went there, and I don't know if either of you are familiar with this complex, but it was you are familiar. Okay, so it's a complex. It was comprised of multiple buildings, and we had gone in one of the main buildings because there was 2 large buildings and a bunch of smaller satellite buildings. So we had gone into one of the large main buildings. There's 4 of us that went that night, and we split up into 2 groups of 2s. We started on the 2nd floor. My friend Jen and I went one way, and the other 2 went the opposite way. So as we're walking down, my friend Jen stops at the staircase that leads down to the main floor and says there's something down there. So I decided to say, okay, you know what, let's just finish the floor. We'll go down to the main floor and then subsequently the basement later. I just want to get this sort of sweep of the 2nd floor done. So we kept walking, and shortly after the staircase, there was a room on the same side. We went in there. I took out my recorder, started recording the session. In the recording, you could hear my friend Jen just blabbing off, saying something. It's hard to make out what she's saying because there's also echoing in the room as well. But at the same time, as you hear her voice, you also hear a male whisper at the same time. And the only thing you could hear, or I could hear distinctly at the time when I listened to it, was the word downstairs. And this was just after she had stopped and said there was someone downstairs. So that was pretty freaky there.
Mm-hmm. Sean G is asking, have either of you picked up an attachment spirit during an investigation ever?
My spirits are afraid of me.
He's a ghost detective.
You're friends with Michelle. I ain't going near you. She'll have me banished in a second.
I'd like to think I haven't, but like I said, I've had a lot of strange stuff happen around here. Who knows? Who knows?
Maybe a visitor, not necessarily something attached to you, but something that's just interested and hopefully will leave.
It could be. Hopefully, it doesn't want to go away.
Yeah.
No, somebody's trying to get your attention. I am real.
Well, I thought she was going to say 4.
I'll tell you a little story. And one of the incidents that has happened here. We live in a freehold townhome, and our neighbors. We were away in Florida one year, couple of years ago. I think it was a couple of years ago, and we got back, and no sooner than when we got back, we had a knock at the door, and it was our neighbor. And she goes, "Were you guys home last night?" No. Why? Because there was some really loud music coming from your house, and a lot of ruckus. And I'm like, strange. There was nobody here. Nobody checking on things. And it was just okay. I didn't understand. So apparently, the neighbor came and knocked on the door while this was going on. Can you turn down the music, sort of thing? And if there was no lights on in the house.
Yeah.
And they were telling me this was so loud that they could hear it clearly through the firewall. And I'm just thinking, wow.
Did it happen after? Like, did you get anything when you guys were home?
No, not like that. I've had a lot of stuff happen, but not like that. Not like that.
Wow.
He also asks, what do you do to protect yourselves from the paranormal pre-post investigation and or during?
I don't highly believe in, I really don't believe in that, to be honest. That is something that, myself, I mean, people have done it for me, and it's not that it's non-existent, but it's something that I don't really pay a lot of attention to. Personally.
Aside from maybe some grounding,
Yeah.
And it just makes me feel better, but also mindset.
Yeah. No, I agree. Mindset.
How about you, Alex? Greater breath?
I don't, because like I said, I'm the deterrent, right?
Yeah, he doesn't have anything to worry about.
I don't have anything to worry about. If they try to get attached to me, then they're gonna have some problems.
And he doesn't share burritos, so.
Yeah.
Pay me double, Amelia.
I will. We'll see. We'll see what you got.
It's like when they hold on to a Big Mac combo for like 18 years and see how it hasn't changed over the 18 years. It's the same with Alex's burritos. Haven't changed.
It's not guac you're seeing, it's mold.
Oh my God.
You're so bad.
Yeah. All right. So what do you? It is a question that I do like to put up there to other investigators, just because we all have different techniques, different ways of doing things, different mindsets when it comes to, investigations on average. But how would you like to see the field go? Which direction would you like to see it go in? What would you like to see people do?
I'll let Leah go first.
Oh yeah.
I keep forgetting it's there. We did show to change that. I caught it, yeah. Because your name is correct, but we'll get that changed before it gets. We'll get that changed before it gets put into archive for forever.
Yeah. So sorry, I got distracted. What was the question?
Where would you like to see things go in the field? Yeah.
I want to see more of a and I know why Steve pointed it to me first. I want to see more of a sort of centralized organization that sort of oversees the paranormal. I've been saying this for years. I've been saying it on our show for years.
Mm-hmm.
And it's needed just because right now there's no accountability. Anybody can say whatever the hell they want, and that's it. No one there's no responsibility. So I can go on record and say, I've encountered all these demons. I do all this stuff and charge all this money for admission, and there's absolutely no accountability, especially when people get taken for. Right?
Wants to be your overlord.
That's right. I want to be the overlord. That's what I said. Yeah.
Didn't Gandalf die?
I agree with you with that. There doesn't seem to be any accountability either. It's just people can do what they want. There are a lot of really great groups out there, and there's a lot out there that should be hobbyists, maybe with public locations, and not deal with families because they don't know how to deal with people. Anybody can pick up a camera, anybody can pick up a recorder, but people can't. Not everybody can deal with people.
I find that people in general are not accountable, whether they're in the paranormal or there's less accountability anywhere. I feel like the narcissistic group is getting stronger and stronger. It might just overtake the rest of us, but accountability is far and few in between.
Hold on a sec, guys. I just gotta take a selfie here. Hold on a sec. But that's exactly it. It's I gotta take a picture with the the trademark whatever location they're at. I just gotta show people I've been there. Or let's do a Facebook Live. Let's do a Facebook Live EVP session.
My favorite are the readings they do on Facebook Live.
Oh, yeah.
It is very difficult. It's hard to govern because there's just so much to it. It really is. I personally have never charged, for investigations. I know people who have. I've worked with people who have, and I don't think it's acceptable. But I mean, there are people out there who will tell you it's justified. I mean, hey, get your expenses covered by all means. Have your receipts. Not everybody can afford to travel to help somebody. I know, like I've put in lots and lots of countless hours, and even on the phone or helping people, or not even just going to locations, just being a sounding board or just answering questions. But that's what we choose to do.
Yep.
It's what we made the choice to do.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's not like getting a reading. People give readings. People pay for readings. And it's not quite the same.
Is your life any better? I mean, you know, yeah.
I know, you're just hardcore.
I don't know.
But I think if people investigate and they make you feel, let's say, as a homeowner, like you're lucky I'm here to help you.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's right where people should say, get out, just leave. Because I've always looked at it and said, you know, thank you for trusting me and thank you for entrusting your family to me to help you. Like it's a privilege. And I think if people look at it any other way and they just start looking for that, I'm going to get that manic piece of evidence, and they lose the people in the process, there's something detrimentally wrong with that. And it happens too often.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
I hear a pin drop. No, I'm just
awkward moment.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What else can you say to that? Right? People are scum. I can say
weekend warriors. I don't know.
I mean, I agree with Alex to a certain extent.
Mm.
Years of disagreeing with me.
After years of disagreeing, but at the same time, I look at stuff. I look at the world and how things are, you know, controlled or regulated or whatever else, and I just see nothing but chaos. I really do. I just, as controlled as things are, there's still chaos. You know, with a lot of stuff.
Do you think we'll ever get there?
Not in our lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
Not in our lifetime.
It sounds so dire.
I don't. Are we talking the paranormal?
No, just everything being not paranormal, being governed, having a governing body.
I mean, look at we all have a life to live, and we all look as long as we can live our lives without having restraints or, you know, control or whatever else. You know, most people are fine. Most people are happy. Most look at, I'm making money, or I'm as free as I, you know, as could possibly be. And, you know, of course the whole world's not like that, but are we ever going to truly be free? Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
You like to think that'll happen. You like to think that, you know, there'll be a point in your life where you don't have to worry about having to make money or whatever. You just, when you think,
because people charge pretty astronomical amounts of money for investigations.
I know.
I've helped people who've said, okay, I was told to pay $10,000, $5,000 up front, plus accommodations and expenses. What? Someone in Canada bringing somebody in from the States. I'm like, that's insane.
I had somebody
staying at the Four Seasons.
Yeah.
I think they need to be governed. I think these people need to be shot is what they need to be done.
There's that S word again. You know, I had somebody approach me and offer me $5,000 to help them with the situation, and I go, no, I can't take that.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot take that. I would not feel good about myself taking that money from you. No.
No, you can't even guarantee anything would work. That's the funny thing about this is they'll say, well, we guarantee we'll get rid of it. No, you can't guarantee something like that.
No.
You know?
We're dealing with the unknown. We're dealing with things, even science is just, it basically has theories about to this day.
No, that's true.
You know, I mean, you know, little by little, there are things that are discovered or figured out, but for the most part, that deep, dark area that we call the unknown, it just seems to keep getting larger and larger. You know, more and more questions are asked, and you simply go, "Are we crazy?" You know, I mean, as much as I'd love to know what's going on, I don't think we'll ever know anytime soon.
No, but I
Yeah.
think part of the fun is the journey to
Yep.
discovery.
Yep.
I think Sean, chasing the truth. What do you think shadow creatures are? People, or what are shadow creatures and people?
Based out of experience, I had a dealing with one that gave me a quite an interesting experience. But I think they're of a whole different realm. I really do. I don't think they're creature. I don't think they're human. I just think they're entirely from a different realm that we just don't fully understand.
hmm Yeah, there's a lot of people who are researching them specifically. Like Joshua says, psychic people, astral projection equals poltergeist equals shadow people.
Yeah.
It's like,
It's quite fine.
yeah.
It's quite possible, but I mean, again, that's just theory. We don't know. We don't know, and what drives me nuts is I've found shadow people a very fascinating topic, especially having uh, an experience myself with one that just blew my mind away. But what drives me nuts is when uh, things get out of hand, and then all of a sudden you got, oh, how about those guys, those shadow creatures with the hats, the Hat Man? They're evil. And it just goes into this whole out of whack sort of Alex's nemesis of not being in control and just getting out of whack. It's just ridiculous. Some of these things that
It's
come out of the blue.
stereotypical because they're watching too much TV, or do you think is it based
Quite
on what
possibly.
people's experiences have been with
Quite
specific
possibly.
ones? Yeah.
Quite possibly. There's one thing I learned. You look at, I don't want to bring it up, but I have to, and it's been a
Oh,
long,
just
it,
do it. I know you're itching.
it's been a long battle, but orbs.
Oh,
And
I am so with you on that one.
okay, so look at orbs pretty much became mainstream when the digital point camera came into existence. I mean, there were orbs before that, but the orb as we know it now pretty much became a part of the digital realm. And that was blown out of proportions
Mm-hmm.
with the help of Art Bell and Coast to Coast.
Mm-hmm.
When he brought that whole thing on there, oh my God, everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I captured 50 of them last night on my camera. Oh my God, look at this stuff. And, yeah, but that's the thing. People don't know.
They're not looking for the logical answer now.
They're not. No,
No.
exactly. They're not
I
looking
see
for the
it with
logical.
my physical eye, moving, and
Yeah.
it's like that's
Yeah.
pretty cool.
Yeah.
Most of these are captured on cell phones.
Okay, I had people send pictures, and they're camping, and the whole frame is just these white. It's like I think people just need to be educated. I had a photographer on staff at one point, just who could filter through all that and just tell people like, no, no, no.
But at the same time, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to accept that. As much as you tell them, there are people out there. Oh my God, I've battled with people out there that don't want to reason with you when you tell them, look at from a film, from a photography background or whatever else.
Mm-hmm.
This is what it is. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. You're just a non-believer.
Those video cameras, those kid cameras aren't helping either right now.
No,
there's a lot out there, and I think, again, nothing that education doesn't solve. I think there's a lot of online courses, and you could be a demonologist for $20, and then you do have your other better courses. Of course, you could be an exorcist for $20 if you're this or this or this. I mean, I have people send me all kinds of stuff. I'm just like, Jesus, it's pretty cheap. But, I don't pretend to know everything, and I don't pretend to be versed in everything and what's what. And I just think that if there's all of that, do you think, I mean, and I won't say it doesn't happen. There are some people out there who do try to educate other people, but maybe somebody should just start doing little snippets of, here's your crash course on orbs.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know what? One of the most enjoyable things that I have done has gone into schools.
That's almost right.
And I've talked to kids. Mm-hmm. And they automatically they want to know. Oh, hey, mm-hmm. What have you experienced? Have you seen a ghost? And they want to know all that stuff. And you reason with them. Yeah, I've seen it, but it's not exactly how you think it is. Mm-hmm. And what about orbs? And you tell them. You be reasonable in your explanation. Look at this is what they are.
Not so exciting, is it?
No, 99.9% of the time, you're capturing something in the environment, an environmentally driven incident. Yeah. Especially those fairies. Those are the best.
With that being said, tell everybody how to find you. And at that time, I got the little notification there.
Yeah, because we're running over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're almost there. I'll have enough time to sign off. How do we find you guys?
You can find us on newvisionsradio.com. Mm-hmm. That's where we broadcast our audio portion of the show every Sunday night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or you can go and check out our YouTube channel. Just type in Nocturnal Frequency Radio on YouTube, and you should be able to find us.
I shared that as well on our Facebook for you guys, so that if you're in your car listening, you can just go to the Facebook page and you can find the links for these two gentlemen on Sunday nights.
Mm-hmm. Excellent. Well, thank you guys again.
Yeah.
Please let me know when you release, because we would love to have you guys come back on.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, we're booking, in September.
Oh. So well, we're gonna have to have you guys on the show soon too.
We'd like that. Maybe on the night you release your show.
Okay, there you go.
I couldn't see it one way or another, damn it.
You have to watch you and be on the show at the same time. It's going to be kind of distracting, don't you think?
It's okay. No, it's always a pleasure. And, you guys take care of yourselves out there. And looking forward to seeing what else you guys come up with. And we'll definitely do this again.
No, love you guys.
Yeah, take care, guys. Be well.
Hey, take care. You too. Happy Easter.
Oh, yeah. So we've come to another awesome segment here on the Outer Realm. Thank you all for tuning in this evening. Special thank you to our guests, Steve, Jenny, and Alex Rondini. Huge thank you to Folgers Coffee, as always, for partially sponsoring tonight's show. Remember to stop by United Public Radio Network, UFO Paranormal Radio Network, tongue twister, YouTube channel, subscribe. We get double the fun. Look for us at the Outer Realm on Facebook. Follow us on Instagram. If you'd like to comment.
We didn't see your guest.
Testing. I'm bringing him on.
Okay, so I see you recording up there. So all I got to do is hit record, and we're ready to go. You ready, Freddie?
We are.
That's exactly who's coming.
Okay, I got to get some stuff off my screen. All right, here we go.
Okay, honey.
And a 5, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and now you're live.
Welcome to the Outer Realm. Sorry for the delay, everybody. We are broadcasting live here on the United Public Radio Network, 107.7 FM and 105.3 FM from New Orleans. Having a little bit of trouble in New Orleans tonight, but bear with us, and we'll get through it together. This evening's segment is partially sponsored by Folgers Coffee, so thank you, Folgers. We love you. Please stop on by the YouTube page and to get into chat, and you'll be able to communicate with us. And tonight's guest is Freddie Silva, amazing Freddie Silva. We'll be discussing the lost art of resurrection, and you will not realize just how wrong we've got it. So settle in, hopefully with a cup of Folgers, and we are going to bring Freddie on board. And let me see now. Here we go. There we go. Bear with us. We're doing this the old-fashioned way. So add and there. Calling.
Mm-hmm.
And here is the man himself, thank God.
What is going on?
You're having problems. Studio's having problems. I'm like, come on. Every time I try to bring you on the show, there's a hurricane or something's going on.
It's a conspiracy.
It is, because you just know stuff that the rest of us aren't supposed to know.
And we're dying to know.
Thank your mother.
Yeah, it's like, I'm like, come on, not again. Not again.
Why I drink heavily. Happy to today.
I'm
gonna start.
I know, I'm there. That would have been me if everything would have buggered up tonight. in a fetal position in the corner with a glass of wine. But so
yeah, I once dared to suggest during a George Nuri interview that to liven things up, that we have a drinks cabinet and a fireplace and some smoking jackets. And he actually laughed. I won $1. So I can make him laugh live, and I did. It's like, it actually sounds like a really good idea. We're sitting here with, cognac tumblers and have a lovely discussion and make it much more interesting.
You know what's missing is the dark chocolate with that cognac.
I ate that. Yeah, sorry, it's all gone.
Yeah, that's what's missing. You can't have cognac without dark chocolate.
You can have cognac anytime.
It has to be from Belgium. It has to be from Belgium, the dark chocolate.
Well, yeah, there are others. There is an Icelandic chocolate, which is, well, you can't just eat the whole bar. You've got to eat both of them at the same time.
There we go.
I can. I think I can.
And then there's that intense orange by Lindt, which is pretty good.
That's funny.
The best chocolate in the world is actually in New Zealand. It's a hazelnut milk chocolate, and my God, it's packed with whole hazelnuts. There's so many of them that you got to carry the chocolate bar with 2 hands.
It's almost like the Italian gianduja.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Now we're gonna start talking food, and I haven't eaten. That's not even fair. I don't have wine or anything.
I'm sorry about that.
Okay, you have one for me. Whatever it is you have some extra.
The same thing we're going to talk about.
Yeah, let's see what you're like in an hour. Be Freddie, hang on the floor. Are you okay?
It all depends if he refills or not. We'll know from there. We'll know how well we're doing if he has to go for a refill.
The trick is it's about lubricating the machinery. The trick is not to over-oil it.
That could go so many ways. Okay.
It could, yeah. That's a whole other show, I think. An R-rated, I think, maybe.
It was written to a book that I never wrote, which is called Strange Bites in Weird Places. And it's not about what you think it is.
It's funny how our mind just automatically goes there, though.
I didn't.
It's like, what? I don't know. That could be an interesting show, too, I have to say. But I am really thrilled that you're back, and I'm sorry that you were having issues. I guess it could have been a close call either way. So tonight, the lost art of resurrection. And I have to say, honestly, it leaves me with even more questions than what I started with.
Exactly. That's the whole point.
Well, that's good. Okay, so I'm on track. So, oh my gosh.
Yeah, the whole point was to sort of look at something, a practice that was being carried out, I thought, around the Mediterranean in recent times. It turns out it can be traced all the way back to 8000 BC. And I just got thinking about it. I got fascinated by what would it take for people in the old days to do what we're doing now, which is to seek enlightenment. And, today we sort of, People are doing ayahuasca. It's the latest trendy thing to do, or San Pedro, which I believe is much more gentle from what I'm told. But back in the day, people were spending up to 3 years learning this technique, which essentially involved a near-death experience. It was an induced near-death experience, and people went back again and again for it, which is extraordinary. So it took you 3 years to learn the method by which to leave the body and then actually have a real experience, unlike shamanism or unlike a drug-invested experience, have a real experience in the other world, as real as you and I are talking on the computer right now. And that's what amazed me about the whole project, was to find out who was doing this and how much of it was going on around the world.
Wow. So it's mind-blowing to think that you could spend 3 years on something. So there's a lot of preparation, and it must really be something if you want to do it again.
Yeah, Pythagoras did it 5 times. Plato did it twice, and it said it shaped my whole metaphysical doctrine. So it was really the foundation of his metaphysical ideas and how he evolved those into his philosophy that we know and love so much today. So it really was a kind of an experience. And in fact, I just came back from Egypt for the 3rd time during the pandemic. It seems to be the only place where you can go and actually have a great time because there's nobody there. So the people on my trips are more than happy and delirious and totally enlightened now because we actually got to go into one of these chambers where they did practice this out-of-body experience called the living resurrection. It was in the Valley of the Kings, which we all seem to think that it was all to do with dead people. Yes, people are buried in the Valley of the Kings, but there's one chamber, I'll not call it a tomb, there's one chamber which doesn't fit because the guy for whom it was built, he is buried on the other side of the hill in Hatshepsut's temple. So why does one guy need 2 places of rest, I wonder? And then there's the fact that the chamber is completely misaligned to the cardinal point. I mean, if you're going to go to the other world, you want to go into the west or have your head in the east for rising. This points to the northeast, which is a position of wisdom. You go to the northeast to access information. Well, if you're already dead, you already have the information. You don't need to go there. You already are there. So when they found this chamber right at the very head of the Valley of the Kings, and we were the first people in years to have access to this. I believe I'm making a lot of friends over in Egypt because I've been there so many times now. And they've been watching me, the guards. And they think, this guy knows what he's doing. And he's honoring the culture. And the people that come with him, they're very respectful. So you build up a little bit of a cache with each people. And second time, we just came back and did it again. And on the walls of the chamber, there are 457 deities, each of whom has a specific teaching that you have to memorize before you can leave your body, because leaving is easy. I've done that. Anybody can do that. The problem is coming back because it's so much fun over there and you're having such a great time and it's so different from what you're used to in a waking world that you get distracted. And before you know it, a lot of time has passed and you realize I haven't come back into my body, and basically you're dead in the 3rd dimension. And people do this in the Great Pyramid all the time. They think that just by lying in a big box for a whole night, they can leave the body and go travel in outer space. Yeah, you can. It takes you about 20 seconds to leave. The problem is you don't know how to get back, and more often than not, the Egyptians opened the gates to the Great Pyramid, and there's a dead guy lying inside that box. So you've got to be very careful with this stuff, and that's why the 3-year preparation was essential. And part of the training was controlling emotion and also fear. You cannot take fear with you. You take fear with you, you're lost. You're completely lost. So this is the extent and the degree to which they went to have this incredible, I don't want to say religious, I say spiritual experience, which really opened their eyes to a new reality, and you confronted life when you came back into the body totally in control. You're in control of fear, you control your environment. And if you came back with the laws of nature, you could harness the laws of nature, and it gave you a certain degree of control over your ability to manifest around you. And I can say, yes, I've actually tried this, and it's actually very interesting, and it does work.
And how long were you down for?
I think I was out for about 40 minutes. It actually happened to me in a crop circle. I wasn't even expecting this. And I was taken out of the body. The next time I saw the people that I was involved with in the other world was years later when I was getting more involved with sacred sites. I saw the same people coming out of the walls of the Great of the King's Chamber and the Great Pyramid, and I have witnesses to prove this. So, yeah, I mean, I've been there, and it's wonderful. And no, they won't let me go back there because they know I'm enjoying it way too much, and I got work to do. They just sent me back so I could write about it and teach about it. And that's my purpose here, is to, to show others a much more finer way of controlling your conscious manifestation, and also go through life understanding how temples work. So that's my purpose, and I guess I'm very protected by certain people around me who obviously know that I'm a very curious person, but you can stick your nose in the honey pot a little bit too deep, which is what I like to do, and then you don't know how to get back. So I'm very protected in that respect. I'm very lucky. So I've been there, done that, and I can write about it.
I think it's fantastic. Definitely, don't go, okay, kids, listen, don't everybody start jumping into the DMT, okay? Because it's not the same thing.
What is it like for you when you come back from that experience?
It's really depressing because it's so wonderful over there.
That wasn't what I was expecting.
Yeah.
It's exciting. But there's a two-part answer to this. One is the fact that well, essentially, are you being called?
No, I just had my volume up because I am a bolo.
People. It's a very different environment. There's no fear. Well, actually, if you're in control of fear, you don't feel fear. It's the fact there's no pain. And you're always surrounded by this unconditional love. And I'm not the first person to say this. Many people have had this even in an uninduced near-death experience, involuntary near-death experience. And it's very much like that. And when you're in that kind of space, the real world is very disappointing because it hurts, but that's the whole point. You come here to learn. But the other point is that I cannot mention what I saw because there's an oath of silence, and everyone took this. Because the idea is it's a personal journey. If I was to tell you about my experience, it would color your expectation if you were to try it. And the same thing happened in Greece 2,500 years ago. So let's say I was sitting in Tibetan somewhere, and Spiros was having a metaxa with me, and he'd say, "Hey, Freddie, what are we doing for the weekend?" And I'd say, "Hey, guess what I've been?" And I'd be thrown in jail because, and they were serious about this, I would be put in jail not because I was giving away some big secret, I would be telling someone else about my experience, and it would basically prejudice their own experience because your life is different from mine. Your experience is different from mine. Your life is something completely different. So for me to tell you and describe what was going on would really almost be disappointing for you when you had your experience because yours would be so much different. So that's why I don't really talk about it, because that's what everybody else did as well. But I can say it's very liberating. It certainly does help you take control of your life, and you do see a little bit much clearer. So it's a process of gradual building the spiritual self, but also taking control and taking responsibility of who you are, which means you have a degree of control over what happens in your life, and that's what we're all looking for. So that's why I feel this information is very important, because you do develop a certain sense of control.
So the ancients pretty much had it right, and we've had it wrong this whole time about resurrection. Okay, let's go there. I've been waiting for this moment. Okay, JC.
The difference, Michelle, it's the fact that we're looking for this high with ayahuasca and everything, and the shamans that I've talked to said that's just weekend shamanism. These are instant Indians, as they call it. That's not what it's about. That's just a simulation. The drug is a simulation. You're not having a simulation. Your soul has left the body, and you're now in the other world. It's very real. The drug taking is kind of a vehicle to get you there, but to do it properly, you're going to give up at least 6 months of your life, go into the jungle, meet the right people, and be prepared for some hard truths. And they were not smiling when they said this. It is really hard work. But once you do it, it becomes second nature. You can leave at will. and that you're in complete control of the natural laws, and you can bend to a certain degree, which of course is also very dangerous, paradoxically, because you start developing a bit of an ego. And that's why it really helps to have people around you who can just say, look in the mirror, because you're getting this a little bit too out of control. And it is, it's a real drug in a real sense. It takes you over. So, and again, luckily I've found people who do pull me aside and say, are you sure you're going in the right direction here? And I go, actually, maybe I'm not. I'm getting a little bit woolly here. Let's get back to the center. Let's get grounded a little bit. Have sushi.
Do you need an intervention, Freddie? That's what friends are for, to give you an intervention. Okay, you have to stop leaving the body. So it's not good for you to do it as much as you want to do it. So this goes back to really ancient times. We're talking times of the Essenes, predates the Essenes. There's only one person that essentially history tells you had an actual resurrection.
I wonder who that is.
I don't know, but all the hate mail is going to go to you.
Yeshua ben Yosef, the son of Yosef. Yeah, no, Jesus' story is actually very enlightening. And in fact, when I was researching the material for the last art of resurrection, that was the question I asked, because the information that we have really comes from the Catholic Church, and it's completely bogus. And I'm not speaking as a personal opinion. I'm speaking from the point, reiterating what the early Christians were saying. These are the Gnostics. These are the people whose books were completely removed from the canon of the Bible because their stuff is very enlightening. And God is suddenly not out there, God's in here. But when you see the language of the Essenes and other groups like the Mandeans in that particular part of the world at the time, you get a sense of what was really going on, because the church hated all of them. They basically killed every single one of them in order to cut the ties, to make sure that people did know where they had plagiarized the story from, but they cut out the really good bits. Because the idea was that the story of Jesus as a God did not wash, Jesus as the man did not wash with people of the Roman world, which is back then in the Mediterranean was just about everybody, because they were deifying people as heroes. They had to be made to God. So the story that the Gnostics were portraying had Jesus as an ordinary guy who was an initiate like countless others before him, who achieved something great and said, look, I can do this, and so can you, because I'm just a normal guy. So that was the message. It wasn't supposed to be a religion. Well, that wasn't going to work for the Catholics and also for the fundamentalists, or for the Romans for that matter. So they had to make him into a god. So that was easy. They just badgered Constantine, the Roman emperor, and he had been practicing for many, many years the cult of Mithra, who was a cult that goes back to at least 6,500 BC in the Indus Valley. And the cult essentially is this. There is a man, an ordinary man, who starts off on his wonderful meditation to leave the body and go traveling in the other world on the spring equinox, and exactly 9 months later, on the winter solstice, takes a drug, goes into the other world for 3 days, comes back, is declared risen from the dead, and is therefore afterwards deified as a god. Sound familiar? And all that Constantine did, after being badgered for so long by these guys wearing, red robes and little red shoes, was, look, I'm dying, leave me alone. Just take out the word Mithra and put the word Jesus in there. You have an instant religion, and that's what we've been fed. But if you know the story, and if you know the words that Jesus was saying, and the mechanism and the metaphors that he was employing, it's very easy to unravel the story, because first of all, it says, I am the way. Well, he's given away exactly the teaching that he was prescribing to, because the Essenes were the followers of the way, and the Mandeans were the followers of the way. Now, it took me a while to figure out what this way was all about. And it was all to do with 17 teachings. And I finally worked out that these teachings go back to Persia, about 2000 BC, and eventually they make their way to China, and before that to Japan. And it was a book called the Kujiki 72, and it's dated roughly around 8000 BC. We don't really quite know for sure. And it also comes under the teachings of the Way of Ise, which is basically the way of Isis. Now, what is Isis doing in Japan and another story. But essentially, this teaching became known as the Tai Yi, which is translated as the way. So this teaching moves 8,000 years from the east all the way through Indochina, all the way through India, and it ends up in the Middle East and in the Near East, and that's what Jesus was practicing. So if you strip all this, the religion away, Jesus was just saying, I'm an ordinary guy, I'm following a very old tradition, which, by the way, the Egyptians were also practicing at the Osirian at Abydos within 17 attendant chambers. You'd learn a teaching in each one of those chambers. So that's why the story is very important. But in order to understand its truth, you really have to look at the Gnostic Gospels, of which we now have much evidence and we can read them.
Mm-hmm. Yes, the church. Get me started on the church.
I'll not say it like that.
I know. Oh, I'll get
I'm
hate
still
mail.
suffering from Catholic guilt.
Yeah, me too. I can show the flagellation there.
I always say I'm a recovering Catholic.
But you know what? When I was researching the story, it nearly went the other way. The Gnostics were betrayed from within by an informer. The Gnostics could have actually won this whole argument, and they wouldn't have been persecuted and basically butchered by the fundamentalists, because the fundamentalists won on a technicality simply because the other side was betrayed. So right now, we would have been in the Western world had the chance and the opportunity to follow a Gnostic version of Christianity, which actually is much closer to Buddhism and much closer to Native American teachings. So it's funny how things tend to go, and you know, it's luck of the draw.
Yeah, because I mean, the Templars ended up following the Essenes and their teaching. Is this why they went to the Temple Mount? Because the Temple Mount, King Solomon, I mean, that was a pretty big thing, physical ascension.
Yeah, these are a bunch of guys and women. You don't get to hear about the women Templars very much, but they were all married. And they waited 1,000 years after the Essenes and everybody else was expelled from Jerusalem, and they laid low for a while. I mean, they'd learned that sticking your head above the castle wall is going to get you alive or shot or disemboweled. So you learn to survive for another day. And they were very patient. And there is a documentation that goes through time, specifically that was found by Henry Lincoln and Michael Bajan and Michael Lee, who wrote the Holy Blood, Holy Grail, and I'm indebted to their research. They're incredible people, and you can follow the trail. So these people were very patient for about 1,000 years, and eventually the story really precedes the Templars. It was another group of mystics called the People of the Bear, who essentially wanted to go back to Jerusalem to find something very secret. And they're talking about a divine bloodline that survived the crucifixion, which, by the way, never happened. It was supposed to be a metaphor. Even Islam says the whole thing was a metaphor. It wasn't supposed to be taken literally. And the Muslims hold Jesus up on the same level as Muhammad. Just read the Quran. This is why it annoys me why so many people in the Christian world are devilifying the Islamic people. I mean, there's a lot of respect for Jesus in the Quran. So what are we arguing about? So the idea was that when the Templars finally decided to show their cards, there were also parts of members of the Cistercian order, who were another group of mystics who behaved just like the Essenes and even dressed like them. So they knew where they were going. They knew what they were looking for. There was 9 guys who show up on the doorstep of the King of Jerusalem and said, "Hey, we'd like to go and live in the house that you had just renovated." And the king says, "Sure, go right in." I don't think that, a king with an army was threatened by 9 guys. I don't think the threat from the small group of people was exactly what he was trying to do in order to give him this house. The Templars put something in front of them, and they said, "We need this specific house because there's something very important we have to find." And he knew, because he was part of that bloodline. So the Templars, we found the tunnels that they were digging were very deliberate. They were aiming and homing in on something, and they kept missing it. And eventually they found it. And when I was writing the first Templar Nation book, I had noted that in 1921, suddenly this stopped working. These 9 knights hardly did any fighting. In fact, they hardly ever left Temple Mount. There were minor nobles who gave up all of their money to go to Jerusalem to dig in really hot and uncomfortable conditions to find treasure. I don't buy that story. That's just so ludicrous. You could have stayed at home, kept your money, and sat at home with your nice fireplace and your cognac. You didn't have to go to Jerusalem to find money that you'd just given away. So the treasure really was a treasure of words. They call it thesaurus, from when we get the word thesaurus, and there's the clue. It was a treasure of words, because the next thing you know, a couple of Templars have some scrolls hidden in their tunics. They find their way back to Europe, all the way to Belgium, and they give them to a cryptographer. Now, why would you need a cryptographer to work looking for a treasure? Well, because the treasure was the words. It was the scrolls that led you to have this mystical experience, which the Templars then practiced in their preceptories, of which we found many of the secret chambers. And in fact, there is one in Portugal, which is actually just up the road from where I was born, literally a couple of miles. And it's underneath a cafe today, and you can go under there if you know the manager quite well. And it's a secret chamber where they used to practice the resurrection ceremonies. And they would then come out for a shaft. They were declared risen, and they would always face the equinox sunrise, and specifically Venus before the equinox sunrise, which is the mark of the risen initiate everywhere around the world. So that's essentially what the Templars were doing. They were bringing back an old practice. And of course, they were loved for this, because they said, hey, we can teach this to anybody. And of course, anybody who is a mind of peasants said, absolutely, I'll give you whatever 2 shekels I have to hang out with you guys, and I want to have the same experience. And meanwhile, I'm going to time some money. And that's what made the Templars rich and adored throughout Europe, is because they were just offering a kind of a protection racket against the church. They also had the ability to teach, create classrooms for children, set up hospitals for the frail, set up a kind of, how shall I say, a sort of a little pot of money for people who were retiring, so that when they retired, they could be looked after. So it was a welfare system that was benevolent. It was like a scattered welfare system where everybody was protected, and you gave a little bit of your money to the next town so that they could raise themselves up from their state of barbarity. So essentially, that's a very Buddhist teaching. You help yourself to help others. Everybody rises to the same level. Everyone's resurrected, and we'd all live happily ever after. So it was a very utopian ideal, and they too also almost got away with it.
Almost. Well, I mean, they've obviously mastered it. You do tours. Now, if memory serves me correctly, when you do these tours and you do teach this, or you help people to get a little bit closer to what I'm going to call an addiction, because it would be for me. I need an intervention. But do you do them in Portugal? Are there locations there that you take them?
I used to. I have to actually redo that tour again. It was getting a little problematic getting places to stay, because I ended up going to very remote places, and I'd have to end up I would take 6 people in that particular tour. I'd stick 3 in one lovely old building, 3 in another old building. I have to go and hang out in someone's goat barn, which has a tour. Actually need a tour. They think I've been living the life of Riley. And here I am surrounded by goats in the morning. I mean, it was very nice, but the word doesn't get around that something's going on. So I think we did the tour at some point. We were having way too much fun, and we did get to lie down in some of their ritual graves on top of a mountain. There was one particular couple who were very interesting. We'd actually drank the entire restaurant dry one evening, and I mean the only restaurant, and we drank it dry. And they still walked up to the top of the mountain in total darkness, and they actually did the ceremony until 3 in the morning, came back down during the sunrise to pick me up out of my bed and say, you need to see something that we found at the top of the hill, which I completely missed. So we went back up there again and found something quite extraordinary, which I won't tell you right now because it's in the book. But this is the kind of stuff that we get up to. It's very interesting.
Yes.
It doesn't need the Templars, and it doesn't need the graves. I mean, just going to stone circles, having quiet time in the Great Pyramid, and some of the pyramids that we go to in Egypt, it's the same thing. The idea is the same. The method is the same. Is to get you acclimated to the essence that these temples, the space within which you are going into, have been measured to be very different from the space outside. There's a kind of a different energetic feel, and not just because you're open to and suggested to this, you can actually feel it, especially when there's nobody there, which I say I've been now to Egypt 3 times during the pandemic, and I'm very fortunate that we take calculated risks, and so far everyone's not only well, they're doing exceptionally well. because
I
we
know
have
how
to
that works.
quietly, and it's not just about me yakking for 10 days. I
Mm-hmm.
let you have as much quiet time as you can so you can take in the spirit of the place. And it changes people over 10 days. That does something to you. And then you go and find your own way, on your own, wherever you feel comfortable going around the world. Because it's a very solitary journey. It's supposed to be a solitary journey. You just need someone to show you the ropes, and then you take over. And that's how I like to do things.
So do you feel, as I've been to the Great Pyramid of Egypt, I've visited Saqqara, it's a place like no other. It really is.
Yeah.
Do you think it was an actual tomb in the pyramid? There's so many different theories with it, but to be, because you look at the sarcophagus, kind of like, it doesn't even look like it's ever been used. None of this is right. Do you think it was a chamber intended for living resurrection, to connecting with your consciousness? Do you think that's what it was, and maybe that's why you had this like intense experience in there?
Oh yeah, I mean the Great Pyramid specifically, you don't get the same experience in the Middle Pyramid or the Little Pyramid. You have very different experiences in there, and totally different from out-of-body work. And in fact, there are some pyramids, like the Bent Pyramid, which is my favorite, doesn't even have a box at all. Neither has the Red Pyramid, no box in there. And you feel very different. And one was really used for healing. The other one I'm still working on. It reveals itself slowly. And then, of course, there are other pyramids which you've found completely sealed. There's nobody inside. Even the box is completely sealed. There's nobody inside. So I believe each one of them have a different function. Now, when I was researching the current book, The Missing Lands, I was looking at something very different. I was looking at the origin of the gods and where they came from and where they lived and how they were all connected, which is a completely different show. But there was one thing that stuck out when I was looking at the origins of the oral traditions of the people of Easter Islands called the Waitaha. And they moved to New Zealand a long time ago. They actually described the flood and the people who were in the flood, which means that their accounts are over 12,000 years old. And they said these gods, although they don't describe them as gods, they describe them as special people. But in South America, the same people are described as gods. So got to be careful about this. They said that every year when they were living on Easter Islands, the gods used to arrive and they used to deposit a little bit their teachings into the tribe. And the tribe had 3 baskets. They called them the kete of knowledge. And in each kete went the information for 3 different groups. Each one was associated with the 3 different stars of the belt of Orion. Now, we know from both Val and Gilbert's work that there is a very good match in the spring equinox of 10,400 BC of the belt stars aligning with the 3 Giza pyramids. Now, when I was just there having a quiet time on my own before the group arrived, it's when the wonderful stuff really happens. People think I spent months and months reading stuff in libraries. I do, but not that much. Half of my work is actually done on the land, listening to the land and saying, what's this really about? And then just shutting up and letting things happen. And sometimes nothing happens. Sometimes it really. So on this occasion, just sitting there looking at the 3 pyramids, and I suddenly began to remember this story from the Waitaha in New Zealand, and I was thinking, why am I thinking about this stuff in the Pacific when I'm in Egypt? And suddenly hit me, of course, because in one of the baskets was meant for the people who were the wisdom keepers of the tribe, heavy people who really wrote and recorded stuff. And then the middle basket was for the builders, the architects, the people who were implementing the words of the sages. But the third basket was for the seers, the people who connected into the other realms. And suddenly I realized, my God, it's been staring at me in the face for 20 years. The little pyramid, the energy is always very intense. It's like, yes, that's a kind of intensity when you're writing and thinking. The middle pyramid, actually, it's very balanced. There's actually, you don't really feel anything special there at all. It's just, it's nice, but it's not, it's just,
right. It's there.
Very methodical. I think that's the kind of thing that would feel if I was implementing something. It's a strategy. But the third building, it's definitely a very out-of-body place, the kind of place where a seer would be associated with. And that's when it's finally hit me. These people in New Zealand and Easter Island had the answer all along. And of course, their connection is also, their gods, they're also related to Orion. So that is the connection. And by the way, the nickname that they gave them, the Shining Ones, is the same nickname of the builders of the pyramids, who are also called the Shining Ones, the followers of Horus. So there's the overlap to the story. So I find that hypothesis quite, has a good foundation to it. Until the next information comes out, it'll probably change.
No, great. There's another book. Another show. Yay, let's go.
I think Michelle's just going to drop her bank account with you. Just give you full access.
Just put a stamp in order. And, I am writing a book, actually, but it's not about that.
Yeah. So the tall beings, when you say the Shining Ones, are you talking about the tall beings that dress in white, giants? Is this all connected together with?
Not giants. They're just very tall people. 8.5 feet to 9 feet tall.
Tall, yeah.
And a height around the world. I guess it's all relative.
That's twice the size of Amelia, though, Fred. That would be a giant to Amelia. She's
just very tall. I mean, yes. I'm 6'5", so I'll be like, oh, Dad?
She's like 5'1", 5'2".
Oh, God, I'm 5'4", and I'm 5'11" in heels.
I'm considered a god, so there you go. It's all relative. But no, it's just very, very tall, and the ancient cultures that we still have this today, we're very comfortable with them. They describe them as human-like, but not quite human. And they were very light-skinned. They had red hair with green eyes, or they were blonde with blue eyes, and they kept anointing themselves with a kind of oil, usually crocodile fat, I discovered, because they had a real problem with sunlight, and given that the area from where they come from, where the earth was much colder, because after the ice age, things got much more warm, the sun was stronger, so they had to protect their skin like we have to do when we go to the beach. It makes perfect sense now. They were just they're very tall people. The giants really came in from a different story, which really came after the flood. So we're now at 9,700 BC or thereabouts, and there was a group of people who were the craftsmen who surrounded the core group of gods called the Anu, or the Anunnaga, or the Anunnaki, who were also the Urukeu, who were the Viracochas. They were all the same people. They're just inspired by different names around the world. And they were very benevolent people, by the way. No matter what you hear about on the internet, it's all absolute nonsense, what you're hearing. The nonsense really comes down to the small group of watchers who were the craftspeople who defied orders not to marry with human women. Okay, they're lovely, they're beautiful, but don't go hang out with them because the DNA doesn't match. It's going to be a problem. So there's a small group of these craftspeople that defied the orders and went down from this big mountain somewhere in Mesopotamia to hang out with women and teach humans, hunter-gatherers, things which hunter-gatherers shouldn't know at their level of development. That's where the problems began. So when the children began their babies, they came out the size of infants. It killed the mothers. And there's a group of Native Americans called the Wichita in Oklahoma. So it's not a town, it's an actual people. They still have the story where once upon a time, these people came to our tribe, and they took women for wives, and the women died in childbirth. The babies were the size of infants, and those were the problem. And they were called the Nephilim, which means the sons of Orion. So there's the connection. And they said that these kids were kind of normal but big when they were young, but suddenly they began to outgrow everybody by as much as 14 feet. Jeez. And they're living on the island of the Solomon Islands in the Pacific. In fact, one of them actually washed up on the beach in New Zealand in the 50s, and they were still living in New Zealand on the hill of the red-haired beings, which the Maori were interacting with only as late as the 18th century. So there's still traces of them around. These were the problem, okay? These people were eating people for fun. They would cause warfare just because it was a game, and they ran amok. So what happened? The lords of Anu and the Watchers instigated the flood to wipe the earth clean. And they were if you read the original story of the book of Enoch, which is actually not his real name is Anu, he was one of them. And you can see this terrible moment where they're looking at the destruction, and you can really feel the welling up inside them. It's like, we had no choice. If we had not obliterated the earth, because these children of the bastard renegade sons of the Watchers If we had not obliterated all these people today, the Earth would be run by 14-foot tall giants covered with red hair who are barbaric. Humans would have disappeared from the record. So we owed a small modicum of gratitude for what was done. And that's where we get the story of groups of humans discovering civilization quite magically around the world around 8,500 BC. Suddenly discovered mathematics, astronomy, astrology, agrarian culture, the animal husbandry, all the things that are the foundation of civilized behavior, letters and so forth. Well, the only explanation is that there was someone from somewhere else that landed in strategic parts of the world, and they told us how to do it. And those were the surviving gods. They appeared in strategic parts of the world. 7 groups of 7. One of them was a woman who was the wisdom keeper. She carried the bloodline, and she was the sister and married to the 8th guy, who's the charismatic leader. So these are your Viracochas, your Quetzalcoatl, your Kukulkan, your Itzamna, and so forth. And Horus, of course, is one of them. So that's the story. They essentially kickstart civilization, and here we are talking on a computer, 1,000 years later.
Right. It's fascinating to me that they're still around, into the 18th century. You just wash up on the shore. It's like, how functional are you going to be after that? It's just seeing something like that, coming in.
As well. I mean, when the Cherokee were moving across America, they reached what today would be West Virginia and Appalachia, and they said that we bumped into a group of what used to be a once proud race of people who came from a land that sank in the big ocean to the east. Surprise, surprise. And they were red-headed people. They were very tall, brutish. They'd run out of hope because they were interbreeding. They couldn't breed with human women, so they lost hope. But they had such a proud heritage that we incorporated their cosmology into ours so that no one would ever forget. And to make sure that their name was never forgotten, the Alawaning, as they were called, we gave their name to a river that goes through Pittsburgh called the Allegheny River.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right. Oh my goodness, I did not know that. That's interesting. That's not all that far from here.
Whereabouts are you?
Well, Niagara Falls, Canada. So it's about probably.
It's a bit of a drive.
From you, yeah, just a little. Once you get to the border, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah,
you're kind of stuck there.
Continent. That's just down the road. I mean, in Britain, if you go 4 hours, it's not a slight mind,
No, yeah. I've done it a few times. I mean, I love Pennsylvania, so it's it's one of my favorite states to go to. But yeah, definitely not like England, where weirder.
Yeah, you drive 90 miles per hour and you go off the cliff and you're in the ocean. You can't drive very far there.
No, but
it's so beautiful though, England.
Everything
the countryside is gorgeous. Yeah.
Well, I notice here it costs us about, I don't know, like $12 just to go on a 40-minute train ride. And I'm sitting here in Scotland, and for $10, it's a 4-hour trip up to Inverness from Glasgow. And they have a booze cart. What?
Yeah. And you got
That's what got you. It was the booze. It wasn't the $10. She would have paid $20 for that cart.
Yeah. And in France, you also get a carriage with booze and fresh croissant, warmed in the oven, by the way.
Okay, see?
And you're not allowed to talk on your cell phone or work on computers. You have to read books or talk quietly.
Oh,
that's nice.
That's kind of hard to do after a few toddies on the line.
I love
I have no filter after half a glass of wine. I can't imagine being on that train.
These people are architects of style.
Yeah.
I was in France. I just drove. South of France is beautiful. You can just drive forever. I love mountains. I just eyed the Pyrenees, and that was it for me. So yeah, wow, that's fascinating. So when you say that, jumping back for a second to resurrection, and you go over to the other side, everybody's experience is very personal. So what do you make of people like Plato or Isaac Newton are coming back with all of this knowledge, and they're just blabbering it all off to everybody? So, clearly, the rules would apply to them.
Well, yeah, but they didn't tell you how they did it. You have to find the trail. I mean, like Leonardo da Vinci was one of them. You have to find out which societies they belong to, what they were practicing, and how. And then you make a connection. You know, the last gap of the story is always missing, obviously, but you begin to realize that after they've gone through a certain period of missing time in their chronology, you realize that after, when they come back, they're writing a lot, they'll come up with the extraordinary stuff. Well, yeah, because they've had information, they've had access to this library, and they're able to implement it. So they're doing it quietly, but overtly at the same time. So, but they didn't tell you how they got, you know, how they did it. People just assumed that they spent years in libraries trying to figure out how gravity works. Actually, Newton actually gave the game away when he said, actually, it was when an apple fell on my tree. I don't think that actually happened in real life. That was his symbol to get people who have their nose close to the pot saying, wait a minute. That's just, of course, the symbol is right there. You know, the apple of knowledge, Adam and Eve.
Yes.
You're biting from the tree of knowledge, which of course is a symbol of that experience. So you have to read the metaphor and the language of symbology in initiation in order to understand what they're talking about. And then it's actually quite easy. It's a bit like going to a Gothic cathedral and looking around at the pillars and things that don't quite belong, and little symbols here and there. If you know what you're looking for, you can find all kinds of wonderful things. And, you know, I wrote an e-book on Chartres Cathedral just for that reason. I watched people going through the building being told, you know, and on your left, there's Jesus being crucified, and on your right, there's Jesus. And the whole building is basically a very Catholicized version of what's actually there, because 90% of the information, you just miss it. And I watch people on iPads, which is a real revelation to me, since I don't even use a cell phone. I think, hey, what if I could put an e-book out that people would actually read my book when they're going through Chartres Cathedral? And that was my way of getting back at the custodians of the building who picked me out of the building for
bastards.
Information in the building. I said, but it's right there. You know, so that was my way of getting back at them, and it's doing very well right now on Amazon, by the way.
Are you afraid that all of this will be lost in the next generation? Because they're not exactly a generation of metaphors; they're more a generation of Google. Sadly,
I know.
Yeah,
it's sad. Yeah.
I say that about my daughter. I said, you're gonna have arthritis before you're 30, and she's 24. Like, it's crazy.
Oh, I think there's a whole section of people in the current generation who are way ahead of all of us. But there's also a bigger dichotomy right now between between civilization. We've reached a level of sophistication and access to so much information like never before, and yet we have a great amount of stupidity, and also people who are doing extraordinary things. I mean, the gap is really quite wide. For the first time in history, I mean, 600 years ago, I think 2% of the population of Europe was actually lettered. The rest were just morons. They were actually eating each other for dinner. I'm not kidding here. They actually cannibalism was the main food on the menu at least once a week. So we've come a long way, but at the same time, we have so much access to everything, and we've caused so much stupidity because all of this fun twiddling is leading to what they call mind blindness, where you become lazy. You want that little black square that you're tethered to all day long to tell you what to do. So this is why I wrote First Templar Nation, which is a book that forces you to think. And you get a headache from it, but my God, it's really worth it. At least
no, I don't get a headache. Honestly, I just eat it up.
Concentrate. You are part of the story.
Yes.
And it's so enlightening. You feel alive when you realize I've just gone through a personal experience reading a book. And that was the whole point of that, you see. Whereas Lost Art of Resurrection was kind of a short book which gives you the big picture. So it was my way of having a bit of fun. But no, I don't think it will die. I think it will just morph into something else. For example, if you look at what Walt Disney was doing, it's full of initiatory information. There's I'm trying to think of a few other films. Star Wars is a great example of the initiate. Starts off polite, gets seduced by fear. He has to protect Padme. He has this dream that she's going to die giving birth to their child. What does he do? Goes into the fear mode, seduced by the dark side. Goes completely the other way. But what happens? At the very gate of death, he recognizes his error. He's gone too far to the other side. He has redeemed himself, and that's the whole point of Star Wars. It's the redemption of the initiate who's lost the plot. But at least he knows both sides of the equation, the light and the dark, and he knows to walk the line in between. That's what initiation is all about. So losing it, it's in the current vernacular of popular culture. And for those who have the eyes to see and the ears to hear, as Jesus once said, it's all there. But again, not everybody is ready for that, because we're all coming here as individual souls looking for something very different, for a different experience. Some people come here to be stupid. Some people come here to be very smart. Some come here to be very rich, and some give their money away to go and to take care of lepers in India their entire life, like Mother Teresa. So it's a personal, individual journey, but we have all the tools at our disposal. If you're aware of this stuff and you're open, it's all there.
Well, sometimes we need somebody like you. To just
well, now I'm going to watch Star Wars. I'm just saying, I've never seen it, so now I want to. Now I want to
read the
see
Templars again.
And in fact, there was some people,
I have that book.
Don't talk about episode 1. It never happened. It never happened. There was one geek who actually figured it out. The only way to understand Star Wars is do in this sequence 4, 5.
I'm writing this down.
It's very important. And actually, it makes a lot of sense. Actually, try this technique, and it really works.
Okay.
Okay, so go to 4, 5, 2, 3, and then 6.
And then 6.
So
I think I saw that on The Big Bang Theory. I think Sheldon Cooper said like pop culture, but they bring a lot forward. I think he said something about episode 1 and how to watch it. Because of one of the girls, but they don't talk about episode 1. I have the original game board, if anyone wants it. I have it intact. Everything's on video now.
So. A long-eared rabbit thing, which there was one quality newspaper in Britain, and children cover your ears. They called him a swamp twat.
Oh.
And when episode 2 came out, they said, "Thank God George Lucas finally got rid of that swamp twat." They were not very complimentary about Jar Jar Binks.
Nice. Oh, I know. It was so annoying after a while. But, you
I don't know
children, you have to watch them all. I don't know. I was always sort of get into the competition between Star Wars and Star Trek. Prime directive. Don't say anything. So when you're talking, I'm going prime directive. Okay, you're right. You can't just go sharing that crap up. You've got to keep it to yourself, right? But honestly.
But back to the Lost Ark of Resurrection.
Yeah, I know. But, sometimes you do need somebody who can just you write your book, you do the research, because you just research. I've said this to you the last time. You research in a way that to me is mind-blowing. When I found out how much time you put into researching your Templar history, I'm just like, God, you not retire after that? Like, it's just craziness. But I couldn't stop reading it.
Was not quite the same after that. I found life really hard to cope with. 800 references, living in 4 different countries in 4 different time periods. I wrote a book like a play to make it engaging, fun, as fun as you could do. And it is a great book. I mean, for me, it's my pinnacle, because it challenged me at every level. It's a challenging book, but my God, there's so much good stuff in it that's right there and self-empowering for people. But no, it takes time. Good research takes time. I mean, it's a bit like waiting for an album from Boston, 10 years.
Every 7 years, yeah, you get a new one. It's like...
Unless you're Graham Hancock and you can afford to hire research assistants.
Oh, sure.
I am the research assistant.
Exactly.
I am the writer. So, bless him, he does a fantastic job too. And, but no, good things take time. You have to follow through. And I think there's something very interesting when people are following the right path. You have no idea where you're going. You don't know what the plan is. You have a broad brushstroke, but you don't really know where things are going. You're just kind of like in a very innocent, childlike manner. And it's incredible what pops out of the woodwork. I mean, I'll talk to my librarian, who's my best friend. And in fact, I have one that lives downstairs from me as well. And, I'll just mention something in passing, and they kind of know who I am now. And Maine's are the best-selling author, because we know who the other one is. And they'll say, "Well, have you tried this?" I thought, "No, I hadn't considered that at all." And boom, and suddenly you're on a different platform altogether. And before you realize it, you stretch your own boundaries as well, because you have to learn about toxicology. and out of body states, and how these connect with near-death experiences. And then I bumped into an expert on near-death experiences at a conference in Montreal. We had dinner and we're exchanging information. So it's quite magical, and I really do. I love my job. It's difficult, but I do love it because I have no idea where I'm going, and it really is a magic carpet ride. And to see people getting benefit from it at the end is even better, because when I physically die, I hope I've made the world a better place by 1%, and that's good enough.
Oh my gosh! At least. Yeah, at least.
Rock star. Look what happened. So there you go.
You're on TV you're on my television every single day.
Oh,
with a lie. Doesn't matter where. No, oh my gosh. I love watching you, and I learned so much. I'm so fascinated. And Michelle was the one who told me about you, and all of a sudden you were everywhere. The accent helps a lot. Ours is horrible, but that helps a lot.
Everybody thinks we're British.
I have bad news for you. There's 2 more documentaries coming.
Ooh, yay.
That is fantastic. I love watching them.
Gaia is going to be a very busy place this year. So
I love Gaia.
Well, if you still have a DVD player, you'll be first to see it on my website.
Yes, I do. So I'm like, give me the DVD.
People who still want DVDs in the world.
Oh, I bought a few of them. I bought a couple of DVD players when they were down to like $30, because you're going to have things like family films that you haven't transferred yet, or a lot of people are buying DVDs.
Oh,
I noticed you have a lot of them up there. Yeah.
Huge.
You can buy a DVD drive and just put
200 of them. Yeah, you bought it, you own it. It's yours. You don't have to keep paying a service like
blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Every time you want to see something, or some of the online store I do not recommend ever using, but you're constantly paying and paying and paying and paying, and the artist's not getting paid that much for it. So you pay once, you got a disc, it's yours, you own it. It's like having a car. You don't rent the car out each time you need the car.
No, it's
unless you're super rich.
It's true. I'd rather have it. I'd rather have it in my hot little hands.
Exactly. I'd show you my landline, but it's a bit out of reach.
No, I know. And I said, okay, we have to download Chrome. I loathe having to download anything I'm not going to use. Okay, Skype it is.
Just at the airport a couple of weeks ago, and now you've got to have your boarding pass on your phone. So I had to go to eBay and buy an iPhone 5.
Oh my God!
Really?
I'm upset because I have a 6, and you just got
a 12.
Is that the 6 already? Yes. I put the phone down on the counter, and the lady at the check-in place says, "That's the smallest one I've ever seen." And I turned around and said, "She's talking about my iPhone 5. Thank you."
That's clarifying.
Yeah, and she had no idea what it was. I mean, I said, "So what do you use?" And she pulls out this massive iPhone 400.
The 12 is so big.
I've got the 11.
We're going back to the ridiculous. Yeah, we're going back to that.
Yeah, they shouldn't take it on airplanes. It's like having an offensive weapon. At least mine can go through its time. You can't kill somebody with an iPhone 5. But with an iPhone X, that's dangerous.
They're sticking that in your growlies, that's for sure. That's not a thing for sure. But
the great thing about Apple, Michelle, just because we're still on DVDs, the great thing about Apple is that you can buy, you can buy the drive and attach it to your computer or to your TV and watch Freddy's DVDs. So you don't need to have a DVD player. You can just buy the drive. It's under $100.
I just go on Freddy's website and
watch it. I'm talking to an iMac 2012, which still has the DVD drive in it.
Yeah.
And you can plug your guitar in it and do weird things.
Weird things with cognac.
Yeah, you usually get to hear them on my DVDs. It's called a soundtrack.
Oh my God!
Yeah, I refuse to go beyond the 2012 iMac. It's wonderful, wonderful machine. Anyway, back to the lost
I'm not far off of that, actually. Right along with you with the 2012.
Lord.
No, what I was saying was, with your research, you don't seem to take no for an answer. The one thing about doing research yourself, you'll delve and you'll delve and you'll delve. And I really realized that when you were, again, just getting back to the Templars, when you found information on the Priory of Sion, it's all this controversy around this, and you somehow find this one little snippet of information as to how it existed way back in the 1600s. I'm like, who the hell finds something like that? It's like a needle in a haystack, right?
It was, I think it was Louis XIV that actually brought a whole group of the Prieurs de Sion back from Jerusalem. So there must have been real people, and it gives them a house, so there must have been real people living in a real house. And the document was still going, and it was only destroyed in the Second World War by the Luftwaffe. And I've got to give credit again to Page and Leah Lincoln, because they're the ones that put me on that trail. They already found the paperwork going all the way back to I think it was when the Templars were, officially indoctrinated as Templars in outside of Jerusalem. I can't remember the town where it was done, but it was done on the grounds of the Ordre de Sion. So that's an actual record. There's an actual people. The idea of where the Priory became a bit of a joke really came when they were given information to put out there to be published, and of course the cat was out of the bag. So I suspect, and I believe Henry Lincoln also mentioned this at one point, that the church, or someone working for the church, or the Inquisition, because they are still around today, by the way, they just changed their name. The Office of the Inquisition is a real office in the Vatican today. And it said that someone made up this story, or these guys that said the whole story of the Priory of Sion was a big hoax. Well, it wasn't a hoax until they found out about the Priory of Sion, and then the cat got out of the bag, and suddenly, we're going to put the lid back. The manufacture, it was like crop circles. Suddenly, crop circles have been taken seriously. Even the military are looking at these beings creating crop circles. Well, suddenly you have Doug and Dave that are manufactured to throw everybody off the scent. And it's so easy to put doubt into a story, and 50% of the public just goes away. That's how it's done. It's that easy. And essentially, the whole story of the Priory being a big joke was fabricated in order to keep you off the track. Which is why when my former neighbor, Dan Brown, writes the Da Vinci Code, the church spent $15 million debunking a fictional book. Well, why would you debunk about this book?
Why would they do that?
And again, that gives you the cat out of the bag again, that they're trying to put the genie back in the bottle. It's too late now.
No, exactly. They've been trying to shush everything up. I would just love.
Pushing the envelope all the time and see where you go. It's the only way to keep looking. But again, I'm also, I mean, it's not just me. It's also people that I try to find people who've also found similar ideas that are able to support my hypothesis, and eventually I'll bring them into the conversation so that they can get the credit too. This is not a one-man operation. This is this is like a a major corporation with thousands of people looking under big stones, and somehow we just connect with each other and we help each other formulate these hypotheses. Is the only way you can really do it. It's too much job for one person.
But you're essentially, in many cases, rewriting history. You must be getting some kind of resistance from academics.
Just check my Facebook page. They're all there. There's a group called Ancient History and Mystery or something, and there's a whole bunch of trolls there, and I actually click, once in a while when I have nothing better to do, because I don't follow trolls, I don't respond to people on Facebook. It's just a waste of time, and it's designed to be a waste of time. If people say something encouraging or they want to know more, then I will encourage them, and I'll answer them as best as I can. But I'll go and click on these people who are trolling me and disparaging me, and they are academics, and most of them are from Britain, which is kind of weird. And they're the ones also going on Amazon giving me 1-star ratings, and it's the same people giving Graham Hancock, Andrew Collins, and everybody else of the same genre 1-star ratings to bring skepticism into their work. So it's like a cabal of academics who basically get their ivory towers to fall down. And our point is, we're not attacking you. We're just saying that the story is incomplete, and the information that we're coming up with makes a lot more sense than the one that you're following. So we're uncovering things that really should expand our understanding, not limiting it. And they're coming in from direction is, no, I've staked my position on this, but you can't stake your position on history. It's not possible, because tomorrow someone unearths something in a rubbish bin somewhere, and it'll alter the course of who Shakespeare was, or who Jesus was, and so forth. Well, if you're going to stick to your side of the story, you've fallen down. You're an idiot, really. I mean, when you think about it, you have to go with where the information goes. So if someone tomorrow said, okay, I found something about the Templars which completely disproves your book, I go, great, thank you. I'm glad you said that. Now we can start another story, because the story was good up until that point. Because up until that point, we had this much information. We drained the information out of that little bag. We came up with that hypothesis. Now this new information comes out. Okay, let's put that aside. Let's see how that story can evolve. That's called science. It's quite simple.
It is.
The story relative to the information that you're privy to. And the sort of pushback really comes from people on social media who are actually mostly academics, but I get very little pushback, oddly enough. I guess it's because people who are much more in the limelight get all the arrows, which means that people on the B-roll, like me, and I'm very happy to be on the B-roll, we get less arrows, we can get on with more work. So I usually get with Graham Hancock, who's a good colleague, and I admire him. He gets all the arrows, and all of us are kind of hiding behind him. So we keep buying him drinks when we see him, because we encourage him to keep going forward, because it means we can get on with more work.
Right, he just takes it for the team, basically.
It's a bit of a game, really, when it comes down. I think he's Scottish, so he can take it. He can dish it out. Yeah.
But eventually, I think it connects all the dots. I think, you came forward, like I said, I've read a lot of different literature, and when it came to the Templars, I kept thinking to myself, finally somebody who's got it right. Oh my gosh, this all makes sense. I'm thinking, good grief, it all makes sense, But I think, again, it opened doors for people like Kathleen Ann Ball, for example, where you say you can't, eventually history will show itself, and let's come on, the Templar cave in Brazil.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like you can't date some of that stuff, predates Columbus by 200 years. Somebody along the line, somebody would have had to say, okay, Columbus, really, there's so many people that have been here long before him, right? So
What if it is Columbus? Columbus didn't even land in America. It's ridiculous.
I know. So,
and here's a funny thing: America's not even named. It's not even named after Amerigo Vespucci. That's actually a fable that was invented by some magazines in Germany in the 17th century. There was a vicar who fancied himself as an amateur historian, and he cobbled together all these unconnected ideas, and kind of like a lot of stuff on YouTube these days, things that get totally disconnected, but somehow they're glued together and they're pursued as facts. And there's so much of this stuff. But he eventually came up with the idea that it was Amerigo Vespucci that led this thing to America. It's actually not true at all. The people that founded this country were Freemasons. They were in contact with the French Freemasons. And if you follow that story all the way back to the origin of Freemasonry and their connections to the Middle East, you'll know that the mark of the risen initiate is to keep following the star in the west. It's the path. You're following the star that goes towards the underworld, the setting sun. It's a path to you to keep chasing. It's a dream. But the dream eventually becomes reality if you follow that dream far enough. And the name of the star was called America. So incredibly, America is named after an Arabic star. So this whole idea of, Americans always bashing Arab and things, that's the fundamental that's creating a lot of problems. And in fact, Michael Bajan wrote a very good book about the current situation in America, how and why there's so much Arab bashing here. And he's got a very, very good point, and I think it makes a lot of sense. It really comes down to one faction trying to create a wedge between all of us and people who really have nothing against us. And I've been to Egypt so many times, and I've got great friends there. I never felt threatened. And
it's lovely.
Yeah, out of the pyramids, and there's guards there. In fact, on this last trip, we went to the Assyrian, and they gave us 2 hours of free time to meditate in the Assyrian. And this time, people from a 5-star general actually joined the meditation.
Wow.
And he's a Muslim. And it's like, wow, that was beautiful. And so,
Wow.
yeah, it's not about religion, it's about coming together and having a collective experience. And then I had a whole bunch of military people show up. And they had their guns and just sat there. They closed their eyes with us for 45 minutes, and they were very quiet. And it shows you, and it's like, why do you come to Egypt? I said, because I feel safe here. That was my answer. I said, I actually feel safe around these people. And we all hugged each other and kissed each other. Forget COVID, you know. The Arabic idea of
if only.
big kisses on the cheek and a big hug. I thought, and so far we're all okay. I mean, we're very lucky. We do take calculated risks, but yeah, I think this whole wedge thing is got to stop. We have to wake up to what's really going on. And it goes back to initiation again. It's about being aware of the big picture and standing back far enough to understand how these clowns are on stage creating all this division, which is keeping us all apart. There's nothing really new in the story. It's about coming together, understanding the big picture, how everything functions, and being in control of it and not falling for fear. So I'd say that's a good sort of use of 3 years of learning, if you could learn to control your fear and have a degree of omnipresence so you can see into the future and see what's going to happen. And it really does give you that ability to sort of see forward in time. I was just chatting with my financial advisor today, and we're having a good laugh. And I said, you know, it's funny, I get a really bad feeling about this particular time in 2022. We're going to see a crash like you've never seen. And so far, I've guessed each one of these crashes right on the dot. Even last February, I said, I'm taking all my money out of the stock market. And just before I left for Yucatan, boom, the whole thing collapsed. I thought, there you go.
Okay, note to self, sell the house before 2022.
Oh my gosh. I have my appointment tomorrow at noon.
Sell the house.
Gonna have to start liquidating a few things.
You begin to get a sense of how things are around you, and you get this ability to see just as far ahead enough and go, wait a minute, something here doesn't quite smell right, I need to adapt. You do have a certain degree of control of the world around you, so I totally encourage it because it's a great teaching.
So is the whole living resurrection process, the whole concept of it, is it still being done today?
Oh yeah, you just have to
aside from you,
because I mean the lawyers would jump all over you if you said, so what's your business model? Well, we give the initiate a poison through the day. He or she dies. Technically, you're comatose, you're dead. And then 3 days later, you come back into the body. Because, no, I'm sorry, we can't have that. There's no insurance company that's going to cover you for that. And if you go to deepest Guatemala or the Amazon, there are people who will say, actually, give us 6 months of your time and we'll teach you what we know. And then you'll have a kind of an experience, but to do it properly, a bit longer, but minimum 6 months. So yeah, it's still practice. It's still practice within the Navajo tradition, the Hopi. You really have to befriend them, and they have to trust you. And after what they've been through with white people, I don't blame them at all.
No, not at all.
Yeah, parts of the Pacific in small groups. They keep it themselves to themselves. But I'm talking Kriya Yoga is one way of doing it, especially as it's practiced in India, which is all to do with manipulating your Merkaba, your energy body, because that's all it is, manipulating your energy body, because this is not who you are. This is who you are. Something very. If you can work that, and again, that takes you a good year to get really into it. You can go out of body anytime you want, any way you want, just like that. And then, but also going into temples does the same thing too, ancient temples, because if you do it on your own quietly, you are going into a rarefied space where the laws of physics are so slightly different that it allows you to escape for a few seconds, for a few minutes, and that's all you need to get a taste of what's going on, to remind yourself of who you are and why you came here. And the more you do it, it becomes like driving your car, it becomes second nature. So for me, in my work, when I have 5 minutes to myself in all these temples, I just go away with the fairies and I download information and boom, oh, that's a good idea. That'd be a great book. Boom, and the process begins. So that's how I do. That's my library. I go there to recharge, to rebuild myself, and also to heal myself. They're incredible healing places, but they're solitary places. You should do it by yourself. Whether it's a stone circle or a Native American mound, a Gothic cathedral, it doesn't matter. The trick is to find your own tool that works for you And for some people, it's music. Jazz is a very good way of doing it. I mean, I find I'm having an out-of-body experience listening to good jazz, but and that's another mechanism. So it's we have so many tools at our disposal. The trick is to find the one that works for you and to keep applying it. But here's the trick: don't expect anything. If you expect something, it won't happen. The less you expect, the more it happens, and then you realize you're in the middle of this magical world, and you really realize you're being very supported by a lot of people. And we all are very supported by a lot of people. It's just that we're always never aware of them because we're always twiddling around with this thing all day long. Watching a screen plug. So you got to get away from that mode. Go outside and smell the sea breeze.
Those 100 acres out in the woods by the lake is looking more and more enticing. Just to get away from it all. Yeah, do a lot of earthing and just grounding and see where you end up. But I know we've kept you longer than.
My God, it's past my bedtime.
I know. I'm sorry. I figured you'd be loading up again and having another glass.
I was just gonna say that'll do the trick. Wow. There you go.
There you go.
There you go.
Okay, so you're still okay.
I recommend this. Actually,
well, you go through enough airports, Freddie, that you can afford to bring those bottles home.
Oh God, no! Actually, this gets in the way. Like I said, it's good to lubricate the machinery because it actually gets in the way. But it's kind of funny. On my last trip, I actually had to fly business class to Egypt so I can get a bed, and it was actually very reasonable. I had the entire section to myself. There were 4 people in British Airways actually waiting on me. We're having a really good laugh and cracking jokes. And I said, I've done this 3 times during COVID. I'm very lucky, and it is a calculated risk. There is a real pandemic out there, but you've got to take care of yourself and your immune system. And I said, what the funny thing is? Camphor. Put camphor up your nose regularly because it actually cured the Chinese from bubonic plague. There's the irony of the story. The old Vicks Vapor Rub. You take out.
I've been saying it forever.
Yeah, it only has 9%. So you take out half of the tub, okay, and put in real camphor and real eucalyptus and mix it around. A couple of plugs up your nose, a little bit in here in your voice box. Not only does it keep any kind of airborne virus away from you, because nothing's going to go anywhere near that. It also gives you a good hallucinogenic experience and also a great night's sleep. With camphor. And
it's used on crime scenes. That's pretty.
So there you are, boys and girls. Follow what your Uncle Freddie says and take your camphor with you. Again.
Let me write that down. No, I'm kidding. I've used Vicks for crime scenes. You have to put something up your nose.
Exactly, and I mean it's all to do with keeping your respiratory system clean. Honey is very good for you as well, and a little bit of cognac actually does help. A bit of alcohol, and any respiratory illness like COVID, it will stay away. Believe me, unless your system is so degraded, in which case you are susceptible, and we have to take care of people like that. But my belief is that you've got to build up your own immune system because the next virus, you will not survive this. Vaccine alone will not help us. We have to develop our own internal vaccine to build up a kind of a resistance and harmonize with it. Going back to the subject at hand, in Egypt, we go to visit a Nubian family when we're in Aswan. So we go to the Temple of Phila. We've gone to see where they did the initiation under the ISIS emblem. That's where the whole process began. You began your initiation in the Temple of Isis at Phila, and you go up the Nile, temple to temple, raising your body's electrical currents, and then the prize was the Great Pyramid. You see, this is something I'm putting together right now.
So is it a frequency thing then?
Yeah, each temple, each of the original mounds of creation, and I've almost got all of them now. They're hard to find. They're in very weird books, and I've almost nailed every single one of them. But you go from temple to temple, raising your frequency, and then the pyramid was the great prize. So after we've done Phila, we go to the Nubian village, and real people, and they're saying, well, they're so poor that they have sand on the floor. I said, no, they have sand on the floor because they're bloody smart. Because in the morning, when you see a little shallow movement on the sand, you know there's a snake in the house. And you grab the snake, and you take it to the young child, and you get the snake to bite the child. The child will take a fever for 3 days, but the poison starts to work with the immune system, and you will never suffer from snake poison ever again. And there's the rub, because if you build your immune system, you should be able to overcome any virus.
Wow.
We are the temple, after all.
That's tough love right there.
Oh, ouch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, to handle a live crocodile, and I'm serious about this. We actually handle the family pet alive, and I'm talking big crocodile, and even the girls like to hold him.
Oh, our producer likes to eat
Likes
them,
to eat
but
them,
whatever.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a pet peeve of mine.
We have way too much on my tours. We have way too much fun.
Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah.
You've got to
That's
hit
quite the
one of
challenge.
those. Yeah.
If you can conquer your fear, handling the crocodile, you are an initiate. So there is a bit of a story to that. And in fact, when you get up to the next temple, which is Komombo, the second in the series, the initiate, to demonstrate that they had learned to conquer their fear, literally had to swim with a crocodile, or actually plural, crocodiles. And the symbol that showed that you definitely had overcome it was that you were able to put an earring on the crocodile's ear. And there's a museum next door full of stuffed crocodiles, mummified crocodiles, and they had the earring still on. And so that's when you demonstrated, I have conquered my fear. So that's why that temple was dedicated to Sobek, the crocodile god. But there was a little trick to it, I found out. The priest used to give they used to put a mild narcotic into the pool to the crocodiles. Well, it made them a little less feisty, so you had 1.5 minutes to get the earring on the crocodile. So a bit of a twist. The point was still the same.
So it works on crocs too. That's good. Note to self.
Wow.
So what's next for you? I mean, you're always doing events. You're writing books. You're over at Gaia's.
Yeah, I just sold another. Well, I released a new documentary about Orion as the origin of the gods, which is on my website. That will eventually come out in Gaia toward the end of the year. So if you have a DVD player, that's where you get it.
I ordered it.
It's on Vimeo as well if you want to watch it on demand. But I'm working on another one, which I'll keep quiet about for the time being. And I'm starting a new book project now, finally. And I might have to go and hang out in Donegal because it's set in that particular part of the world. It's been something that's been brewing for a long time. Hard project again, but I want to make it fun. And I think Donegal will be the right place to go looking for old gods who built some very unusual stone circles in Scotland, specifically in Orkney. So that gives you an idea what this is going to be about. But I friended an artist on Facebook, so it's actually useful for something. And she said she'd be glad to show me around Donegal. I said, absolutely. I think I can hang out.
Tough freaking break, Freddie. Really.
So hard.
I really feel bad for you.
I go to Scotland for any reason. Yeah.
I know. Tough break.
The Guinness will be flowing, and the stories from the Irish people will be flowing. And you'll definitely have to put this in your book. I said, okay. How tall is the story? Oh, very tall.
I love the way they tell stories, though. I have a dear friend who's from Scotland, and I just love hearing the stories.
There's something to be said for oral history.
Folklore has so much information.
Yes.
But then you do get the credity or guys when the island of Mull is one of my favorites, and you get on the ferry. You get off the ferry, and there's a tiny little. It's not a village shop. It's not even a village. It's not even a hamlet. It's just a shop with 4 houses. And you go in and you buy yourself a couple of packs of oatcakes, which Strachan's oatcakes, because they're bloody thick. And they're like lammas bread. You have one, and you don't have to eat for the rest of the day. I'm sure that's where Tolkien got the idea from. So I'm stacking up on oatcakes. And an old crotchety Scottish guy by the till says to me, "Did you just arrive on that big boat?" And I said, "What, the ferry?" "Yeah, I just came on the ferry." "Why?" "Good. Then you'll be getting back on it later."
All right. Oh my God! Don't eat the haggis. That's all I gotta say. Don't eat the haggis. Oh my God! Forget the whole when in Rome thing. I had somebody try to say you should have some haggis. I don't think so. I just do not.
Yeah, no, I'll pass. The Italians have something like that as well. I'll pass. It's called cotechino. It's like, see you later.
and
no.
black pudding made from blood pressed by hand from the carcass. Oh, our breakfast in Scotland.
I was just gonna say, but even
Blood
in England, the
sausages
breakfast has the
and-
blood sausage, right?
Oh, there's double fried egg, there's beans, there's fried bread. You're gonna have fried
That's
bread
good.
in lard.
That
Oh,
would
so
be
good.
good.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
fried bread
gotta
would
be amazing.
That is good.
Yeah, and then, by about 1 o'clock, you feel like you probably should go to the pub for lunch for a soup or something.
No, I would want to have fish
Or
and
a
chips in
pint.
England.
Soup or a pint. Yeah.
We'll have just a little bit of a wee dram just to keep the cold out because we got work in the afternoon. We have to actually
All over.
to get into the sacred cave. And get this is the highlight of the Scotland tour. To keep it in the concept of the resurrection, I found a cave on Mull where up to the 18th century they were still using it for initiations. And get this is the lengths to which these people went. So you have to rappel down the cliff on your bum, and then you go through these boulders which are very slippery. And in fact, the first time I found it, I actually eviscerated the entire length of my arm. I fell backwards and completely scraped the skin off my arm, but it was worth it because I found the entrance to the cave, and it's on below the second oldest rock on Earth, which is incredible. The view of the Atlantic, equinox sunset. So that's the mark of the initiation chamber. So they used to go into this cave, which looks like this massive dome of a cathedral. It's totally sensory deprivation. So you're going to the belly of a womb of the Divine Mother. And for 18.6 miles, you'd go under the island of Mull, and you'd reappear on the other side of the island to face the equinox sunrise.
Wow.
The young maiden, and there's the symbol for you. You've married the divine bride. They actually went under the entire island for 18.5 miles. That is incredible. You can still do about 400 feet because the sea level's risen. The sand is now crushed to the back of the tunnel, so you can't get through any further. But I've got an account from the 17th century that people were still going into the cave, and there's stuff that they describe which you can't see. So obviously they were still going further inland. So this is the stuff that they used to do just to have this initiation experience, so they could conquer the fear and come out completely enlightened. And Mull, Iona, that whole area has a whole story and a folklore of people doing strange things to, again, have this incredible ability to be in control of their lives. So it's everywhere. You just have to look for it.
It's amazing that places like this even exist and the great lengths that the ancients went through just to give you that experience.
Exactly. But you'll get 400 feet with me.
Yeah, you just be trying to hog the whole experience.
The best part, the tide is coming in.
Oh, boy.
I was just thinking that.
Where the water
tide
wings?
come in?
Yeah.
I have to calculate the tide and everything. And of course, I sit outside making sure that there's no exceptional high tide or anything. So
Right.
I keep an eye on things while people are going out and doing their journey for at least 2 hours. And all you can hear is your breath and your heart. And believe me, when all you can hear is your breath and your heart inside this massive room, it hits you. It hits you very hard. It makes you very uncomfortable. But that's the whole point. The whole point is to suddenly discover who you really are. And people leave there a little bit groggy, and then we have a very big meal with lots of scotch afterwards because they've earned it. So, no, it's a wonderful experience. It's still being done, but there are other parts of that part of the world where things are still happening. There's the cave of Staffa, which is actually you can see from the mouth of this initiation cave, and they were doing something similar there as well. And there are 3 caves, and they're actually aligned to the first rising of the belt stars of Orion, about 3,500 BC. So that's how old this initiation was going on in that part of the world.
Wow, that's unbelievable. I mean, this goes back. I know it really is mind blowing because I love ancient history, but like as I know in the book you mentioned at least 2,500 BC. Like it goes really far back.
Very much so.
Like the initiation. Yeah, well, thank you for that research because believe me, just reading through that, I'm just like, I can't even imagine, but then I can. But I'll just live through you because you've done it. So I don't plan on traveling anytime soon, unfortunately. We're kind of locked down. Yeah.
We're in lockdown. Yeah.
Yeah. We can't even get across the border.
We never got out.
You can't even get across the border.
You can't cross Canadian border. You can go to the border and say hi to the agents, but that's about it.
If you fly in here, you have to quarantine for 2 weeks at a hotel, is it?
No, 3 days.
3 days?
Oh, they've changed $2,000.
$2,000.
Hotels 3 days because you have to come back with 2 negative tests.
New Zealand quarantine for a lot less than that.
That's what I said.
I could go to Europe 5-star hotel with that. I'd go to Cuba with that.
No, I know. It's really it's just chaotic. So
that's the one thing I don't really understand. This is why the whole thing is such a disaster. I mean, if you've taken a COVID test and you're negative, then you're fine. You don't need to quarantine. So if you need to quarantine, the test is pointless, or one or the other. Or they have no idea what's going on. And I suspect that there's a lot of that. I think they're just, governments are notoriously conservative. They don't like bad news. So if people start dying on their watch, they will do the most irrational things in order to give a sense of order. So there's no real conspiracy. I just don't think they know what the hell they're doing, frankly. Because, I mean, I went through London, and I hope I'm not breaking any rules by saying this, but when I go through London, I can't actually leave the airport. I have to go to a hotel. Well, when they cancelled my flights, which they did, I had to go to the terminal, and you fill out a form saying where you're going to be. And I said, this form is actually quite redundant to cancel my flight. I got to go over to Terminal 2. And they went, oh, okay, we trust you. I could have gone to see a play. I could have gone to the pub. I could have gone walking. I mean, it was very lackadaisical. I found the whole thing very, just haphazard.
Relaxed.
So I don't think they're taking it seriously as they probably should. But yeah, and I wasn't lying. I really had to go to another terminal. It's fine. But and it was the same thing coming back into the States. You take the taxi in Egypt and you stop off in London and you just say, I'm going to get to the next terminal. So I went to a third terminal because I knew there's a coffee shop open there and a very good one. So I actually lied and I went back to the original terminal.
You just got red flagged.
I know. But
we're down. Sorry, Joe.
In fact, I was actually nowhere near anybody. I know the places to hang out in airports where nobody goes. I like to be left alone and quiet. And they even have reclining chairs. And then, you come into America, you got to go to a 14-day lockdown. Well, I just got onto a bus. I got to a bus all the way to Maine. I got in my car and I went home. I mean, the trick is not to lie about it. If you don't feel well, then obviously don't infect other people. It's a bit like going to the office when you've got a cold. You know you've got to infect at least half of the people. The trick is not to lie about it. The trick is to take common precautions and common sense, and we'll get through it,
Right. No one would think that.
Helps, by the way.
Some people lack that, unfortunately.
Yes, I've met a few of those.
Darn heathens.
If you have to be reminded to wash your hands, there's a problem.
There's a problem. So. But
a little bit of
as always,
a tiny bit of a problem.
We'll get there. All this will pass, and I wouldn't worry. I mean, personally, I'm more concerned about what NASA and the mathematicians are concerned about between 2030 and 2042, and about large chunks of rock which have a very good chance of hitting the Earth. I'd be more concerned about that right now.
I would think so. Yeah, there's a lot going on. That's for sure. It's hard to keep up with it all. And like this whole great reset. I'm like, what is that exactly? This great reset. Where are you going with this?
We live in interesting times. Okay. But here's the thing, we chose to be here. I mean, if you follow the big picture, and again, this actually goes back to initiation as well. One of the things that you do learn is your position in the bigger scheme of things and how things actually work, which is why, Pythagoras wanted to do it 5 times. And one of the things that you learn is that you choose to be here at certain times. You incarnate with certain people to achieve certain things. And you don't have to believe that, but if you can accept that, 80% of the burden that you're carrying around right now will vanish instantaneously because you've taken responsibility for being here. The paradox is you don't know why you're here. And you spend all your life watching shows, podcasts, reading books, watching Gaia, going to conferences to find out what you're supposed to be doing here. The trick is to wake up You don't need that much to make you aware. You just need the right things to make you aware. And the quicker you become aware, the more you realize that, okay, I'm actually here for a reason, which I don't know until I die. But the best, if I can handle myself the best I can and not beat myself with a stick too hard if I don't get it right, because if we were that good at it, we wouldn't have bothered to incarnate. Okay, think about it. If we were supposed to be that godly, we wouldn't be here. We'd be helping someone else on planet Earth. For that. So we're not perfect. We're here to perfect ourselves. And the trick is not to beat yourself about it and recognize that there is a purpose and you're here to learn something. And sometimes it's hard, sometimes it's easy. The trick is to always walk upright and learn that when you fall down, you pick yourself back up and don't make a habit of falling down. And that's all there is to do, is to learn. And if you can help others along the way, that's all you need to do. And believe me, it makes life much more easy. And I mean, I used to be the same way. I used to fret about things a lot. And so when I write, I really write from experience that I've also helped myself become a better person, I hope. But at the same time, I've watched myself grow and take control of my life and realize that actually I am in control. I shouldn't be reacting to all this. I can blink at the things that I allow into my life. And it's the one thing I'll teach people when we go on tour. Don't go on your cell phone. Don't go on your iPads, blueberries, blackberries, raspberries. Because you're tethered to all this noise. And unless you have business to do, and that's cool. But believe me, when you come back to the airport 10 days later and you are hit with this noise and this amount of media and everything and friend requests, you realize that you can actually define how much you allow into your life, because for the last 9 days, you've been having a hell of a great time on the same planet. And for 9 days, you weren't even aware that there was a virus, that there are problems, that you have bills to pay. And where were you? You were in a state of bliss. You were happy. So we can define our template, allow what needs to be allowed in to give ourselves a bit of breathing room, and that's what gives you control in your daily life. So it's the best advice I've been given, and I try to practice it. It certainly works for me. So, anytime anyone disses you on Facebook, just click delete. You don't have to react. And it makes you feel so, it's like killing someone without, and they're still living, It's like you're playing God. It's like, I just deleted them. They don't exist anymore, and I haven't hurt them at all. And it makes you feel good. It's like a punching bag, but no one actually gets hurt. I suggest you try that.
I hit block a lot.
Yeah, someone says something really stupid and unreasonable, just hit delete. Why waste your time?
I don't know. I send a kissy face first, though.
You don't even know who they are.
Kissy face
a little
first.
bit smoother than I am. She's the nicer one out of the two of us.
Yeah, I'm pretty volatile most of the time.
Friends, I don't even know you.
Right. Why do I care what you think? That's the first thing that goes through my head. Why do I even care? Why am I entertaining this? Why is it taking time out of my life? We're the last generation that grew up without a cell phone. As teens, we're the last generation. We should, cherish that and teach the next one how to find balance.
Exactly. I get people sort of phoning me from outside the street. I said, where are you? I'm outside. Well, they just ring the bell and come in and talk to you personally.
Well, the best one is when you're texting somebody upstairs.
Yeah,
but sadly, that's the only way you can reach my daughter.
Yes,
is by texting her.
Yeah, I know.
I just pick up the phone and say, come over for dinner. I got sorry to tell you. I have slides from my last trip. And we have a big meal, 4 courses, candles. It's all very medieval here.
Nice.
I love that. Me too.
People leave legless and with dessert and all that kind of stuff.
I've seen you post cakes. I'm like, wait a minute, because I love to cook. I'm like, wait a second, there's another side to Freddie that I love here. But yeah, I love cooking. I find it therapeutic and meditative. Yeah.
Sharing food with friends. I mean, there's nothing greater than that. It's like having a medieval banquet hall without all the jousting and the death.
All that bloody. All that blood.
Meat stewed for 3 hours in Guinness, rhubarb and nuts
good. And steak and Guinness.
Big potato, lots of new potatoes, gravy, good bread, good wine. everybody brings something, and you make it could be like Thanksgiving.
When's the border opening?
I know.
Show up. I'm just going to show up.
Oh my God, is dinner
It would be nice to have someone else cook for once.
Oh, I've made cake. I'm a notorious cake maker, and they know that I've made cake, and I get all these emails that, are you available for coffee this afternoon? I said, okay, come on over. It's still warm. It's just come out of the oven.
You know I made cake, didn't you? Don't you? You
smell
saw
it.
Oh,
Or did you toast it?
You've got to have cake.
Tuned in, you know.
You have to have everything.
Oh, unbelievable. In fact, I'm going to make one tomorrow. I'm going to take it for a friend of mine for dinner.
Oh, look at that.
It's therapy. It's like alchemy and therapy in one, you know. Cooking is actually very, very good. In fact, the Dalai Lama agrees with me on this. Have you read his 49 affirmations?
No.
So he has 49 affirmations, and they're all very serious and very Buddhist, as you'd expect from the Dalai Lama. And and then you're going, oh yeah, okay, love thy neighbor, don't do this, do that, blah, blah, oh, wonderful. And the 49th, approach cooking and love with reckless abandon. I thought, he's got it absolutely right.
Love it.
This man understands me. I know.
That's mine. I can cook for anybody. Oh, I love to cook.
That'd be great to go and hang out with the Dalai Lama in his kitchen.
I would love to cook for him.
Something tells me the Dalai Lama doesn't really do much cooking. So, I don't know why.
I'm going to think he's much more normal than we give him credit for.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. He said, have you read this? No, I don't like him as much as you. I mean, I like him, but I just don't know if he can hold my interest the same way, even if he is the Dalai Lama.
Really spiritual people are normal people. Like Mother Teresa, totally normal. I mean, I couldn't do what she did. I mean, what an incredible human being. Audrey
I know
Hepburn.
someone who knew Mother Teresa.
Oh, really?
And yeah, he owned a company in India, and they made all the soles for the shoes for the people of India. And he did charity work, and he would meet with her, and they would, get clothing, and they would collect everything, and he would, help to finance some of that, and they would go through some of the more impoverished areas. So we got a little bit of insight on her life from somebody who knew her. Yeah. Yeah,
I just watching a documentary on Audrey Hepburn as well. I always admired her for a lot of reasons, but she was a wonderful humanitarian, and hardly anyone knew what she did for UNICEF. A great ambassador, wonderful human being, and she went through a lot of stuff during the war. So, and she was the one who was always in need of love, and yet she was always giving and always happy. She's had this magnetic presence about her. It's a human being. So, wow.
Yeah, you have to give back, I think.
Exactly.
Well, it's kind of like hoping, even, with the show, it's kind of, it's a platform for a lot of, people such as yourself. I have, people say, this is very important that you do this. And we must be doing something right, because we're nominated for People's Choice Award. And I'm thinking, that's not bad for just a show that's just about 18 to 20 months old. So, here we are. People's Choice Award, no less. Thank you.
Thank you.
You can have an extra sip for me right there. That's perfect.
I've got water on my table.
This is actually a very good test to find out if you have COVID, because apparently you lose your taste of smell and taste. So, I can still smell it. I'm just going to taste it.
Keep
No, I can test it. I'm going to try this every minute until just to make sure.
Try that at the border. Try that at the border. You may have to share. You may have to share, and you might get across. Canadians are friendly.
Very.
I don't want that doors.
Oh, God, that's hilarious. But we are at 11, even though we got started late. And thank you for indulging us and hanging out with us for a little longer. And it was a lot of fun. It's always a lot of fun.
Did we get to talk about anything that we're supposed to talk about?
I'm pretty sure we covered lots of ground. Which is great. But maybe once you start working on another project, we can have you back. And
okay.
You didn't really have to with us chickies. It's all right. We'll let you have cognac.
Okay. Once the border's open, I'm only about 5 hours from Canada. So.
Oh, that goes by really fast with the right company if you're driving.
Well, actually, in a Mini Cooper, it's about half an hour.
Half an hour. Those little guys go. That's
Yeah, I had to go to the printer today in Massachusetts, and I dare say I was hitting 92. It was great fun.
You're just reckless.
I love Massachusetts.
Well, the trick is you can find what they call a volunteer to go ahead of you, and you give them a quarter of a mile, and then you go boom, and then you get the little blue lights, and you go, okay, I'll just go into the middle lane now and disappear. I know. Those cars behave very badly.
I have a sports car that's very, very fast. It's about 630 horsepower. So needless, it's a Mercedes CL. It's a 500 AMG. Yeah, it comes out in the sun.
Someone makes you living.
Her name is Lilith, actually.
with the gull doors?
No, not that one.
Oh, wow.
It'd be a little difficult in the parking lot. Every man for himself here. People with senses of humor. I've seen people pull real close to people with doors like that. It's like, I don't want to be that guy.
No.
Yeah,
Parking spaces.
yeah, cross. Yeah, but
for the 1956 Gullwing.
that's beautiful. It's beautiful. Our Mercedes dealer, not too far from here, they've got one that's on display all the time.
Oh,
I know. It's beautiful. It's not even for sale. It's on display. Like it must belong to the owner, and it's just there for people to just, drool all over it.
Yeah.
You're not even allowed to point at it. You're not even allowed to think of considering of pointing at it.
Exactly. Do not cross the line.
The house on wheels in Canada. Yeah.
No, I know.
They're beautiful, beautiful cars.
No, I know. They are. Faster the better.
On that note.
It's time for another cognac. But, thank you for joining us. And again, I'm going to keep tabs on what you're doing. I do follow along, and I would, be pleased if you would consider coming and hanging out with us again. And
I suppose I'll let you know when the next project's finished. Just getting cracked now.
Well, we could just bring you on to do this.
Just sorting out the prehistory of Ireland, it gives me a headache. I mean, what a nightmare.
Yeah.
We can do a cooking show if it works.
It's the unspellables. It's and then no one knows what the real history is, which sounds very Irish, of course, or where it began. And I have to sit down unraveling all of this. But it's going to be an interesting story. It's going to end up in a place we will not expect, and I didn't expect it either. I just have to learn a dead language. That's all.
Oh, good.
That
sounds easy.
Nothing for you.
Simple little task.
I'm positive you're gonna just do great with that. I'm not worried.
It's going to
You'll be back there.
Yeah.
Maybe we just should have fed you extra cognac, and maybe then you would have just kind of let it spill out a little bit. Next series.
It's not a dead language. It's actually the cognac.
Like a first date, right?
So was I thinking out loud? Oh my God.
What was that language that Tolkien created just for Lord of the Rings? There were certain words for it.
Elvish.
Exactly.
Elvish. I love it.
Elvish.
I love it. People actually.
That's another series I have.
Yeah. No, but people actually tried to learn that. It was hilarious just seeing people trying to create a whole thing around it. I'm just like, I know it's a whole movement.
Yeah.
Whole movement. How many people out there trying to find Middle Earth?
Exactly. All right, ladies.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Have a good night.
Thank you, Fred.
It's an honor. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Well, that was fun. That's always fun. Freddie's always fun. He's just a hoot, and he was so gracious with his time,
Very.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. A lot of people in the chat room, and I'm hoping you guys all enjoyed the show also. We are over the 11 mark. We did get started a little bit late because a little bit of trouble in New Orleans, just like a hurricane warning. Nothing too serious. Good grief. But we have come to another, awesome, the end of another awesome segment here in the Outer Realm. And huge thank you to Freddie Silva for hanging out a little longer than usual. big thank you to Folgers Coffee for partially sponsoring tonight's show. Remember to stop by United Public Radio Network and the UFO Paranormal Radio Network YouTube channel. Subscribe. Get some double the fun going on. And if you want to see a certain guest or topic, please message us at the Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com. Again, the Outer Realm Contact at gmail.com. Tune in next week for Wednesday night. We'll have Jason Hewlett joining us talking about his journey into the paranormal. And Thursday, we have the amazing Nick Redfern. Blah, blah, blah. Say that 3 times. And of course, he's going to wow us more of his research also. So great lineup. In the meantime, Amelia and I thank you. Have a good night and have a basically fantastic, safe weekend. So good night. 105.3 FM in New Orleans. Oh, that was you this time. Okay, good. Anyway, yes, in the beautiful city of New Orleans. You're going to notice, probably on about 8 different streams right now. We're on UFO Paranormal. I believe we're on Twitch, and we're probably on a few Facebook pages for the network. So same network. Check out a couple of Joe Montaldo's pages. Anyway, tonight we welcome Jason Hewlett to the show, and we're going to be discussing his book, We Want to Believe, One Man's Journey into the Paranormal. It's going to be a great show. I just watched the trailer. It was like, whoa, I love this. But anyway, in order to participate in the show, any of the streams that we are on, you will be able to go ahead and comment in. We will be able to see your comments, but the only place we will be able to actually respond, type back basically, is the YouTube channel for the United Paranormal or UFO Paranormal. Everything else we will try to comment on verbally as we see everything come up, and our guests will also be able to see everything come up in the chat also. Otherwise, just tag Amelia, and she will make sure that we relay the message.
Absolutely. Sorry about the fuzzy buzzy hair here today.
I think it's all good. I think it's all good.
What happens when you let this natural? I'm like a poodle.
Poodle, not us.
Yes. Oh, we made it! Yay.
We made it! Yay! All right.
Tonight we have a special guest who is a first time comer to our show, and we look forward to learning from him and hearing all about his story, hopefully again. Our guest tonight is an author, journalist, broadcaster, and podcaster with a degree in filmmaking and film studies. He has more than a decade's experience as an investigator and a researcher. So please welcome to our show, our first time special guest tonight, Jason Hewlett, to the show. Do we have Jason?
No, he'll be coming in a few minutes. I just want to make sure. Okay. We often get them in so quick that
I don't get
Joe's kind of got that magic, like, freaking button. It just goes on it really quick. So we never have time to read the intro, and I want to make sure we read his intro.
I know.
It
really has happened a couple times. Yes.
It has. Yeah, it has. And they're really quick, you know. So
filmmaker, podcaster, broadcaster, journalist, author. I'm like, wow.
Mm-hmm. And you know, I have to say, I'm really anxious to hear what he has to say, because they do. You know, we'll talk to him more about the pseudoscience side of things, but you know, just looking at all the shows that are out there, because I'm on a lot of those shows, and how many times you hear me say, you know, all the times that I have filmed, I'm sure people run around thinking, or think I run around screaming, demon, demon, as far as from the farthest thing from the truth. But you know, it's sensationalism. People want to be scared, or I guess being scared sells. It really gets really frustrating for those of us who are on the other end, because it's just becoming stereotyped, and it does tend to be, you know, it gets to be a little bit much, because we're very, very serious. I've always been a very serious researcher, so can't say the same for everyone I've worked with, but my team now is amazing. So
thank you. It's difficult.
Yes, I know, Joe. We need emojis. Yes, we do. Yeah,
I got that.
Yeah, we do. Okay, good.
I've got that, no problem. Let me handle that. No, I agree with you. When I see some shows, I've just now, having been on the other side of it only once, so I don't have any experience really. That's basically zero. But understanding the process on how it gets there, I have a hard time watching shows now.
I don't typically watch them on average anymore. It's been a while. I mean, I do enjoy some of the shows because I have a lot of my peers on there. Oh, hi, Zach, man. I have a lot of my peers on there, and I like to support them, and I like to watch them. It just gets so difficult because I've been doing this for 18 years, filming, and it's really difficult because it seems to be the same MO all the time. You know, follow the formula, and I can appreciate that. And you can give, like I said, I can give 5 answers to one question. It's always one that they go towards. And after having my friend Aaron Daniel Annis on here, who has been in the editing room several times, it doesn't matter. Even if you don't say the words they want, they know how to put those words together. And it does tend to get a little frustrating.
Scary way. You have to be very careful about their answers, but it really does. But he's right; it really doesn't matter. They can slice anything, really, when you think about it, and we wouldn't even know the difference. So you have to hold. Yeah. Hi, Jason.
Hello.
How are you? You have more of a professional setup than we do. Look at you.
Know.
I want your microphone. So's mine. We're all in the same boat, right? How are you doing?
Good. Here in Canada, where I am, the restrictions are starting to loosen up a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
You can gather outside now in groups of 10, and get around a bit more, which is good. So,
what province are you in?
I'm British Columbia, Canada.
Oh, beautiful. We're in Ontario.
Same thing here, except Toronto. They're like the black sheep that are thrown in the corner. None of them will behave.
But in all defense, they are living on top of each other. It is a big city, but they are going to look at opening them up. Although Dr. Tam keeps coming back, going. So I don't know. Yeah, I know. It's hard to get
her off. They're really tired of listening to her go on. Seriously?
It's really hard because nobody's an expert at this. Yeah.
Yeah. It's tough, but I mean, everyone's looking like towards fall. I'm sure it'll be a different situation come fall, right? If the vaccine works like it seems to be. Fingers crossed.
I know. We're getting vaccines,
right? Who's got a vaccine? Have they even arrived in Ontario? I have no idea.
No, I don't.
We got about 10% of the population of BC's had it, and they've hit all the seniors' homes,
right,
etc. And every place where they've actually used it, the rates have gone way down, like almost non-existent, which is good. So it's just the general population, right? Like
it's a good start. It's a good start. I'll take it. I have things to do, places to be, other side of the world to visit again.
I can't take the not traveling. I don't know about you guys, but for me, I would give anything to stand in line at an airport right now. I'm serious.
Well, even
like I just
you feel like you won't get killed. You know what I mean by something?
Yeah. Well,
little things.
Pretty hostile.
Yeah.
Right now,
It is. And that's part of it. Is you can feel the. I don't go out much. I go when I have to certain appointments and wear the mask and everything. But the energy of everybody, everyone's either really nice or they're just crazed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't take it anymore. I get it. But
it's on the roads. They're worse on the roads.
Yes.
That speaks volumes as Canadians because we're actually a friendly society. So when we're saying that there's some a-holes out there, we're not kidding. Like this is extreme, because for us, I mean, I ignore half of what I see when I'm out there, but it's been exactly that, as you said, two extremes. They're either really nice or really severe and intense. But I think it's the cabin fever that's doing that, and the lack of, we're social beings. We need that. And it's very hard on a lot of people. My heart goes out to those who suffer from depression and anxiety right now because not being able to get out. And thankfully it's spring. So hopefully with the nice weather, the patios will open and people will get out and be able to see their family, even if it's
I just
at a distance.
relocated to Niagara, and it seems to be the place everybody wants to flock to.
Yeah.
And I didn't even realize that there were caverns and entrances on the other side, because I can look right. I'm right, literally at the falls, and I can see the other side of the border for the first time ever. And I'm like, you're caves.
Yeah, because you can actually see the fence now. So you can see the guardrail, the rail at the falls, and you couldn't see it before.
No, it's like a wall of people, like 5, 6, 10 thick. You can't even see. And we're driving by, and I'm like, we had a bridge there before. How did we ever miss
just build that? Did they just build that?
No, it's really
bad. A lot of it feels like that.
It does. And of course, the film industry is usually very active here, especially on this street, because it's the old Millionaires Row, all the big houses, and they transform it into many things. So that's been kind of nice too. I mean, they film here, it's just been really quiet. So it's been a whole different world altogether. But we were just talking about your film and how I think it's going to be really refreshing to see something that is raw, because I've filmed for 18 years.
Oh, wow.
And you've often heard me say, I'm sure people think I run around screaming demon 9 times out of 10, because no matter how many answers I give to one question, it always seems to be the one they go with. And it gets stereotyped, and it gets really frustrating because it's always working around this formula.
Yes.
The formula. I like that. Well, this is the formula.
I hate that word.
Oh, wow.
I hate that word.
Formula. It sucks.
There's
Okay.
a huge formula to it. I was even, for another show I do, which is like a pop culture show, we were sent we get sent screeners of different movies and TV shows. We actually got sent a new paranormal reality show. And I'm just like,
did you?
Yeah, and it's just, I'm watching, and I'm just like, oh, okay, well, they're doing that now. And you know what I mean? It just became like, I'm just like, oh my gosh, I've seen this 1,000, don't care who's in it or how.
Oh, no.
I've seen it 1,000
Not
times
another
already,
one.
right? Yeah, and it mixed up a little bit, but and all the stuff where they talk about like the history of a place or all the different, they get like an expert, like not expert in something like in science or a different field, and it's interesting. But then as soon as they get
that word is a joke.
their thing, it's just, wow, we've seen this before, right? Like we've seen it 100 times, and it's just really.
It doesn't seem to matter what you say. A good producer, I've been fortunate, will listen. I'll say, well, there's no such thing as experts in the field of something that can't really be explained, because it's hit and miss. It's just, they just can't really prove it. And so anyway, I've had researchers argue that, well, you can be an expert. No. I don't personally think so. I think, I consider myself to always be a student.
I agree. Like some people I've worked with, like Peter Wren, who I did a show with, and we wrote the book together.
Yeah, you should have brought him on.
He's not an expert. He does say, I'm not an expert. He says there are no experts in this field. Like you're always learning, right? And I've been interested, fascinated in it most of my life.
Right.
But I've only taken a serious look at it since 2003, like a really serious look at it.
Right.
I know barely anything about it. And I don't think, you know what I mean? I'm always going to be learning, and you can almost figure yourself out trying to learn more. Like it's just, but every time you go out, something different happens, or it throws you for a loop, and you're just forced to adjust and like, oh, that's a new experience. Like
I agree. And the equipment changes too. I find people are very creative out there in designing equipment that they feel they can put towards the field and try to prove the point a little bit more. So things do change pretty regularly, but to me, it's just, if something comes back with a question mark, I'm like, yeah. It means we get to explore it a bit longer. When something comes up as this is definitive, we're kind of like, I can't be a saying this can't be definitive in this field.
There's nothing definitive. It's not, in the era of trying to explain, people are even getting to the point of trying to explain an unknown with an even bigger unknown.
Yeah.
And which I find is kind of fascinating too, and that just shows where we're kind of at. And
I know. It's pretty bad when you get excited just because you get to explore it more, But it's okay. But what piqued your interest? Did you have an experience as a child? Like, because most people, it's an experience as a child somewhere along the line that piques the interest. What was it for you?
It was, of course, it was as a child. It was two things that happened.
Okay, good.
I do remember, I'm almost 49, so it's getting hard to remember a lot from when I was a kid. But I always remember having this weirdly unhealthy fear of the dark, for one thing.
Yeah.
It never really went away.
Right.
Until I, well into my teens, even adulthood, actually. But when I was 5 or 6, somewhere in there, I was in my town. I went with my mom to pick up a friend of mine who was going to come over for a sleepover. Parked out in front of his house. My mom went to get him, and I stayed in the car for whatever reason. I don't remember why. But it was a Gremlin, one of those 1970s Gremlin hatchbacks, which was awful. It was purple, even worse. And I was sort of sitting in the back seat, just sort of looking around, waiting, and I looked out the hatchback, and there was no one on the street, nobody on the street. I remember that clearly. And as soon as I turned and looked out the hatchback, this face appeared in front of me in the glass. And it was like, the only way I could explain it is like a mongoloid kind of face. Like, it didn't look natural or human or anything like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it appeared like that, and then it was gone. And that's all it took. I hit the floor of the car. Like, it terrified me. It absolutely terrified me. And I stayed there until I heard crunching of footsteps on gravel. And it was my buddy, John, coming up. And he's like, "What are you doing?" And I kind of said, "Did you see anybody around the car?" And he's like, "No, I didn't see anyone around the car." I'm like, "Were you around the car? Like a minute ago?" He's like, "No, I just got here." He's like, "Well," I explained to him what I saw. And he's like, that's kind of strange. By then, my mom had come up. Mom was very much a school teacher. So I explained to her, and she's like, "You imagined it."
That's always what we do to kids. Like,
I know.
It's a house settling. It's this, it's that,
When my son says something, I listen.
Okay, I was the same with my kids.
Yeah. Because you had the experience.
Exactly.
And you know what it's like to be dismissed. Yeah.
Yeah, it was awful. And it was something, obviously, at that point I knew I could never really talk about it, with my mom. And so that got my interest going. And so when shows would come on TV, like, In Search Of would have an episode of something, I'd watch it, or Arthur C. Clarke's Mysterious World kind of came out, I'd watch that. I just got very interested in the paranormal. And then the next big event happened. I was in my early teens. Where we are in British Columbia, there's a lake named Shuswap Lake that's about an hour from town, and my parents had a cabin on it. So we'd go out there a lot when I was growing up. And I'd always bring a friend of mine on a weekend or during the summer for a week. And we were free-range children. My parents didn't care. Go in the morning, come back for lunch, go back out, come back for dinner, and then come back for dark. So we'd been out all day as usual, and we came back for dinner, and then we said, well, let's go out for one last run. We went out after dark, and it's always the same path in and out of the woods that we would take. There's no way, you didn't deviate. It was just better to take this path. And on the way back into the woods, we're coming up the path, and we passed this tree that we'd just been by, like, an hour or two before. But now underneath the tree is this little fire pit. There's rocks, a lean-to that would have been like doll size, maybe a little bit bigger. And inside the lean-to was a bone, like picked clean bone. And I paused and kind of looked at that, and I thought, that's really strange. And that wasn't there earlier today. What do you think that is? And it was like the sun's starting to set, and we're getting this uncomfortable feeling. It's like, well, we should go back to the cabin, I think. And we went back to the cabin. That's all we could talk about. Me and my buddy Mike, that's all we could talk about all night. What was that? I don't know. It's kind of strange, really weird, sort of thing like that. And he's a big into the paranormal too, always has been. So first thing the next morning, it's like, okay, before breakfast, we got dressed and we went out. We're going back. And we went back to the tree. There was nothing there. There was pine needles completely covering the ground. There was no sign that there had been anything there the night before, just as there had been like 2 hours before we'd gone out at night. And once that hit, it was like game on. I read every book. I just studied it quietly. Didn't talk about it with the folks or to any other people. But my buddy Mike to talk about it. And if someone else ever brought it up, you find it's like a kindred spirit, right? Especially back in the 80s and the 90s. It wasn't popular like it is now, even to talk about. So those were really the two big things that kind of really got the interest going. And it just opens a whole. I'm doing so much reading now, especially doing shows and stuff like that, and writing books. There's so many different theories that I look at what that both of those could have been. But I mean, I try to keep I'm a skeptic. I look at everything skeptically. You have to. You can't just accept everything at face value, and too many people do that.
That's true.
But I'm also open-minded because I want to believe it. The show's called We Want to Believe, and the book is I Want to Believe. It's wanting to, but not wanting to believe it on some false pretense. If that makes sense.
No, it does. It does. I find it interesting, but I mean, and being skeptical, I guess the only approach to take is a pseudoscience. You know, but even with parapsychology, I don't think they've ever actually proven anything in like 100 years.
No.
So it's like it's an odd approach because I know a lot of people who delve heavily into parapsychology, but when I say, but you haven't proven anything in 100 years, you're like, isn't it just bizarre?
Yeah. Oh, and it's not something you can. I think, you know, not in terms of the scientific. And I appreciate that people are trying to approach it scientifically, and I wish science as a whole would approach it scientifically. But the problem is, and I found this every time, like, you know, someone tells you, you hear that this place is haunted, and you get all the good stuff. So you pack up your gear and you go, waiting to get the good stuff. And the time that you go, nothing happens. Right? It always pass by there by accident one night.
But you
look, something will happen.
And no equipment. You have nothing to validate what you just.
It's all personal experiences that bear the biggest fruit, right? And I think that, especially taking it seriously, and especially trying to make a show about it, like that really, it really kind of showed the challenge about it. Like we did an episode that they're kind of unspooling right now. It's called we call it the Hunt for Bigfoot. Bigfoot hunting. And one of the people we found has been going to the same lake for 20 years. He fishes there every year. And every time he goes out in the boat, and he gets to this one point in the lake, he starts hearing these 3 knocks. Tok, tok, tok. And he's never gone ashore because he's smarter than that. Even though he doesn't know if he believes in it or not. It's just every time it happens, right?
Yeah. You examine him from the boat on the shore.
Yeah, and it's fine.
He can't swim.
Can we come with you? And he's like, yeah, absolutely. Right? And so we take all the gear and we go up and we get on the boat, and not everyone can fit on the boat, so one guy has to stay behind. We go across the lake, nothing. We even do the knocks. We even went and like, let's go to shore. Like we actually went to shore and walked around, nothing. And we come back, and as I'm getting closer, my buddy Sean, who was staying behind, he's like, did you hear them? And we're like, what? And he's like, did you hear the knocks? He's like, I'm like, where? And he's like, I'm right over here. Of course.
Yeah.
But he even got him on his cell phone. Like he got the knocks on his cell phone, like the noise.
Yeah.
So that's something. And he's just like, of course that's what would happen. Like,
yeah, it always happens that way. Bigfoot is pretty elusive out of all the things to try and mind you, somebody just put up $2 million to get him alive and healthy. Oh yeah. They want him alive and healthy, and you have to capture him for the $2 million. I'm thinking,
$2 million's not really that much.
A baby, a juvenile, anything.
To find them and catch them, I mean, man, I would need more than that, because I'd imagine you get a few scratches along the way.
Yeah,
but some parts of the U.S., it's actually illegal to kill one, even though no one's actually ever proven
Isn't that funny?
It would be illegal. Like you could be charged for killing because they're considered like a sentient being. I think California is one of those places. Actually.
California, and I know in BC.
Of course it is.
California, and somewhere else in the States too, I think.
Yeah, there's a few places.
Wow. Even in BC, they're talking about the same thing, right? There's a push to kind of, if it's real, you can't hunt it and shoot it.
That's right. Yeah.
Which makes sense. You shouldn't.
But the thing is, no one's actually ever really. It's one of those things. It's just like, one of the beast of Bray Road, like that sort of a thing. Like that. A lot of the cryptids you can't really. It's almost impossible to capture one.
And I think, and there's a whole bunch of theories to that, right? And that's, I'm reading a book right now by Paul and Ben Eno called Beyond the Paranormal. They ever had a radio show down in the States for years. And they're big into this the multiverse theory that quantum physics is working on. And I can kind of buy that. I mean, some of it seems pretty woo to me. You know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, it's a good way to try to explain what's happening.
It would make a lot of sense for a lot of things.
Yeah.
But
like a lot of things.
It would, like pretty much everything.
Yeah.
Exactly. Maybe we can get some evidence on in another dimension.
Yeah. Which is where I get stuck, right? Like, well, I want to now go there then and see, right? But when you look at Skinwalker Ranch and everything that went on there, like, that makes sense. And the fact that, you couldn't, they would be the scientists that spent like years there. Could see it with their own eyes, and they were filming it at the same time, and they saw it, and it made sense, but nothing turned up on camera. And they would see portals opening, like squares opening in the sky that showed something different.
They did.
That's crazy that it didn't show up.
They're succeeding more now. Bigelow got a lot of stuff, enough to leave and to be real tight-lipped about it. He doesn't talk about it.
Yeah.
But the people who are there now, the new owners, I mean, they've got some like top people there also. And have you seen the show? Have you seen it?
I've seen the old, like the Hunt for the Skinwalker, like the documentary. I read the book.
This is the season. I guess it was
there back in the early 2000s or late 90s. But I haven't seen the new show. I've seen parts of the new show.
Yeah, I mean, some people are like, oh, it's just so slow. I'm like, yeah, but you know what? So's investigating for real. It is slow as shit, okay? It really is. If people think it's really exciting on an
That's why you bring.
it can be, but I mean, come on. The chances that you can get something, you know, it's hit and miss. But this is what it's like, and it takes time to properly research, and you're seeing it. You're only getting an hour. If you find it slow, be thankful it's only an hour then, because it's probably taken them a million hours to see the whole mesa light up.
Right? Exactly. It is exactly the same as that, which I appreciate shows that do that, or documentaries that do that, because it is. It's never boring when you're there.
No.
But to watch it, like when we were putting together the first episode of We Want to Believe, and seeing and watching all the footage of us doing it,
it's like, oh, come on.
It's like watching a baseball game.
I don't remember being like this.
Yeah, it seemed much more interesting when I was there, right? You really, I understand why shows kind of do what they do, but it does a disservice to the ones that really, like, you know, for lack of a better word, sex it up a lot to make it, you know, all scares and edits and kind of musical stingers and all that. Like, it's just, you know,
but do
the
you
worst
find
one is the one that end on a note, then you cut the commercial.
Oh yeah, it's great.
And then you go back
and then
the cat or the person knocked something over. Sorry, I knocked the pot over. You know.
Yeah, thanks for that. Go away.
Yeah.
You know. But do you find it's even hard to watch? Like, I think we've become so accustomed to watching edited versions of shows that every now and then you get them. Okay, we're going to do a live show tonight. A big event. Okay, good. But it's just not as exciting.
When I see them, like, I've never done an investigation like that. When I see them reviewing the evidence, I always like to refer it to like watching baseball on TV.
Yes.
You know, it's like, God, right? And I've been to Jays games in the stadium. I've been there when they won the first World Series, and it wasn't even as exciting. Sorry, guys, but it's. I always say if you only have a few hours left to live, go sit at a baseball game or a t-ball game, and it'll feel like forever.
Very true. As is watching evidence review from a paranormal investigation.
Yeah.
To the EVP, right? Like,
it just looks so boring and so monotonous. And then to listen, I have ADHD, so I'd be zoning out left, right, and center. I've been sleeping.
And something goes on.
I believe it.
Out of it.
How far do I have to rewind that now? Yeah, no, that would drive me crazy.
And I've become guilty of it. Like, I'll be sitting listening intently, right, and it just goes on and on. Then I'll pick up the phone and I'll start scrolling through. It's like, no, you got to pay attention. You know what I mean? And then I'm gonna start fast forwarding, and it's like, don't, because that's when you're gonna miss something, right? And you have to really discipline yourself to just know that's the point. That is what you're doing as an investigator. Is you're sitting quietly and taking in whatever you can get.
And I think producers, because now you're on both sides of the fence, right? And I think a lot of producers don't realize, because I've had producers, I've turned down quite a few shows because to me, they're either silly, you don't want to attach your name or reputation to it, or you're working with somebody who doesn't get it. Like, well, we want you to put all this equipment down, and we just want you to investigate, and then we get the findings. I'm like, okay. But so if you want me to, let's say, put down 10 recorders and another 4 or 5 video recorders, for example, I said, then how soon do you think you can get that evidence, especially if you're leaving it run for 3 hours? Let's start doing the math.
Yeah.
It's like a work week's worth of just listening or watching. They don't understand the time. There's more time involved just going through all of that stuff.
So you could miss something.
The fun part.
Yeah.
You're on site. That's the fun part. But you're right, a week, sometimes even 2 weeks worth of work afterwards.
Exactly.
Oh, wow.
Find anything, you might only find one thing.
If you're lucky, yeah, it's
You're
true.
lucky. You know what I mean?
It's true. But I watched the trailer.
For one, but we went to one investigation that became the barn. There's kind of one of our episodes was a two-parter. We found one. We got one EVP, maybe. That was it.
Wow.
That's got to be a little bit disheartening.
It was. But I wanted that. I when we first started off to do the show, and Peter had been offered many shows over his career, same thing, and he's like, no, because for the same reasons, right? Like that you've just mentioned.
Yeah.
He says, if we do this, we got to do it right, and we got to show it like it's real. And I say, I agree 100%.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to be the first show that gets nothing for a whole episode. Yeah, we went, we saw nothing. You know what I mean? But we sure haven't got anything else that I would say would be compared to any of the shows you watch on travel or history or anything like that. Right?
Because it's more realistic. It does happen that way.
Yeah.
Some say, well, it's spirits get used to you if you keep returning to a location. And I'm thinking, okay, I could maybe agree with that. I mean, if it's an intelligent haunting, they were people once, you're roaming around. For them, you're a stranger. They don't know who you are. I've built up relationships by being in the same location, a few times a year, whatever. They get to know you. So I could go with that. But I don't know. What are your thoughts? Have you gone to one place several times and still got nothing? So you take it personal, or do you think the place is spirits hate me, or it's really not? What is everybody talking about?
We go to a place called Bailey House quite a bit, actually. I mean, we're ready to go back. Like, obviously, like anybody wants to want to do this. Last time was last June.
Wow.
To do a show, and we every time we've gone, like it's been a good location. We'll get something. But the first time I went there. It was the first time I worked with Peter, like he and I together. Like I joined the group Vancouver Paranormal in 2017. He'd gone in and had to have a liver transplant. So we didn't get to work together for about 2 years.
Oh, wow.
So, which was unfortunate, but we'd spoken obviously a lot, like, phone and email and stuff. So we knew each other, but had never worked together before. And the first time we went to Bailey House, he'd been there like a week before and had some stuff happen. We went upstairs, started doing an EVP session, nothing, didn't get anything. So we broke out the spirit box because that was something. Right? And I'd never seen one before. I'd never used one. Like, this is kind of cool.
Yeah.
And I was doing the whole, like, okay, come on, like, just if you tell me your name, we'll go kind of thing, right? Like, and then just
try to bribe the ghost.
Yeah. But it swore at me. It was like, you're an effing prick. That's what came through the spirit box. Like,
wow.
What his name was.
But it's better than nothing, Jason.
Pardon me?
It's better than nothing.
It's better than nothing. Yeah, no, it was definitely. But I was just like, and even Peter turned and he kind of looked at me and he goes, "Did that just call you?"
You felt like you had your own.
Like I have that. Right, I have that effect on the other side as well. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was just we got it. It was one of the EVPs we got that night, and it was just like, it was hostile. It did not want us to be there. And maybe I wondered then because we had been there. I hadn't been there. That was my first time there, but Peter had been there multiple times, and teams have been in and out of that place a lot. It's just like, just go away, right? And I just happened to be the poor guy that happened to knock on the door, like the salesman that came by at the wrong time, kind of thing.
Right.
But that was quite an experience. We've gone back since and had things happen. It's a very active place. But we've gone to other places where, like, nothing. Like, nothing. You go there and you spend all night. We go 3 or 4 times, and sometimes you get something, sometimes you don't. More often than not, you don't get much.
Right.
Like in a way that would be like really exciting, in terms of any kind of exciting.
I've been pretty lucky with investigations through the years. I've had some pretty interesting stuff. But, I don't really go and looking for it either. I just drop the quarters around and just kind of mind my own business and go about. I'll go have a conversation with the homeowner and come back and hear all this dialogue, like they're just trying to cut in. It's like pretty interesting. Like, this might be an approach that works, the first time it happened, and I've been pretty lucky with it.
And I've heard of that being a really good, like, we will often, we'll leave a room and just leave a recorder in it, and we'll run, like, I'll bring a laptop with my podcast mic, and I'll just set it up and just run it the whole time we're there, and then multiple audio. And you'll get stuff that way, too, for sure. We haven't done that with video yet. I'd like to really try to get
I've done it. I've had videotapes completely removed from my camera, and you're looking around, and the room's locked, There's no way anybody could have got in there. It's like, oh, I think shit just got real. You know.
Do you think that's to warn you or to tell you like this isn't happening? I reign here. Why would they remove it, or is it that they don't want to be
Privacy, maybe?
Yeah, I look at it the
Like
same
she was
way.
really
Like I've had whole audio. I've
Oh,
recorded the entire evening
not the
stuff
spirit.
that's been on. Like, audio I've lost too. And I think it's just, it just doesn't want to play. Like it's not interested.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I
Yeah.
think that's what it comes down to. It's like, I was a journalist for years. I know there's been cases like, we always record things. And one journalist, I remember, was at a meeting and she just put her recorder down and she got up and had to go to the washroom. And so one of the people that was there, who was like in the meeting, just turned around, saw it, turned hers off. Because they just, it's like, well, if you're not going to be here, be present, forget it. And I think maybe it could be a bit of that too, right? Like if you really
if you're dealing with an intelligent haunting, I guess people are still aware. I know with this specific woman, it was Lady Mary Pellet at Casaloma. So she's very, very private, and her lady is very sick also. So, we had a representative in the castle. He was very skeptical. And I'm like, this is perfect. He followed me everywhere, and he's just like, okay. He just, he's watching everything I was doing. I said, do you want to click the recorder, or click the video recorder? Like you man, the equipment. And he felt better doing that. So he knew it was exactly as he felt it should be. And there were 2 ways in. He locked both doors, checked them, goes, we're coming back in half an hour together. Okay. And when we got there, and I said, okay, well, why don't you get the tape? Just those little mini tapes. He goes, okay. He goes and he opens it and he goes, this isn't right. It's not supposed to happen. I'm like, what? And he goes, it's gone. I'm like, wow. I didn't even put it in. It's on you. Oh my God. No explanation. Good. That tells me it's probably something, one of those question mark moments. Yeah. Oh my God. I know, but she was a very, very private individual. And I can only think that, and he was with me the whole time. And everybody, he's only got the key. And it was the one room that it was like an experiment. And so I don't know.
Well, she was a very strong spirit to be able to remove something and do that with her energy. She's
unless there's something else floating around.
Yeah, that's scary.
Well, there's the whole multiverse, right? Did something just pop in and go, nah, take it?
Oh, yeah,
that's pretty.
Much evidence.
Yeah, like the Philip experiment and all that crazy stuff. I don't know. It's interesting. But, you're mentioning different pieces of equipment that you're using. So from a parapsychology standpoint, what is acceptable? Because when you say a ghost box, let's say, the friends of mine who are in the field are like, wow, we're really funny about that. I'm like, I personally love it. But whatever.
It's all. I think it comes down I think the best pieces of equipment that we use is still a digital recorder,
yes,
and a camera, be it a still camera or video camera. Like everyone I go to, whether we're making it for the show or not, I've got my recorder and I have my phone on my gimbal, but that's just my video camera, and I always use that. We use the spirit box, because we've had luck with it, but you have to discount a lot of what comes through, because you are going through AM, FM frequencies, and you get a lot of blips and blurps from radio. The only things we can use, and even then, we don't really present it as evidence to a homeowner or something, really, is if you ask a question that's not like a yes or no answer, and you get an intelligent response, and the static stops. It's just in the, please, where are you? And it's like, stopped, I'm over here. Yeah. And then, that's the only way we can really count that as anything worthwhile.
Can you do reverse speech? Because I know on the equipment I have, I can reverse it. And then it comes through forward, then that's a bit more, okay, that sounds like it could be a thing.
A thing, yeah. We'll play back and forth with it quite a bit through the course of an evening, right? We use REM pods, like the motion detectors, motion detecting cameras too, so we'll set them up, and if something moves, you can flash. And we use a laser grid.
So we're fun.
I know, right? Well, as a medium, they're phenomenal. As a medium, they're phenomenal because they validate what you're feeling and what you're seeing. So I love the ghost box, and yeah, for me, that's just pure evidence for any medium or psychic medium that's there.
We even got on the episode that we shot at Bailey House. We even got a shadow with the laser grid. And we turned like the light on, and you could prove there's nothing in front of it. We turned it off. The shadow was still there. Did that 3 or 4 times.
Very cool. Yeah, very cool.
And
yeah, very cool.
Evidence I've ever got about anything, like in terms of actually recorded, documented evidence.
Nice.
And it's such a simple piece of equipment too.
Yeah, the laser grid and the camera.
Yeah.
But we don't count a lot of other stuff. Like we just stay away from it. Like the panels, the light panels that people will put down on the floors. Have you seen those?
Yes.
Because it's designed to be a toy. The SLS camera.
The SLS is kind of cool. Yeah.
It's cool, but it's designed to pick up patterns. So when any kind of electrical movement could set it off and do the same thing. You know what I mean? So it's just I don't trust it. Maybe if you use
questionable.
That and a FLIR and a laser grid. You know what I mean?
I know. I really do love the FLIRs. Like the night visions are really interesting. I also had a piece of equipment that was very sensitive to vibration, and it was designed and it had these little lights. So if you put it on the stairs or on the floor, and if something was walking or going up the stairs, and if the recorder caught it, and you could hear something going up the stairs, it'd be interesting because you would see the lights go with the vibration. But there's just so many little gadgets out there that you think it's pretty genius when you think about it.
Oh, sorry, no, go ahead.
No. I was going to ask you, if you ever go old school, baby powder, Polaroid, cassette recorder would pick up even more than a digital.
Peter does a lot of that, and we're bringing tape recorders back into what we do, like the old reel-to-reel, and even the old cassette tape device as well. We've used Polaroids. I've never done like salt or anything like that.
Yes.
Like I think that'd be I'd even like do the string with the bell on it. You know what I mean?
I've done it.
That'd be fun.
Yes.
But I think the best way that we're going to get everything related to evidence is like we just talked about, using all these different things, but at once. Not just relying on just a spirit box or just the light. I think if you use everything, that's the best we're going to get for now. Is just having multiple things set up at the same place, trying to capture everything at the same time. I think that's scientifically that's as good as we're going to get for now.
Well, from a scientific standpoint, I tend to get a little giggle when people say, "Wow, we only do science." I'm like, we have scientific equipment. That's what it is. And I'm like,
oh wow,
what kind of scientific equipment? I call it tools of the trade or toys or something. But are you bringing the laboratory? And they look at me like, I'm like, no, I'm not trying to be like rude or mean, but I mean, when somebody tells me that they have scientific equipment, I'm expecting something really hardcore and amazing.
Yeah. Where's the gas burner in your beaker?
Yeah.
I see, and I take that offensively as a medium, that when they don't see it as evidence because it's coming from a medium.
Well, I think it's partly there's been so much hoaxing going on. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
I understand that.
With even just setting up, like I could show the footage of our laser grid, and someone's like, I think it. Right? Like people just automatically take that jump. I think because this is a field of study where there's so many people have faked things. You know what I mean? And they post it on the internet, because you can do so much with visual effects now. Like, but they aren't even visual effects. It's just a little and I think all the shows don't help either. Like, people are automatically prone to think that you're making it up. So, and Hollywood movies play it up a lot.
Yes, that's true.
So I think all that just works against the field and medium. You know what I mean? And there have been mediums that will fake stuff, and you know what I mean? And it just doesn't help.
Oh, I understand that. Yeah, I like the combination of the two, where you have the scientific, your equipment, and then you have the medium there as well. Because for me, that's just validation.
Well, and it's when we've used a medium, we have one named Jen who we've worked with, and we'll go in and we do kind of our walkthrough first with the homeowner, and we'll even do some investigating first, and then we'll bring Jen in to see what she picks up on. And if what she's picking up on relates to what we're experiencing, what the homeowners said, we won't let them talk, we won't let them speak. Then to us, it's like, okay, that lends weight to what we've heard, right? Like it kind of really supports it. So many shows, though, hey, we showed up at the location, send the medium in. You know what I mean? And then
I don't think that works as well. And I'm not being to be disrespectful, but I think it just
No, no.
questions in people's heads.
I don't, when I say offensive, what I mean is to just discount it altogether isn't fair either.
No.
But to work together, I think, is a great medium, and it's a good balance.
I agree. Oh yeah, I think you've got to take everything together. I agree. You can't just, I'm someone like, because I'm investigating ghosts, I'm not going to sit here and go, I don't believe in UFOs.
I know.
You know what I mean? Either, right? Like, I'm not, because I think if you're open to one, you've got to be open to the possibility.
You have to be open to everything.
Everything, and in some way, I feel a lot of it could even all be interconnected somehow.
Yeah,
I believe they're interconnected.
Right? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I believe they're interconnected. I also believe that we live in a world of technology, and a lot of the old school stuff does get pushed to the wayside. I remember doing an event where a woman showed up with a photograph of a spirit that was captured, and she came with a negative, so people could see it. And the kids, like the younger generation, had never seen that before.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, never seen a negative?
Oh my gosh, that makes me feel so old.
I was doing an event. It was for a school group. A school brought me in, and she came along just to show, like a show and tell. And when they could see the spirit in the negative, they were just like, wow.
That's wild.
It was wild, but I think that's going, like the Polaroid. We used to use them all the time. And actual photographs, film, and tape recorder, right, and not use the other side so the sound doesn't bleed through. Yes. I'm showing my age right now.
I know. I've used all those. You know what I mean? It's the old reel-to-reels.
I think they're fantastic.
Yes,
runs through and you get what you get, right?
Yes, exactly. It's different times. Everything is digital, and it's just so, like you say, it's just so easy to fudge.
Yeah.
And there's so much of it. You see things on, all over social media. Oh, this is a thing and this is a thing. But thankfully, there are people out there who's like, no, this is what it is, and they could work through that. But it does make our jobs as researchers much, much harder.
Oh, way, way harder. I spent a whole afternoon. I'm friends with Shannon LeGros from Into the Fray.
Right.
Podcast Assurance Beyond the Fray Publishing. And myself and a few other people spent an afternoon online, and we just went through Bigfoot YouTube videos to see if it was an accuracy or not. And I'd say, like, out of the 8 we got through, 1 maybe was accurate, 1 or 2. The rest you could just tell. Like, you could just tell. But people are throwing out there, a terrifying encounter with Bigfoot. And it was fun, but you kind of feel defeated because none of that's helping what we're trying to do. So when I do my Bigfoot show, someone's probably out there going, they made it up. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you're just counting on it. It is hard.
Well, out in your neck of the woods in Saskatchewan, I believe there's people there that are communicating with a Bigfoot, and it's vocalizing, but it's like it's saying names. Have you seen that one on YouTube?
I haven't seen that. That's pretty wild.
It is
on YouTube.
Yeah, it's like, I think he says, "Oh hi," and goes, "I'm Mike," and you hear him go, "Mike," like he's trying to. Yeah. So I just came across it one time. Somebody sent it to me, and there's a whole series of them, and and they go to this family, this Bigfoot family, or this group, like often, and I guess they're getting used to one another, according to what I was told before I listened to it. So it might be something you guys might want to look for, and I think it's out of Saskatchewan.
Wow,
not too bad. Yeah.
It's in the middle for both of us.
Yeah. And I've heard of that happening. Like, people report, like you've heard stories of people, like they go to the same cabin every year and something's out there, and it just kind of cohabitate in some way and don't,
But to communicate verbally, it's like,
I know, because they're so elusive. You never get anything on them, anything at all.
But to converse.
I grew up in the woods. I mean, I'm sure if they are out there, I probably passed one and would never even have known. You know what I mean? Like, or anything like these. Sometimes you just get a feeling. Like, I feel
something's watching you.
Yeah, and that's it. That's as close as you're going to get.
What's your theory on it? Do you think they're ET? Do you think because there's so many caverns, I'm sure, and tunnels in the forest out where you are. Let's face it, it's so dense. Do you think it's a leftover species? Do you think it's interdimensional? ET portals.
It's funny. I like the skeptic in me is like, if it's real, I think it's alive, and that it knows its environment. It knows how to hide. You know what I mean? It knows what it's doing, and it doesn't want to be found. It wants to be left alone. I think in most cases it's harmless. It's very docile and gentle. But it's when you hear of the experiences where the tracks in the snow just stop halfway through a field, and it's like, well, where did it go?
See? I have to say that would be a curiosity. It's like,
a little.
Whoa. Right?
A little bit. Like, where are you?
Did you get beamed up, or did you slip through?
I'd be afraid to walk forward. What if you walk through that portal?
Well, how do you get back, right?
Exactly.
Somewhere in dimension X. I'm like, well, great. Like, now what do I do?
Did somebody get that shot? Get me. I feel like the poltergeist lady, put your finger on your waist.
Where is she? She's in the TV.
To the light.
She's in the tree.
Exactly. Peter, don't let me go.
Yeah.
It happens. We don't know.
That's
That
scary.
would be amazing if it
That's
did.
so scary.
That would be a show and a half, wouldn't it?
It would be.
Yeah, that's why I stick to serial killers. But anyways,
Yeah.
I'm not predictable.
At least you know what you're dealing with a serial killer.
Oh, always.
Maybe they have an attachment. Maybe they have an attachment. Anybody think of that? Maybe that's why.
That the Bigfoot have attachment? Or the
Maybe.
serial killer?
Serial killer Bigfoot. What do you think?
I believe every serial killer has an attachment. I don't think that any of them are in the driver's seat, to be
I
honest.
don't think any.
Not after years of studying. They're
on that, Jason. Like
On serial killers and what's manipulating.
Well, let's use Ronald DeFeo as a perfect example.
Well, yeah, I mean it's interesting because he's changed his story so many times, right? Like I was, and then nope, I wasn't, and then I had help, but no, I didn't. I mean, I'm bad that way. I think like the whole Amityville thing is BS. Like what happened after with the Lutz family, I don't put much stock in it at all. I think it's just been too. Especially when you look at what happened in terms of like the interest. Let's make a movie out of it. Sell a book and make a movie. And I don't know. And even one of the lawyers even said, no, we made it up. But in a case like that, the Ronald DeFeo thing did happen. So from what we knew, there was nothing that would indicate he'd have such behavior before, right? It's like when people.
Well, he had a drug issue, but it's like what comes first, like the horse or the cart.
Yeah.
Usually,
did he have it and snap?
Drug issue leads to, you know what I mean?
But did it make him a victim? Did it?
Yeah.
It would make him an open door.
It would.
Is it the other way around? Did he move into an area or home that, the addiction started because of something manipulating, his energy or his thoughts? Or it's like I said, what comes first, the horse or the cart? Yeah. It can go either way.
I was surprised. Like I agree with you, Amelia. I think, I did social work. I was a crime reporter for 10 years. So it's weird. And I met people who were perfectly fine, and I'd interviewed them for one story, and then like a month later, they murdered somebody for just out of the blue, right?
Wow.
Like,
That happens. That happens.
So I think, it gets into a big discussion about forces of evil in the world and stuff like that. But I definitely believe there's stuff out there that can manipulate us as people, and those who do struggle with mental health and depression, I think, are more susceptible to it.
Absolutely.
I mean, I've battled depression a good chunk of my life.
So have I.
The work I did, I have PTSD, and I know there's certainly days where it suddenly feels like I'm not driving proper. You know what I mean? Like, I know what I'm normally like.
Something's trying to slip into the driver's seat. Yeah.
Yeah. And reading that book by the Enos, they talk about parasites. They call them parasites, and it's beings that are part of the multiverse, but they're negative, and they will feed off fear and negative energy. And they'll manipulate people that way too, right? So I there's enough that I'm willing to. I don't doubt that we're being influenced, and that we're being influenced in both good and negative ways.
Sometimes I feel like a chess piece.
Interdimensional beings, basically.
Maybe, yeah, or if you're more religious, it could be a religious. But I think all the religion we've created has come from what came before, right? Like I think that's just simplifying it in a way that's easy to understand. If that makes
No, it's true. It's true. You have to go by somebody's religious belief because you can't, if you're helping somebody, they're trying to find faith in something, you almost have to lean with whatever it is that gives them faith. I mean, I've had to study religions just to be able to communicate, I guess, in their language, sort of thing. So they understand.
But when I say serial killers, I'm referring to John Wayne Gacy. I'm referring to Ted Bundy. Ron DeFeo was a mass shooting of his family. He never harmed society. Nothing else ever happened. I mean, it does fit very much a profile of, the drugs, and then why not the demonic for that point in time, especially with all the stories and everything and all the history of that house. But John Wayne Gacy, Ted Bundy, Charles Manson delegated in such a beautiful way. And I know it's a disgusting thing to say, but I'm saying as a perspective on the criminal side of it, he was brilliant.
Oh,
and I don't think that came naturally. I think something guided him. He was known to worship as well. So that's what I mean by, to me, Ron DeFeo he was a mass shooter who snapped and killed his family, and likely because of what he was doing and what he was involved in. But for me, serial killers like Bundy and Gacy, there has to be something else to it.
Well, especially
there has to be.
Gacy did. You know what I mean? It wasn't just he killed people.
He hoarded them all. He kept everything. Yeah, he kept all those bodies and then some. He went to his grave with only the confessions of the 38 bodies that they found. But we know, studying him, that he's likely killed many, many more.
Oh yeah, even like the Night Stalker in the 80s down in LA. He didn't. He was just all over the map. And did you watch the documentary on Netflix about him? There was one woman. I don't know how they found her, but she encountered him before it even happened. The thing started, and he bought the AC/DC hat that she was interested in getting or something like that, and then he followed her for a bit, and then a couple of days later, that was the description of the suspect wearing that hat, and she said just something about him was just not right. Like it's beyond just this guy thinking the guy's off. There was something seriously wrong.
Exactly, and when it's like that, for me, there's no methodology. That means that for me, I see it as multiple personality. Because that would be the only way that you would have such because most serial killers have signatures. He didn't. And he was all over the map, even like you said, all over the map, even his victims. And that's a tough one. To me, I would look at it as multiple personalities first. I would want to know psychotic. I mean, obviously they're all sociopaths or psychotic, but I would want to know if there's more than one personality, because they wouldn't be telling each other that something's happening. And you could argue that it's demonic as well there.
Well, so much, especially because when they'd interview him, he was very calm. You know what I mean? And he was very knowledgeable. You know what I mean? Like it was just so many different switches. Like with something like click, now I'm like this, and I'm like that. Like
sociopaths are charismatic.
Yeah, and that's what makes them so scary.
Yeah, exactly.
Even more scary than
exactly.
Almost like you just gotta.
Oh yeah. They're easier to understand.
Yeah.
I'll stick with them.
Well, it's logical.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. You can break it down and profile it scientifically, if you want to use that word.
Yeah, you're right.
Psychologically, you can break it down and find the similarities and be able to pinpoint your subject. But I still think a lot of them are influenced demonically, if not the darkness somehow, or like you said, interdimensionally. Like who's to say they're not slipping in and slipping out?
Yeah, or something slipping in at the right moment to nudge one way or the other, right? I think there's so many. I think as we kind of are going along this ride, and are paying more attention, like I think society as a whole is paying a lot more attention to the paranormal. Big in pop culture. It's huge right now.
Huge, yeah.
I think people are starting to ask those questions, well, what is really going on? And there's got to be more, and especially after a year like this, where, we trucked along in our day-to-day existence, and now you're kind of like, everything was derailed so much. You kind of look at the life you were leading, it's like, what was that even really living? Like, what was the purpose? You were born, you got older, you got married, you had a kid, you had a job, and then it ends? Like, that's it? I think a lot of people are starting to do that, but they're just like, no, there's got to be more going on here than just this surface society and world that we've created. And I think I'm hoping, once we transition out of this into whatever happens next, I think I hope a lot more people keep asking those questions. And I think part of that is what's feeding this interest in spirituality and the supernatural and everything now is people are just starting to be dissatisfied with the life they're living and just finding it very shallow. And there's obviously a lot more going on.
Yeah, I think a lot of the religions out there are just letting people down also. And maybe people want real answers. Let's face it, religion on an average, I'm not trying to diss religions by any means. People draw faith from many different things in many different places, but it's a controlled, it's human, it's humans who control it. And with that being said, it's controlling the masses. And I think from a lot of people that I speak with, it's just like, we just want real answers. We're not sheep. We want real answers to it. And you see a lot of and again, I'll go Catholic because I used to be Catholic. So after a while, there's a backpedaling with some things, and I knew from a very young age that I wanted better answers. And I think people are like, enough.
I think so, and I think so much of it with the problem I've always had with any organized religion is it all becomes very conditional as well. Where we will be allowed to be with God in heaven if.
If you don't do this, and that, the 10 Commandments. There's still one thing, yeah. But
if God's real, would he really be that conditional? You know what I mean?
If God is all love, would he be, why are people killing in the name of God?
Yeah, well, there's a whole other side.
I know, it's a whole other show.
That's a whole other show.
No, it's true. Yeah. It's true. But God is all loving. You know how many spirits get stuck because they're God-fearing people, especially when you go back to the time of the Puritans, for example, early settlers who brought that belief system with them into the New World, and it was instilled into them. Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife. Shit, I covered my neighbor's wife. I'm going to hell. So exactly. So
what exactly do you mean by covet?
It's a gray area.
I want some clarity on all of this. There's a lot of gray areas, 1 to 10.
The thing is that they're stuck behind because they'd rather take their chances here.
Yeah.
And if God is all loving, and we're taught that God is all loving, then why would you not want to take a chance and cross to your all loving God? I mean, you see what I'm saying? It's just like an oxymoron. It's like, it's good. God loves you, but if you do this, you're in trouble.
Yeah. So I can't walk into that. I can't walk into that light because I wasn't good to my mother, or I cheated on my husband, or whatever reason. They hold back, and it's really sad.
Even the suicide.
Yes,
we're taught, at least with Catholicism, if you don't have the right to take your own life, only God has the right to take your life. So you imagine you're at a low point in your life to take your own life. Now you have to contend with that. Well, now I'm going to hell. Now I'm just, what am I going to do? This is the ultimate sin. But meanwhile, it's not like that. It's not like that at all, actually.
Yeah, it's a very different thing than that. And because I read a very interesting article the other day. It kind of touched a lot on all this. And how, like, right now, if something bad happens, like even like this pandemic, and people are, like, well, how could God let this happen, right?
Yeah.
A lot of people have said that. Back before we became so civilized and living in big cities, if you were just out on your farm as a family, you worked hard every day. From a very early age, you saw death because you had to kill your own food, right? Or if you had, livestock, a wolf or a bear would come and kill it. You saw that, and it just became like, well, that's just the way it is. No one questioned God. If you believe in God, it's like, well, that's just the way it is. Like, that's the way it's supposed to play out, right? But as we become more civilized and started to be, like, we've been pushing. The more civilized we got, the more we pushed the concept even of death out of our frame of reference. They're not even called funerals anymore. They're like celebrations of life, right? We're not acknowledging someone's died. We're talking about remembering them when they were alive. So we don't even want to think about it. So when something bad happens, like a mass shooting, people just feel like, well, why would God let that happen? But it's like, no, that's still just the way it is. Like, that's just this pandemic. There's no conspiracy. This just happened. It happened 100 years ago. It'll probably happen again in another 100 years. So if there's a God, he didn't do this on purpose. He's not punishing you. That's just life. But we've so disassociated ourselves from the reality of even what life is. We don't even understand, and what death is. We don't even understand how things work anymore. We just try to prevent it from happening to us.
It's really sad with Christians because I'm more Catholic, and when you hear Christians saying, "Why did God let that happen?" I'm like, hold on a second. You read the Bible. It says free will. Do you want to argue that? Because there's ways around it, but that again, organizations. And I'm Roman Catholic. Don't send me emails. I fly. No, seriously, because I'll get them.
You can send them to me. I'm a recovering Roman Catholic.
You know, I still, as you can see, the crosses in the back, the Virgin Mary. You know, I'm still part of that, but I am one of those who picks and chooses the bits of the religion. I'm not going to lie, because there's a lot of stuff I don't agree with, because it's not that the vernacular of the Bible is of those times. We need to bring that to modern day if you want to keep your parishioners.
That can be disputed as well, because the New Testament is completely different than the Old Testament.
So much of the Bible is missing. Yeah, so much of it is missing. That's why I have a hard time with all of it, and I question so much of it. And that's another show.
Use out of it what they want, anyways, right? Like they interpret. They don't look at the big picture of it. They just look at bits and pieces. Oh, this suits kind of what I'm thinking, so we'll just roll with that. You know.
I get criticized all the time.
When you point things out, like if you look, I've said this, I mentioned this quite a few times, the Old Testament, where it says the gods made man in their image. The New Testament says God made man in his image.
And who's he?
And it's one slip, you know, and people are like, oh, that's not a thing. It's a thing. Go back.
It absolutely is. It's a singular. It was multiple before. Like, come on.
Ancient culture, because ancient cultures believed in multiple gods.
Yes, they did.
Exactly.
It's entirely different.
Some cultures still do, right?
Exactly.
Aboriginal culture, there's many, and they even consider Bigfoot kind of among one of their spirits in the woods, right? Like
that's right.
Yeah.
So
how do you argue that? For thousands of years, it's been a certain way, and then religion comes in modern times. We're just going to change it. Okay. It works better this way. All right, let's go with that. But there's a lot of controversy that floats around out there. But I think with people wanting answers, do you think maybe, and internet, and of course all the shows, do you think it's why we're getting an awakening when it's coming to the paranormal? Everybody wants to do paranormal research. I get messages all the time. She goes, I got a really lovely message recently. She goes, I'm not a millionaire. I'm really nobody, but I really want to help people. I had an attachment. I got rid of it myself years ago, and I want to help somebody. I said, everybody is someone. Everybody is special. There's no prerequisite as to your financial or social status to want to help somebody. And I'm happy to, and I just said, this is how I started it. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm still going. So I think people are either feeling the need, like they want to be of use, or they just want those answers.
I think there's definitely a lot of that. I think some people are getting into it for the thrill, which I don't think is the right approach to take at all, right? Like, I think that can be very dangerous and get you into trouble.
Extremely, especially if you're not experienced.
And I've made those missteps in my early days. But I think that's part of it. People want to find out more, and if they can't, who do you go to answer these questions? You got to kind of go look yourself. And that's why I've been asked, well, if I want to start doing a paranormal investigator, what should I do? I'm like, well, find people who know what they're doing, have done it a while, and see if you can piggyback and work with them. Learn how to do it right, so you don't do something really stupid, because you can, right? And that way you're doing it the right way. If you're serious about it, if you're really serious about it, if you just want to put YouTube videos up and get lots of views, just grab a camera, go to some abandoned building and see what happens. Just yell in the dark, and I'm sure something will happen that can work, but I wouldn't recommend that.
No, it's like the misconception of, the place is abandoned, it must be haunted.
Yeah, no. There's lots of abandoned places that aren't haunted. There's places that are fully full people that are haunted. You know what I mean? Like, there's no rhyme or reason to any of it. It's not like, there's a, you can find ghosts during the daytime in broad daylight if you really want. You don't need 3 a.m.
I've encountered them at movie theaters, and I freaked a lot of my friends out. They're just like, what?
It's everywhere.
I don't know what to tell you, and they're new. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah. It's crazy. I've been crucified as a medium by Catholics. That's why I said I pick and choose, because I don't. I get crucified. Michelle's come to my defense by Christians on our page, saying that I'm gonna. Yeah. They're pretty hardcore, that I'm going to hell and I'm working with the devil. And I'm like, well, hold on a second, because if you believe in Jesus and you believe in the disciples, they were all seers. I don't know how to tell you this, but they could all see. Not to mention Mary was a healer, Mary of Magdalene. She wasn't a prostitute. She was a healer. She was a healer. Hate to tell you that.
Read the Bible again.
Read it again, yeah, because it's not that way. But that was
send all the hate mail to our producer, Joe Montalvo.
That's right. That's right. Because I always say, if you can believe in God and you don't see God, why do you have trouble believing that I can see people who have passed?
Mm-hmm.
Why is it so difficult to believe?
No, I agree. It's that closed-mindedness, right, or that narrow view that's been enforced on them since they were young, right? Because that's what you hear.
Mm-hmm. That's true. It is. It's a way of life. With your film, we want to believe.
Mm-hmm.
In all of the places that you've done to include in the film.
Yep.
Are you a believer?
Am I?
Hot seat.
That's why the title's so called We Want To.
Oh, okay.
No,
leave the door open for part two.
No, it's like I definitely I have no doubt. The one thing I can say is I know there's something going on.
Right.
I know there is. I mean, I've experienced stuff enough personally, and professionally that I have no doubt that there's something going on. What is it, though? I'm still not prepared to give that answer. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm not prepared to say, are these spirits really from dead people, or are there people who have died and then moved on to a different plane?
Could be.
Or are we?
Yeah. That's fair.
In reality, you know what I mean? I can't say that for sure yet.
Mm-hmm.
When I started, I thought for sure it was just, when we die, we have all that electromagnetic energy and it just goes into the electromagnetic field and it's just playing back. But that doesn't explain everything that's happened,
right.
To me. So I definitely believe that there's stuff happening around us that is paranormal. I don't think it's scary.
Right.
I think it's perfectly natural, actually. I think it's been with us for as long as there's been people on this planet. So I think getting freaked out about it is pointless.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not willing to put my stamp and just say I can say this is what it is.
That's fair.
No, it is. It's a fair answer. I mean, it goes back to, most of my parapsychologist friends have been that there's nothing definitive about the paranormal. It really isn't. So I guess it's just one of those things where the journey continues. So it means there's going to be a part two.
There's be more, yeah. We've shot a bunch of stuff. We're in the middle of we're in the middle of our Bigfoot episodes. After that, we're doing something on haunted objects.
Oh, cool. I have a few of those.
Yeah.
Cool. I'm really dealing with them, right? I think it's...
Michelle has more than I do, but I have a couple.
But they're coming out with
a big one behind me.
They're coming out with a new TV series that I was approached to do, and they're looking at doing possible haunted objects. And I just said, I get along with mine, so I don't really think that Jude is the right person.
I know. It has to be what someone else perceives as haunted.
Well, I know a few people who make up some good stories for you that have been on TV.
Oh, and I'm sure, right? That's something we're interested in.
Give you a whole list.
About because we've never really considered haunted objects in any of our cases. Yeah. This is a first. We've got a Ouija board that's supposed to be haunted, like a mirror. A knife that was actually apparently used in them. We found all these different things. We've been locked down for 4 months. We've had lots of time to track stuff down. We're just going to see what happens. We're going to,
But see, the things that you have, no, Cece, I'm not taking the show, but thank you. I just congrats me. Some of the items that you're mentioning are communication items. Mirrors for scrying, and there's a belief that mirrors can be portals if they're facing one another, things like that. So I could see that being a haunted object quite easily, especially when you're looking to communicate with something.
Well, that's what we're going to play around with, right? Do some scrying on it and that kind of stuff. So I was curious because it's very different than anything we've done. Most of the shows we've done so far, the places we've gone, it's been like, a haunted hotel or the barn or like Bailey House, and then the Bigfoot was a big departure because we did 3 different Bigfoot hunts. We went off into the woods in 3 different locations. So this is going to be like we're in one location with these things that we're bringing into the environment more than going out to it. And so to see what will happen.
Friendly.
Yeah.
COVID friendly.
COVID friendly, and we're 6 feet apart in a big environment. So we'll see what happens.
One place, many objects.
Yeah. Maybe an object in the room or something, right? Or a different thing. But and we'll just sort of see what happens. So this would be kind of a new step. Doing, so.
Yeah, haunted objects are funny. The first one I ever got was a human skull, and it gave the guy so much
a human skull.
Yeah, but you know what? I've always looked at myself as a caretaker of certain things. I mean, a lot of things find me, and I turn down a lot of stuff as well. But this thing caused that man like so much havoc in the home. And I brought it here. It was just like it sat on my desk for ages. I just threw a baseball cap on and hung out. It was like I never had any issues at all. I think he was just unhappy where he was.
Safe with you, yeah.
I've got 5 of them. Really, I've got 5 of them now. It's like they're just all in a cabinet.
It's funny how some people will feel that energy, right, Michelle? Like some people will have that energy, and then you get that peace, and it's like, I don't really feel anything with, but okay, it feels fine to me, kind of thing. Or opposite, where you do pick up on stuff.
But sometimes people are convinced. I mean, I drove hours to pick up an item because they were sure that it has an attachment. I'm going, there's nothing on the table. There's nothing here.
No.
Well, the last group said that there was something on the table. There's nothing in the damn table.
Yeah.
I don't want the table. Okay, I'll take the table.
I'll just find a hole for the table.
It's a big-ass crazy table in storage because it's like, but there's nothing in the table.
That's people are funny that way though, because I've been called to houses where they've said all this activity's happened and they have crazy stuff and they're getting really worried and we need to do something, so I'll go with like another team member and we'll show up and you get inside the house and they walk you through everything that's gone on, but you're not really picking up any kind of weird vibe or energy, but you're, then you kind of look, well, they got a lot of books on the occult in here, and they got this season of so-and-so in here. You know what I mean? And you just kind of go...
Huge, right? Huge.
Huge. And they leave, and you sit there and get nothing for like 3 hours, no EVPs, not even a creepy vibe, and it's just kind of like, I think these people wanted something to be here more than there was anything.
We've had that, Michelle, with one video just recently of we had a video of things that they've said. I won't say everything because I don't want to talk about, but you'll get videos where they feel stuff is going on, and neither one of us will see it. And I don't know if it's just not coming off on camera because of COVID. You can't be there in person. Yeah. But it's hard. It's hard because you want to help them and you don't want them to be afraid in their own home.
No, and we kind of just sort of told them, well, like we didn't get anything, and maybe that means that when we showed up, it left. We don't know. So like, let us know if it continues.
Yeah.
And but nothing ever happened.
That's possible too, right? You're there and it's gone.
Do you find? I mean, in our case, I find it's easier for somebody to believe, because I find people project a lot, like just psychokinesis, tons, just projection things, poltergeist, they're projecting outward. And I'll send them links. I try to be very delicate, and I'll send them a link to psychokinesis. I say, can you just please research this and tell me if you can relate to any of this? Mm-hmm. Because it's easier for someone to believe that there's a demon in the house than it is for them to believe I'm a pretty powerful individual. Like, my energy is doing something crazy here, and I am creating a lot of crazy stuff. Do you find, like, how is it run more? I would think I'm pretty badass. Shit, look at this stuff.
That's you, though. That's you, though.
But then to think, oh God, there's something creeping around the corner. I don't know. I could handle that.
I agree. I think our minds are very powerful, and the energy we bring to everything we do is very powerful. And I think a lot of the times it is us projecting, maybe being unaware of what we're, especially if you're in a mood, right? Like just the other day, prime example, for one of the shows that I do, we can't do it live in studio anymore because of COVID, but I can go to my buddy's place because he's one of my 6 people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So he had audio trouble. And he got really upset because we had to do this show and get it going, and nothing was working. Got really mad and threw a few things around. And he said, and he's kind of like, "Oh, I was really mad." And he goes, and stuff had disappeared on his computer and was starting to show up again. Like it was just right. And he's like, it's like the place is haunted. And he goes, I actually thought I saw stuff over there when he goes,
wow.
But I was also mad and I was like out of breath, so maybe there was like an oxygen shortage. You know what I mean?
Projection.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Projection.
Yeah.
So it's just, and that really got me thinking as how much. Because it's like even when you're a paranormal investigator, you're going into a place already thinking the place is being haunted. People are telling you there's stuff happening there, so your brain's almost primed to expect something.
Yes.
If you're not a trained investigator or don't do it for a living, you're going to be even more primed to think so. Like, oh, we're going to spend the night in a hotel and maybe something spooky stuff happen. Your brain's going to start playing with you. That
adrenaline, everything.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think we bring a lot of that to the, not like we as investigators, but just we as people. You already expect something to happen, or you want.
But now you're a collective too, because you're a group, and you're all perhaps feeling the same way.
Exactly right. It's I think it's interesting. I think we can sometimes create. You take that audio and visual pareidolia. You can.
Oh my gosh.
That's huge.
That's a big thing.
That too, right? Like it's. I think that works against us.
Right.
As well.
It does.
It does. It does in some ways, because a lot of the TV shows, you do see a lot of that. And then with the PKing, they're conditioned to believe that it always has to be something malevolent.
Yeah.
It can't be me. I've broken quite a few glasses, and I know it was me, but
pent up.
Well, because I was so close to it, I knew that it was me, but it's hard to accept that you can do that sometimes. And
well,
I don't know. I really feel for them. I just want to help everybody. I really do. I want to just solve everyone's problems, and you don't want them to be afraid of living, especially if they have children or pets. You don't want them to be afraid of living in their own home. That's supposed to be your safe place.
Exactly right. And the place where I live, I've had stuff happen here, especially before my son was born and before we renovated it and all that. Had stuff, and then I kind of wanted to shut it down because it's like we're pregnant, we're gonna have a child. I didn't want to bring the child up with all the experience that I had been having.
It's scary.
Yeah. Could it have been your wife? Because our hormones go out of freaking control.
Exactly.
To suck our brain cells out.
Yeah, they really do. No, they do take them out. It's not trying. They do.
Oh yeah.
They do. Yeah. And I cleaned that even years later. My daughter's 23.
Oh wow.
Just saying.
But what was interesting is the activity did stop for a number of years. But he would mention things. My son would mention when he could, right? Like I remember one night he was crying, and I remember walking into his room like half asleep, and he's standing up in his crib just screaming and pointing at a corner of the room. Like he just kept going like that. And I turned and I didn't see anything, but it was dark and shadowy. But I mean, kids when they're young can see things we don't, right?
That's right.
We talk about there was 2 ghosts in the house, and one lived in the basement and would bug the dog at night, and another one lived in the walls. But it was, you know what I mean? It just, and then eventually things started to happen again, and it's just kind of like, well, okay. And it's interesting because he's 9, and he's still like, Dad, before bed, he's like, can you check the closet? Like before bed.
Nice.
I'm not going to say, no, you're too old for this.
No, it sounds like he's gifted, and he's just, because usually around 7, 8.
It goes away.
Up until puberty. Once puberty starts and the hormones start changing, then they'll either
have it.
Well, they'll either retain it or they'll lose it.
Mine continued into my teens, even after puberty had.
There you go.
I'm curious to see what happens, and he's fascinated by all this stuff, like that I.
Is he? Oh wow!
You're in trouble.
I know.
How do you handle his questions for all the parents that are out there listening who are going through this with their kids? How do you handle the question?
Honest, right? Like, because he knows, he's watched the shows that I've done, and he knows that I go out and he's met like all the people that I do the investigations with, and it helps. Actually, what's been good is because I'll talk about it, and then he'll watch the episodes sometimes, right? He'll see like my buddy Sean, who he calls his Uncle Sean, and Peter and all that. And so he knows we go to these places, we investigate it, and we're all still around, and we're all still fine. So that's a big part of it, right? Where it's not like a horror movie where we all die. And I'm really honest.
That's important.
It is important, and I think that's the important thing. That, and at night when he talks about, the closet and stuff, or he'll go like, waking up at 3 a.m. And I say to him, buddy, I said, no matter what goes on, there's nothing in this house you need to be afraid of.
That's good.
There's nothing here that's to be afraid of. Even and if, sometimes like, people talk about seeing these things, it's not that scary. It's just like you just don't need to worry about it. Like, you know what I mean?
And does he accept your answer, or is he thinking, I'm not seeing the stuff that I'm seeing?
Good that he trusts
I've
you.
seen stuff, right? I've told him I've seen stuff. I investigate. Like part of the way I make a living is I write books about it and I do a show about it, right? Like,
okay.
Have you thought about having somebody come in and just do like a clearing, just to
I've done it myself with Sage. He used to be scared of the basement, so I did Sage, and he was good for a while. Which was nice. So I think you get a hand. The only thing that's really sticking around is just the closet thing. Like that's
does he have a salt lamp?
He doesn't actually. That's a good idea.
I did that with a friend of mine's son. I actually gave him mine. I gave him my salt lamp because I thought it would be more profound if it was mine and I was giving it to him. And I said, you can have it for right now to protect you. And he still has it, and he's almost 18.
Oh, wow.
And and it took away all the nightmares. That, again, it's mindset, that feeling of this is protecting me and this is lighting up my room and it's keeping everything clear. And it worked wonders with him. That's why I asked if he has it. Because that's one of the first things I ask. Because sometimes if they have a nightlight because they're having trouble sleeping, the salt lamp kind of does double duty, right? Because you can turn it on.
That's we use a lava lamp for him.
Yeah,
nice.
Calming,
calming light.
I think with salt lamps too is they're natural ionizers. So you know what I mean. It does just sort of recycle the air a little bit too.
Yeah,
it's all about. Well, I mean, I only find that working with adults. I'm always trying to retrain what's up here. If some people figure they're living as a hostage, for example, because they truly believe there's something there, and they're feeling oppressed in some way, and to try to teach somebody who's maybe lived that way I've talked to people who are like 60 years old, and like, I've been like this my whole life. I'm like, God, what's in your error to retrain this person? And I don't mean that disrespectfully.
No, it's tough.
Yeah, how do you get somebody to feel like I'm not a hostage anymore? I'm actually the warrior. I'm actually in control. It's hard.
Well, that's what we tell people, like when we've gone into homes where stuff has been going on, like because we're like, we're not going to come in here and exercise your house. That's not what we do.
No, but again, it goes back to TV, right? What they've seen on television. Yeah,
we've seen that happen, but we'll get you whatever we can come up in terms of show you that activity we find, and then it's kind of up to you. But a lot of it is, this is your home, so if it doesn't bug you, the best way for it to stop bugging you is to ignore it.
You're right. Acknowledgement is empowerment.
Or if you really just don't want to hear, just go take charge. My house. If you want to stay here, you're welcome to. You just do not bug us. This is our home, and we'll coexist. Otherwise, get out.
But first, you want to make sure that it is a spirit before they get to that point, because oftentimes you'll get there and there isn't anything going on.
There isn't anything at all. And we do a huge screening process even before going in. Like, interviews with them and talk about, like, do you have any mental health issues in the home, any drug or alcohol abuse, all of this. And once we kind of get past that point where we're confident there could be something, then we actually go in. And we do a walkthrough, we research the place. Like, it's a process. It's not just like, cool, let's go, right? Like,
you asked something really interesting when I watched your trailer, and I guess you had come across something that basically claimed to be demonic. And you said, what constitutes you being a demon? Something along the lines of, why do you call yourself a demon? Why do you think you're one? I can't remember the dialogue exactly. What would get you to approach it that way? Like, did it growl at you? Did it,
Okay, that's interesting. That was kind of, it was funny because I mentioned when we wanted to do the show, we wanted to do the show that got nothing. And the first episode we taped, first freaking episode we taped, It was at this hotel, and we're going in, we're interviewing the people, and we've been in it before, and a guy who lives there has what he calls the demon jar.
Oh.
What happened? This place was a nightclub, and it's a hotel, and it's social housing. And one of the patrons would be someone, he was a First Nations man, and he called himself a shaman. And he said every time he came in, every time the shaman would come in, he'd be bugged by something. So he finally captured it in this jar. And he gave it to the guys that managed the hotel. And the guy didn't know what to do, so he just, thanks. He didn't open it, left it completely sealed. And what would happen with this jar, and we saw it, and we actually, over the course of our shoot, it was interesting. There was nothing in it, absolutely nothing, not even any moisture. We left it on the bar. And sometimes you'd walk by, and it would be completely steamed up on the inside. Other times you'd come by, and there'd be no steam. It would be completely clear again. It would do that 3 or 4 times over the course of our investigation.
Wow.
Crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Paranormal? I don't know. It's certainly not normal, right? Like,
No.
We could agree on that.
Doing a walkthrough, while we're getting a tour of the place, there's this one room, and in that room was this guy who kept claiming something would come in and bug him from time to time. And while we were even there on the walkthrough, we were talking to this guy in this other room, the guy starts losing it in that room. And he's yelling and he's swearing and he's like, "You're a demon, get out of here, you murderer, blah, 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 blah." So that happened. We all got all that on audio, so that's in the episode. But that's, again, demon jar, guy using the term demon. And then when Peter was doing, I was downstairs in the back nightclub that's no longer in use, myself and Sarah and Marcus, who's shooting. Upstairs, Peter and Sean and Brandon is one of the other photographers, and Peter's doing his spirit box thing, and he's like, he did just a bunch of questions. Finally, like, tell me your name, and clear as day, demon.
Oh my God!
Read footage, like he just starts laughing, and then Sean's like, you hear Sean go, "Did that just say what I thought it said?" It just goes, demon. You know what I mean? And
wow.
When I was downstairs filming, Sean texted me, and I used my phone as a camera as well. So on the gimbal, I see the little message pop up while I'm shooting, and it's like Sean's like, "Peter just got demon on the spirit box." That's when I started asking, well, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, and I'm like, why did you call yourself a demon? Because like I don't necessarily, like, I was raised Christian, but I don't necessarily believe yet in like the demon pitchfork. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to find out, are you this demon from the jar, or do you just think you are? You know what I mean? Are you another spirit playing at something? You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
So I just kind of really want to nail it down instead of just accepting it out. Oh, there's obviously a demon here now. Although I just find the 3 uses of the word were very interesting.
It is interesting. Do you maybe think that because of the belief, like that maybe they created a tulpa, they put so much belief in it that a tulpa, like Slenderman, right? Like it doesn't exist. This thing was made up in a freaking chat room, and so many millions of people put belief into it that they created an entity of sorts. They gave it characteristics. This thing started having, there's people getting sightings of it.
Well, a young girl tried to kill her best friend because she said that the Slender Man would. Yes, it really is an amazing documentary. It really is.
So basically, this topo was created. Do you think it's like the same idea? So, the story starts, and then it just snowballs, and now you've just brought something in or created something.
It's interesting. I mean, that's a possibility. It's a place too where, like, because it was social housing, like there's been deaths there. Right, like the one girl that we did get in, we were there was named Holly, and she had died, killed herself. She'd lost her iPad, and so we actually got Holly when we were doing a session. Like, what is your name? We got a run of questions going. We actually got Holly out. The woman's voice saying Holly. So there's already these different deaths. It's places where people are struggling with health and mental health addiction, addiction and mental health. One of the bars there had a bad reputation growing up. Like there was fights, stabbings, all this stuff. So maybe there's all this negative energy, and there's enough people are putting a name on it, for whatever purpose, that people could just think, and if enough people are thinking it, sure, it's like, it's almost like
manifesting.
People think about God. Enough people believe in God. Maybe God does exist. You know what I mean? Like it's who knows, right?
It could work with just about anything, I'm sure.
It was interesting. I just found that there was, to me, that I can't take that as a coincidence that we get 4 separate uses of that terminology. Or maybe one of the spirits just adopted it there because that's a cool word to use because it's already being used and it's a good way to scare people.
It's really hard to say. That's why I look for certain characteristics, and because they do, allegedly have their own characteristics.
They do, yeah.
And depending on the equipment, some of it also has a memory. Like if you use the Oculus, it has a memory in it.
Yes.
And people don't realize it also has a GPS in it. So when you're someplace, it goes, it starts naming off different things about your environment, and you're like, I didn't know. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's the GPS, but yet I've had amazing experiences with it, where a full blown conversation coming up with nicknames of the person standing beside me who I don't know.
Yeah.
And the guy's going, oh my God, that's my wife's nickname, and I'm just like, okay.
How did that happen?
My wife's nickname is Starbucks.
And then it starts basically popping off this other female's name and all kinds of stuff. And he goes, oh my God, we're supposed to go to this foundation, this I guess it was a charity event called the Kelly something foundation event. And he kept saying, Kelly. I'm just like, what is this? Who's calling around here?
If you're in Canada and it says to me, hope.
Yeah. So there's something to be said for it, and the skeptical guys are just totally gobsmacked. That makes sense out of what's going on. You're like, question mark.
Yeah, that's where you can't discount what you're experiencing because enough of it's lining up in some way, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you just kind of go, that's something. And that's in this business, like we're never going to get evidence that's going to hold up in a court of law, at least yet. But that at least that's something more tangible, right? Like that you can say, all right, well, there's something there. Like,
there was one case. Okay, here's a case for you. I had to do some research. There was a murder case that had gone on, and a man got acquitted because the jury grabbed a Ouija board after for sequester, and they tried to contact and say, did he do it? And even though the board said yes, they tried to contact the victim. They tried to contact the victim. And even though the victim said yes, allegedly this is who came through, it was acquitted because they used the board that guy got up.
That's a good way to screw a trial, just saying. I don't even know how the hell did they even answer that one for me, Jason? How did they get the Ouija board into
You don't need a board. You just need paper and a board.
Oh, yes. Well, they could do that.
Right?
They could do that. No, but she's right. All they needed was their glass, pen, and paper. They're supplied with that when they're in there.
They are.
They have the supplies. Because there was a lot of paranormal people on that jury.
I must have been.
They just, what? They're like, hey, somebody had the brainiac idea to say, let's just ask the victim. Which, okay, it makes sense.
You had to have 11 other people follow with you. That's like, have you seen 12 Angry Men? How did they even shoot that?
It's the only time that it allegedly that a person ever got off because of spirit communication.
Oh my God.
Because the judge thought this jury's cracked.
Yeah, and out, right?
Yeah. That's probably what happened. That's sad.
It's called Paranormal Jury, and every week they could.
Can you imagine? That's a great concept. Let's coin that now, though. Be careful. Let's copyright that now.
Use Paranormal Jury.
Trademark it, Jason. That's a great idea.
You just put it off as for entertainment purposes.
Let's go back on the Manson murders. No, but you test that theory by going back on crimes that we know the outcome of. You test that theory that way. Yeah.
Do not try this at home, kids. This is entertainment only. I know.
Can I just go back to that jar for 1 second? Because that fascinated me because I've never heard of that. Would that be something like a Dybbuk box?
I think that's kind of the point. Not so much, but it was a makeshift one because this guy's so they have their own
trapping
system. Right?
A spirit.
I believe you catch it, cap it, seal it, and just don't let it out.
Wow. Can we do that with in-laws? Just my family's all going to cut me off now. But anyway.
That would be amazing.
And Jason's like, I'm not speaking.
My sister-in-law's right there, like, block her.
Yeah. You can cancel Amelia.
It was the whole point of that question, but anyway.
Oh my gosh. Speaking of that, I just got a cold spot.
Yeah.
How do you do that in a house with no forced air?
Probably one of the 6 skulls you have behind you.
That's right.
I don't know, man. That was weird. People will often see things like the lights go on and off, and they're all on separate breakers.
Michelle's house, I've been in there. I can personally attest to the fact that it is haunted. I've been in there more than once. It's beautiful.
People will message me and say, little tiny you're recording at this specific time. There's a voice that came through. I'm like, I'm the only one here.
Yeah, so I don't know how.
I don't know. Soon after I get used to it.
There's a lot in there.
Well, it's weird the show again from home because we come from a studio also.
Yeah.
And it was just shit sound. It was just terrible. I mean, this house has walls 3 feet thick, so it's like
nice dead air, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It doesn't travel too much. Just put it that way. So
we were in a tin can.
It was pretty much like a tin can.
Oh, it was terrible.
Right? They're designed for optimal sound, like they're built that way. So it's really
one of his studios was, but not the one we were using.
Oh, really?
No, the radio people got
not the one he gave us.
And the musicians got like amazing soundproof.
Of course, the
you know.
Yeah, we didn't get that.
I
weren't there long.
I know you're talking. It's just like taking a tin can and having a conversation. It's like.
But what was nice about it was that we had a window street view, so people be able to see. Yeah, that was nice. But the sound was ridiculous. Yeah, ridiculous.
Not so good.
Cool.
No.
Yeah.
No.
So, okay. So, what's next for you then? You're working. Are you finishing up the Bigfoot documentary? I think you should come back on when you do your other documentary and bring Peter with you.
Yeah, no, we would love that. Like we're
editing.
We're just putting music to part 3 of our Bigfoot hunt. We've got one more part, and then we've got another investigation we did right before Halloween.
Ooh.
It's going to come out where we went to a place called Ashcroft, which is a village with a lot of different ghosts. We kind of did a little wrap up that way.
Yeah.
And then we're going to be filming the haunted artifact episode coming up in April.
Oh.
Peter and I are writing our second book right now. Our second book. We got a contract to do 2 more.
Right.
The first one sold well enough, so we're working on those. And then I just do other YouTube stuff for Joe Blow, which is where We Want to Believe is hosted. On their Paranormal Network, we do a show called Hunting the Haunted, where we dissect popular or known cases of hauntings. And
cool.
A UFO show as well, which is just a monthly UFO wrap-up kind of thing. So
that's really cool.
Yeah, it's fun. Thank you.
I like that, Hunting the Haunted. I want to see that.
It's been fun. The trick is picking different cases.
Have you tried the Enfield? Have you tried the Enfield haunting?
That's the next one. That's the next episode. The first is the horror, of course, and then Enfield. And then I think we might do the Salem witch trials, like just talk about that and everything that went on there.
Lindsay Borden's house is up for sale. Just saying.
I saw that.
If anybody wants to go have these, I'm in.
I'd love that.
I've been there.
I knew somebody owned it once. Yeah, so.
Oh, yeah.
Did anything happen when you were there, Amelia?
I had a lot of experience to the point where I've actually talked about it on air where he asked me to stop talking. First, he was like, I won't say who the person was that ran the tours because I went there and I go to Boston yearly, like not since COVID, but with my girlfriend. And it's like a besties trip, right?
Yeah.
So one year I said, okay, we're not going into Boston and not coming out without going to the Borden house. And I introduced myself because I wanted him on the radio. And he's like, oh, you go first and just say what you see. Because, of course, that was a great catch for him, right? Having a medium go through with the tour group. Well, he didn't like what he was hearing, and he pulled me aside and said, you have to stop because that doesn't follow the script that we have.
I'm a medium. I don't work with a freaking script.
I don't have a script, buddy. I'm just telling you what I'm getting here, and it's not what you're saying.
What you wish for, friend.
It's like, no, that's not what happened. This is what happened, and this is what was going on in here. And he goes, you're right, but you can't see it.
Then don't ask me.
could be the reason why your tours are going down the tubes, bud. But yeah. Maybe if you told them the truth. Well, the background story, of the abortions and why the doctor was in her life and why he covered up for her was because she was being molested. Yeah. And it's like, why aren't you telling that story? Well, it's not paranormal. Well, it's intriguing and it's the truth. And I think it's compelling. And then you can understand why she did what she did. Yeah. Let's not just exploit her. But as much as, and everybody in Salem, I love you guys. As much as I love Salem, I find it highly exploited and I have an issue with it. Mm-hmm. I was fortunate enough to be at the burying ground and find somebody who used to give tours, who told the story of how they memorialized this area. And you go in there thinking that the people that were hung, 17 of them, one which was a man who stepped in place for his pregnant wife, because they would never hang a pregnant woman. You go in there believing that they're buried there, and they're not. They're actually in a mass grave that's unmarked. Yeah. And if you find the right person, they'll tell you where it is so you can pay your respects. It's a memorial that's there. And the people who put them in that position are buried in that cemetery next to them, which is just down the street from the Hawthorne House. Is phenomenal experience.
Sacrilegious, really.
Yeah, it is.
You're buried next to your murderer. That's just terrible.
But they're not buried next to them. It's memorialized, which is even worse. Yeah. But the beautiful thing about this memorial is the threshold is actually the sentences of each and every victim. Right, the last thing they did right before they pulled the floor out from under them, and it's all that memorialized in their honor. And there's a lot of flowers on their names because you can't go to the actual burial site. You can see it from a distance, but you can't get close enough to it. It's private. Wow. So I just find it highly exploited, and I think it's because of my background, because of my great grandmother, and maybe that's why I find it unfair. And of course, when you know the whole story, right? But the Hawthorne House, if you go into Salem, wow, is that ever active? That's huge.
That's hugely active. One of the things during my research on it, they said that's one of the.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd ever be allowed back in because I took photographs when I wasn't supposed to.
I took a lot over the world. Every place
I took a lot of them. He's like, you can't take photographs here. I'm like, okay, click. Yeah.
I take pictures and I take soil.
Exactly.
Yeah. They said, you don't take photographs here. I said, why? Why? Like, I'm there thinking, let me help somebody cross, right? So why don't you want me to take photographs? What don't you want me to see? So of course, as soon as you say that to me, I'm gonna want to do it.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. If I live in Gordon's house, I would, if I could, I would buy that place just to bring peace to that area.
Well, because it's being run as a tour place, right? And and I think that's something when you look at like the dark tourism movement and all, like you even say with Salem. I mean, people are fascinated by it. So, but at what point when you are profiteering off of that fascination over a tragedy or a murder, because it's normal, it become this bastardization of what actually went on there, and it is exploitive.
And there's a lot of places like that. There are places that, people don't want the spirits ascended, and I'm like, but it's not up to you to hold them back.
No.
They have a right to go to the next level, to continue their journey.
If you don't want them ascended, you better have my photograph at your front door.
Yeah.
And keep me from coming in, because if I'm there and I find out, I will move the spirit forward. I don't care. Yeah, you don't get to make that choice. You let the spirit make that choice if it wants to come back. It's a human, it's a being, it's a soul. I have a hard time with that.
And the history that what happened there will never go away. So you can still have this is what happened, and you can look at like Amityville. You can still, whether you believe it or not, you can still go look at the house. Like you can't go in it, but hey, all right, I went and saw the Amityville house, cool, and you move on, right? You can still do that, but to try to turn it into this mega tourist attraction and make tons of money off of something that was a horrible tragedy.
Why would you, right? Why? And I went in. I'm just guilty, but you know what? I went in there because I wanted to see the story for myself as a medium. Not as a tourist, I wanted to see that story. I wanted to feel where she lived. I wanted to know what happened, and I was fortunate enough that I didn't get to have that conversation, but it doesn't always happen just because you go in, No, you're right about that. It is funny how when you least expect it. I just happened to be walking by where they have the naval ship. I call it a cemetery, but the museum, I call it a cemetery. I just happened to be walking on the pier, killing time to go in to the boarding house, and I could hear tons of voices coming from the ship, and was able to validate names later. Just by googling them, and it was crazy. Yeah. So there's a lot. Massachusetts is loaded with
the world is loaded.
Yeah.
The world is loaded. Try being on the other side of the world, or it's everywhere.
Well, my hotel room was haunted. I mean, it was crazy. And then one of my best friends, Nancy, she's so petrified of all people. This was happening. She's like, "Why is my purse on the floor?" I'm like, "You don't want to know." She's like, I literally watched it go like this. Like, it's so. But that was because I brought somebody home with me. But it happens.
Sorry, I'm just getting messages coming in. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
That's
so.
Okay.
So, yes, we'd like to have you come back.
Absolutely.
We'd like to have you come back with Peter. We'd like to have you guys. I mean, we're booking like really far ahead, but I think maybe October would be fun because it's.
That would be fun.
It's
and if you have any pictures you want to share with us, that would be great because we can run them across the screen.
Well, even like by then we'd film a bunch more stuff. We could even bring a little bit of footage of something maybe or something like that too. But then the second book should be close to coming out because we're contract to have one of them done by the end of the year, and then we've got two more. So one by the end of the year and then one early next. So that'd be amazing. It'd be great to come on and share that with you guys, and we'll have done a lot more by then too. Knock on wood.
Right? I'm not used to. I got you. I got your back.
I think it would be a lot of fun, and I'll definitely be in touch with your people.
Or even you can just reach out direct over social media too. That'd be fine.
We can definitely do that. That's being me.
It's easier.
It is. We do book up quick. I have to say we're pretty fortunate, but
that's awesome.
Yeah. I won't scoff at it. Let's put it that way. So it's a good thing. It's hard. It's hard to get people to go that far ahead. So.
Yeah. But it's not far when you think of it, right? I mean, it is far, but look how quickly time moves. So I mean.
Yeah.
Yes, but everybody wants October.
Everybody wants October.
Oh.
Yes, they do. Yeah. And there's only so many shows, right? There's like what 2, 4, 6, 8. I think we have this October. There's only 4 weeks in October, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't go into It doesn't. No, but sometimes you go into like midweek to midweek. But there's only 8 shows, so.
I'd have to go and check. I don't know.
Yeah.
We'd love to. We would love to. That'd be great to come back on in October.
Oh. Okay, I'll definitely connect up then because it'll be gone in no time. It's already booking, so I know.
Let me know. I got a calendar. I can fit it in.
Oh my God! I need to get mine now. For sure, I need to get mine. So.
Write mine down old school.
We will. So tell everybody how to find you before we sign off at the 11 o'clock our time.
So We Want to Believe currently broadcasts on the Paranormal Network through JoeBlow.com, as well as Hunting the Haunted and the UFO Show. The book, I Want to Believe, One Man's Journey in the Paranormal, is from Beyond the Fray Publishing, and you can find it on Amazon.ca and .com, as well as Barnes & Noble. And then, of course, on Facebook, if you look up We Want to Believe the series, you'll be able to find our page there as well. And we put like the other shows up on that as well. So that's where you can find it. And then also We Came From the Basement.com. We
I like that.
Cast up of that as well, which is where we do a pop culture show, but we put it up there too. So
that's good. Yeah, that's good. So hopefully, post-COVID, that you guys will be able to get back in studio and get some mega filming done, and because you do your radio shows in studio also.
We usually do, yeah. We're doing it sort of off-site in a basement studio right now where we know it's safe. But the way things are going, at least we can start shooting again in April outdoors, like do stuff outside kind of thing. And
yeah, we're there.
It's getting warmer. It's getting warm, especially for you guys. You guys get the heat before we do.
Yeah, it's already like we've had a few days like 16 Celsius. It's been
we're
crazy.
19 here today.
So have we. So have we.
Good,
Yeah,
good,
shocking. Usually BC's out. It has flowers before we do because it's just so much warmer. Yeah.
We also get a lot of humidity here. I don't think you guys get.
Where I am, it's dry. Yeah, it's pretty dry in the interior. So
just quit bragging.
Must be nice.
The humidity will kill you here in the heat.
You think my hair is splitting now? You should see it in July. Holy cow! Yeah. You
see this red hair goes right out of the ring. Oh my God! Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome. So thank you.
Hot iron that goes into your car.
Yes. So I will be in touch.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for indulging us and
conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was fun.
It was.
I had a great time. No, and it was nice. We talked about so many different things. It's nice to do that. So and discuss these, which are really, I think, bigger issues than people think they are. Like in the end, it's important stuff.
You're not wrong. I think if the more people realize that, like our couch investigators and stuff, we love you though, because usually, they're very supportive of the paranormal community, but unfortunately, there's a lot of people that move on to, and I get why people want to research. I understand, but unfortunately, sometimes there are people involved in that whom you're supposed to help, who kind of get lost in the whole mix of everything. Because with so many shows out, everybody's like, oh, let's do this case and get on television. And people really do get mystified. And it becomes very dangerous, in some levels for other people. So that's where I sort of end up having a little bit of issues. But that's for a whole other show.
We could talk about that in October.
And we shall. Because I bet you there'll be a whole new boatload of shows out.
Oh my gosh, there's a whole bunch coming.
Yes.
But
thank you for joining us, and good luck with everything. I'm really anxious to see what you come up with. It sounds like it's going to be just fantastic.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
No, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Hey.
Hey.
Good night.
So we've come to the end of another great segment. Wow, that was a lot of fun. Jason, you're a lot of fun. You're
Canadian.
Canadian, you're a lot of fun. so thank you to Jason Hewlett for joining us tonight. Big thank you to Joe for weaving his magic behind the scenes. Please remember to stop by the United Public Radio YouTube channel and UFO Paranormal. Subscribe, please, and feel free to show us a little bit of love by going over to our group page on the Outer Realm being on Facebook and follow us on Instagram. Join us tomorrow night as Steve Genier and Alex Rondine, two personal friends, Alex and Steve, are burrito buddies. Or Amelia's
no burrito buddies. No burritos
no burritos. But they're going to be returning to the show. They are, repeat guests with us. And the topic of discussion will be, again, the paranormal. It's Paranormal Week. But how has the media affected the research? And where is it going? So we're going to touch on a lot of stuff with that. I don't think you guys are going to want to miss this. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be very informative. The guys are great. And as you can see, all our guests are just bloody awesome. So thank you. Good night, and we'll see you tomorrow night.
It's controversial. Nothing is cut and dried, and when you read things that are published in magazines or newspapers by some breathless journalist who's writing a story and trying to excite you about something, you can pretty well figure out that he probably doesn't have it right.
Well, because a lot of it's just what it is. It's for the shock value. It's nothing more than that. It's how much unfortunately in the States especially, shock value sells.
How many times have you read an article of, the universe is going to end in the big crunch, and then the next day you read an article, expert says, universe will expand forever. Well, which one of these experts is right? That's the kind of controversy that goes on in science.
Well, they're probably both right. We'll probably expand forever, and then one day we'll probably implode ourselves. They're probably both right. They just haven't figured it out yet. And since I've learned a long time ago, nothing's wasted in the universe. Everything is recycled. So even if we implode, we'll just start over again.
Exactly.
So I've never seen and for me, in some science, I have to wonder, because there's some things that I have to wonder about, like 2 decades ago we were all talking about water and Mars. Of course, science said no, no, no. Of course, now we know that's wrong.
Yeah.
That there is. And, we've all been saying there's life on Mars in some sort, form, or fashion. Finally, they're admitting that, yeah, there probably is some type of life on Mars. So it just seems like the mainstream science is always 20 or 30 years behind the visionaries. And it's a shame, because you would think by now they would have learned. Science would learn. Well, a lot of our technologies are based from sci-fi, from science fiction.
Oh, yeah, and much of science today, mainstream science, is no longer true science.
Oh, no. Today it's about
it's
the
a
buck.
religion.
Yeah, it's the religion of science, and how much money can I make it, how much fame can I get.
Yeah, and what gets funded is generally what is popular, and very often you have to understand that science is the tool of governments to control the masses of humanity. And therefore they don't want, science to be free and to reveal all of their secrets. They want to control it. So what gets funded is what they approve, and what doesn't get funded, is what doesn't get done.
Well, I just came back a couple weeks ago. I was at a meeting at Tulane University amongst a group of physicists, and I asked them point blank, how come we don't have any scientists that are in it for the love of science and not in it for the grants or the loans or the fame or the money? And of course, a lot of them got offended, but several of them got up there and addressed the question. Well, it's not what it used to be. You have to do something popular to get a grant or a loan. Mm-hmm. Schools won't fund you unless it's something that is popular and mainstream, or something that society's interested in. And so there's not a lot of true science anymore in the fact that, let me have $1 million so I can go find out why a particular thing works. He said, we just don't see that kind of science anymore.
No.
He said, now...
It's very, very bad for humanity.
It is. And it's going to hurt us in the long run, because there's no true science. And I don't want to offend, because I know there's a lot of scientists listening to my show. I said, I don't want to offend anyone, because I know a lot of y'all are out there doing hardcore research, but from the ones I've had on the show, I know a lot of them are not doing what their heart wants to do.
Exactly. And they need to be doing what is in their heart to do, what drives them, because that's where the true creativity is, and creativity is the primary moving force of the universe, and it manifests through people and through science.
It's just a strange little beast we live in today. But, I did hear a Nobel laureate the other day talking about how peaceful the planet is and how nice the planet is. Well, he's making a point, and he's actually very correct, and he's going to win another award for this. If you take it based on where we are today, based on where we were 50 years ago, or even 100 or 1,000, we're much more peaceful. There are less people dying of starvation or war than ever before on the planet, especially considering there's 6 billion of us today. And he's got a very good point. He said he doesn't understand why humanity is always waiting for the other shoe to drop. He said instead of taking advantage of the most plentiful, most peaceful time the planet's ever existed, most people are sitting at their home whining, crying, moaning, and waiting for the other shoe to drop. He had a good point, and it's a tough one to get around. So he made a joke about this, which was probably in poor taste, but he made a joke, well, maybe the extraterrestrials will come and wake us up or help us to understand that we're better off than we realize.
I'd like to see his statistics.
Yeah. Well, no, it was already looked over by a large group of people. It is a true fact. There is less people starving today than even just 10 years ago. And there's no major wars going on the planet at all. None. There's no World War IIs and no Roman empires or British empires or French empires conquering the world. There's none of that going on. You've got a couple little brush skirmishes, and that's about it. And so I understood.
You call Iraq a brush skirmish?
Oh, yeah. I call
it
53 million dead in World War II, 4,000 dead in Iraq. Yeah, I call it a brush skirmish. It's a big difference. It's not a war. All of our citizens aren't involved in it. We don't have literally millions of troops deployed. To me, that's a war. When we deploy all of our forces and we've got all of our branches out and going, that's a war. What we're doing right now is the same thing we did in Vietnam. We're babysitting and trying to correct someone else's problems. Because let's be honest about it. If the United States wanted to, they could end Iraq, Afghanistan, and Pakistan in one swift blow without even putting any troops on the ground.
Whose problems are we trying to correct?
Not ours.
Well, I mean, we created this problem.
Oh, I agree we created the problem. I won't even argue with you there. I agree that we've created several problems on the planet.
Like the pharmaceutical industry, they create diseases and then they sell you this cure.
Oh, yeah, I heard our emperor the other day said that he's going to give us, at least make some of the more needed medicines free in the United States. I'm like, yeah, well, I'll wait for hell to freeze over, and then maybe we'll see that. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, if he does it, it would be great. I just don't think it's going to happen.
Well, I don't think just get a universal health care plan, and they don't have to make the medicines free.
That's true. But you see, they don't even want to talk about that.
But they can sell them for $1.
Yeah, they don't want to talk about giving everybody in the States. I guess you know what it is. Well, I don't think they want us to live that long. I think they're already worried that there's too many of us, and we can't afford what we have in the country as it is.
Well, yeah, there is too many of us, but I don't think their solution is the right one. Education is the right one.
And I don't think going around killing people for the sake of killing people is going to help anything, because basically that's what we're doing in Iraq. I mean, there's no real threat to us over there, or in Afghanistan. There might have been, but there's not now. And frankly,
they've got oil.
Yeah, they got oil, and we need to keep our oil supply running. And
it could be a trigger for a world war.
Yeah, well, the Bible says that's where the Third World War starts. Isn't why they didn't call it the Third World War, but that's where they say Armageddon starts, is in the Middle East. And it's a good chance now that Iran's, launching missiles over there right now, so we might see something. But see, I worry when we have presidents like Obama in office, because he's kind of wishy-washy. He's not a very strong president, so you tend to see more stuff flare up around the world when the United States has weak presidents in office, like when Jimmy Carter was in office.
I don't think there's been a truly freely elected president since John Kennedy.
Oh, actually, they say since Truman Roosevelt. They say he was the last president that was elected by the people for the people.
That's probably true.
Yeah, because Kennedy was a give-in, and I think they realized when they did that, just like they did with Obama, they made a mistake. But sometimes
I don't know. Obama's playing their game.
He is now. They matter of fact, Richard Dolan a couple of weeks ago was on my show, and he called him Bush Light. And by the way, I love that.
Oh, he's absolutely right. I agree 100%.
Yeah, I love that term. I've been using it ever since. I had to tell Rich things because it's a good term. And
but you know what? He may turn out to be worse than Bush.
He might. You might be right. There's some stuff that he's doing right now that, it was bad because day before yesterday, he was on talking about Guantanamo Bay and releasing the prisoners in the United States. Of course, Congress shot that down. They told him he was losing his mind. But what was really bad is he did this hour and 20-minute lecture, tried to run it over so the networks wouldn't pick up Cheney. Cheney came on, did a beautiful lecture, made Obama look like a total idiot, and has gone up 15 points in the polls because of this. Yeah. He was at 26, now he's at like 42. And it hurt Obama bad. He sounded like a spoiled kid that couldn't get his way. That's what Obama sounded like.
Oh, boy.
And, I don't know what we're going to do. We haven't had a president like this since Carter. I mean, he thinks because he's the president, everything should be his way. I guess he don't understand what bipartisanship is. But it's like John Podesta when he was talking about, the U.S. should release its documents, and Stephen Bassett's telling me about, Obama's going to be the one that gets the information. I had to tell him, I said, I don't think he can. I don't think he has the strength or the backing to make this disclose anything to the general population. I know in Europe they've been talking a lot, and they've been releasing a lot of information, but nothing of any consequence, nothing that's changing anything. France put out some information a few years ago. England put out some. A couple other countries did. And I said this 10 years ago. I said it doesn't matter what countries put out data until the President of the United States or the President of the UN steps up and says extraterrestrials are real. It's not going to matter. Then they're not going to believe anybody else. It's just not. Nobody else has the credibility.
Well, I mean, look at all that has come out from very respectable sources and how those sources were then defamed, destroyed,
tore down to nothing. Yeah, that's typical.
So it's.
So what made you brave enough to get out and decide to get into this alternative world, as I like to call it?
Well, it kind of snuck up on me because I keep telling people that of all the people who never wanted to know anything about UFOs or so-called aliens, I deserve a place at the head of the line, and that's true. This is not something I ever wanted to know anything about or ever cared about, or I spent most of my life dabbling in the paranormal. Metaphysics, studying, reading, working as a hypnotherapist, and my range of expertise was things like past life regressions and relaxation therapy and guided imagery and all that sorts of airy type things. And you could just, I didn't believe in it necessarily. I just knew that the therapy worked and that people liked it and they came for it and it was interesting and curiosity to me. And the idea of ever encountering anything having to do with aliens was, the furthest thing from my mind. And somebody, I wrote a book about, so-called biblical prophecy at one point, and somebody read it, and they said, well, you didn't say anything about UFOs in here. And I said, well, sure I did. There's a sentence in there, talking, contemptuously about the alien rapture theories, which is what I called it. And that was the extent of what I said, one sentence. And the person was appalled, and it was really strange because not too long after this was when, and this is where the high strangeness factor comes in. No sooner do you have the conversation, then things start happening. And that was not too long after that I saw the UFO with my children, and that's when I started trying to find out what the heck was that I saw, because what I saw, just simply, there was no explanation for it in normal aeronautical terms, just none. And I have a cousin who's an aerospace engineer, works at NASA, and I have people in my family who are engineers and so forth. So everybody said, what you're describing could not have happened. And I tried to get confirmation from other people that they could explain this thing for me, and nobody could explain it. And in fact, people started to, say I was losing my mind. Well, I wasn't losing my mind because I saw it, and so did other people that I knew, and so did my children. We all were describing the same thing. Well, not too long after that, that was when my first abductee contacted me for a hypnotherapy session. And since I did not believe in this phenomenon, I was determined to prove that it was some other kind of experience. I did a lot of leading, which I don't normally do, just to try to lead the person into describing something else, like an early childhood memory, or maybe a disguised past life memory, or maybe there was some abuse in early childhood, something like this. I was deliberately trying to make it go the other way, and it didn't work. And so I'm thinking to myself, well, this is crazy. I'm reading these articles where these people say that, it's all suggestion on the part of the hypnotist, when somebody comes up with an abduction scenario. And this is clearly not what has happened here, because I know what I'm doing here, and I was not, suggesting to this person that they had an alien abduction experience. I was doing the exact opposite. And one thing led to another, and it got wilder, and I started reading about it because I was extremely curious. I read everything I could get my hands on, was reading 18 hours a day sometimes until my eyes bled. And there was just so much stuff, and there was so much noise, and so many different opinions, and so many investigators, and so little science, and it just got crazy, and I couldn't get any hard and fast answers from anybody about anything. Nobody had a really good theory that covered all of the data, because everybody had different sets of data, and it made me crazy. And since I couldn't find any answers, I started thinking, well, I've read about all of these people, who did this channeling, and of course that was another thing. Because if you start considering, say, a UFO or alien hypothesis, what does that do to the paranormal? I mean, people have been studying and talking and reading and writing and experimenting with paranormal topics for, well over a century. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just hit the phone button. Go ahead.
And none of them are ever talking about aliens. How do aliens fit into that picture? Because if there's such a thing as aliens and UFOs, that changes everything. I mean, everything I thought that I had settled, I had organized in all of my little categories, it was all out the window. And this was very distressing to me. So having made a really long study for years of so-called channeling and experimental communications with other realms of experience, I said, well, if there's any way to get an answer, about any of this, or any possible clue, that might be the way to do it. You couldn't necessarily rely on anything you got 100%, because there's always a noise signal ratio. But I decided to try it, but I knew that I had to do it in a way and under circumstances that are a little more rigorous, and just somebody sitting down and putting on a pyramid on their head and saying, okay, talk to me. And I started this, what I called, a critical channeling experiment, which, is in a fully conscious state using a board-type instrument and with other people present, participating. It's not just a one-person thing. And using a kind of a vigorous feedback algorithm, to check and cross-check everything that came through, minute by minute, hour by hour, whatever, session by session, and went through this like 2 years, once or twice a week for 2 years, until finally a signal came through that seemed to be, very intelligent, very internally consistent, and it gave some information that actually began to make some sense out of things. And of course, there were some testable things that came through, but there were many things that were not testable. But that's what you have to, when you're looking for information about something you know nothing about. That's going to be the way it is. You're going to have to hold some things in a questionable category. So that was what happened, and we started recording all of this information over this period of time, and it was delivered letter by letter, and usually nobody knew what was being said until after it was read back. You had to put your word breaks in because all the letters are delivered all in one continuous stream without breaks. So you have to go in and you have to make the word breaks yourself and, figure out what's being said. So that was, and the source identified itself and said, we are you in the future. This is not an extraterrestrial source. I mean, forget it. It's we are you in the future. So basically I'm talking to myself in the future. In a sense, if there is no time and if I am in contact with some part of my mind that's in another dimension where there is no time, it makes perfect sense. You make contact with your own self, your own brain, that can look back on the past and give you answers of what it knows because it experienced it as time flowed by, which makes sense, right?
Yeah.
So that was basically what happened, and it gave, and my main concern was to ask questions about this so-called alien reality. So I asked quite a series of questions about that. But then I got, once I had a certain number of questions along that line answered, I thought, well, wait a minute, what have I got here? I've got something, I've got this source that's answering these questions. Now, there are all these other questions that I have about history and about conspiracies and about who did what, when, where, how, and why, and what does this mean, and how does that work? So why don't I just ask all the questions that I've always had, that I always wondered, what the answer was, and never had an answer. Nobody else knows either. So let me just get them all in here while I'm at it. So that's what I did.
You might as well ask. Hey, never hurts to ask. I tell people all the time, I ask all kind of questions because it never hurts to ask.
I mean, it was like having a new toy.
We do massive amounts of case studies. And, I'm very fortunate. I head up an organization with 15,000 members and directors all over the planet, all over the country. We've actually investigated. We have criteria for all of this stuff now, but what we do is...
well, you see, I read those kinds of cases. I read cases.
No, not like this. We have, and most of this stuff, because abduction criteria is closely guarded by the organization, we don't release this information. And the reason why is we would never know who was lying and telling the truth. And it's the reason we do it, but as of to date, we have 12,500 cases on file. We've actually been through more than about 47,000 people to get there. And some of them turn out to be like what you were talking earlier. A lot of times we can recover memories and stuff without using regression. Sometimes we have to, sometimes we don't. There's other methods we use as well. But you'd be surprised how many times a supposed contact or alien abduction turns out to be some type of childhood problem. Anywhere from being abused sexually or being abused physically to several other things. I have no idea why they turn this in to an alien abduction or an alien contact or an alien visitation, but they do. And, it's a shame, but all we do is refer them to psychologists because there's nothing we can do for them.
Of course.
It's not what we do. And basically, but what we've done, along with Yvonne Smith and Mary Rodwell and Darrell Sims and a few others, Katarina Wilson and about half a dozen others, is we're actually at about an 84% agree. This is a first in ufology. On all the data that we've all gathered together, which is a lot, we're on about an 84% agree, which has never happened in this field before. And it's major news. It's all over the place because you just don't see that many ufologists ever agreeing on data. But the problem is, in this type of research, if it's truly what it is, then it can only go certain ways. If it's something else, then it's something else, and it fall into those categories. And what makes this real sticky, and we tell this to people all the time, people here speak, they assume that we're saying that there are 3 or 4 or 5 types of aliens we investigate is the only thing visiting the planet. And I tell them, I said, this is what we do. This does not limit anything else that may be going on the planet or anything else, contacts coming from other dimensions or across other places. I said, those are separate from what we do. And there's other people, like yourself, there's other people investigating those things. And we have to investigate everything, because there's no way, if you don't, there's no way of ever knowing what's true and what's not. And that's one of the biggest problems in this field is there's a lot of
noise.
Yeah, there's a lot of noise. That's a very good way of putting it, Laura. There's a lot of noise.
Well, that was why I stopped doing it. I mean, you have the book. I put the book together because people wanted me to put the book together. They wanted to hear what my experiences have been. They wanted the material, so I put it together. But I don't do that anymore. And the reason I don't do that anymore was because of the noise.
Well, I imagine you caught a ton of flack. I mean, I
got a ton of flack, and all I could see was, fighting and nobody, imposing any rigorous standards on what they were doing. Even if you have to make modifications to your standards because of the field you're working with, they still should be, somewhat rigorous. There should be a method.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I agree with you.
And I just completely got out of it. And
it's a shame, because that's the reason we formed this organization, because of places like MUFON and all really didn't have anything strict about how to handle contacts or abductions or investigations along these lines. And I got to say, we're very, very strict, and we really are in this for hard data as much as possible. I mean, we do a lot of comparison study work too, because unfortunately, when in this particular subject, a lot of times that's all you can do because there's no physical, tangible evidence. But there is some tangible, physical evidence.
There is some, and I had a case once that had some, and 2 or 3 other so-called UFO researchers heard about it, and they swooped down on this poor woman.
Oh, I bet you they
snatched up that. I mean, I had a private investigator who was going to pass it, to a police lab as crime evidence without any terms like UFOs or abduction or anything like that, so that there would be no prejudice in the examination. And these UFO investigators, so-called, swooped down on it, snatched, told the girl, the poor woman, that oh, you don't want it to go to a police lab. You'll get into it's a big conspiracy. They're all out to get you. This is going to cause you a bunch of problems. Da 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 da. Give it to us. Give it to us. We'll. And so what they did is they took it and they shook it out on a shower curtain.
I didn't laugh. That just sounds like something that some of these idiots read.
And I mean, after that happened, and watching how people's minds could, and of course, somebody who has really, really had an experience, and they are traumatized.
Yes, they are.
I mean, they're traumatized to a level that's almost impossible to imagine. And, basically, in my opinion, a crime has been committed.
Yes, it's one of the things I say all the time, and I get complained about because I say it.
Well, so if you have a crime, somebody has been taken against their will, and very often they have been supposedly raped.
In some cases, they have been.
Yeah.
I got to say, when I first got involved with this 25 years ago, the first time somebody told me that, I looked down, I'm like, well, you're just stupid. And but after really getting into the field and spending as long as I have been in it, I realized that some of these people were actually telling the truth.
Yeah.
And there was these physical things going on. And actually, there's a lot more than that goes on. But, it was just surprising to me. And it does depend on what alien species we're talking about, too, on some of the things that are happening. Reptilians are famous for having fun with the ladies. So.
Oh, yeah.
And they're actually quite famous. They're not quite as evil as everybody thinks they are, but they're not real nice guys. So.
I think they are more evil than anybody.
Well, a lot of people do, and I do understand that, because there's a lot of things that suggest that they're quite a bit evil, which there are some things in there, but we learned a long time ago, because of the amount of people and witnesses we have, that they're not the most evil by any means as visiting the planet. The human-type aliens are much, much more vicious than the reptilians are. But I don't want to take anything away from what they're doing either. People get confused, like when they hear us talking, This is just levels of bad is what we're talking about here. I'm not saying that either race is really good, and I got a firm rule. I judge everything by its action. So, I have people from time to time that tell me they have a really good experience with the reptilians or the human aliens. But I asked them, did they call you on the phone and say, hey, Jane, can I come pick you up? Can I do this to you? Can I do that? Well, no, they just come and took me. I said, well, they abducted you, which in this country is a crime punishable by death. It's you can't go around kidnapping people. It is a crime. In some states, it is punishable by death, some by mandatory life sentences. And if it was a diplomat or something, it would be an act of war with another country. So I said, I don't understand how y'all can consider this a good experience if they took you against your will. Regardless what happened in the abduction, still they took you against your will. So I've always had this thing about judging them by their actions. And until they start calling them up on the phone and say, hey, Laura, you know what? I want to come take you out to dinner, and I want to tell you why we're here visiting the planet. That is a legitimate contact. If they come take you in the middle of the night or the middle of the day or on your drive to work or while you're sitting having dinner, no, that's not. Huh? That is an abduction.
Yeah.
And it's hard, and it causes a big turmoil in the field because people want to talk about their good contact experiences, which I'm very skeptical about to start off with, but they don't want to discuss that they were abducted when this happened. They want to leave that part out. It's like selective memories, or let's selectively tell the truth here, and that makes me crazy. And
I think that a lot of that kind of reaction can be explained if people would read the book by Martha Stout called The Myth of Sanity. It's about dissociation, how when terrible things happen, a channel of your mind will dissociate off.
I think I've got that. I think I've actually heard that on audio tape. Sounds very funny. I don't have much time for reading now, so any chance I get, I'll find someone to either transcribe a book for me onto an audio file, or if it's already out, because a lot of books are these days, so I can plug it into my CD at work or in my car while I'm driving. Because I got to tell you, I do a lot of research on proxy while I'm on the road, because we do a lot of traveling, and it's just easier for me. Or now, when I do read, sometimes it's like when we're doing other shows, because I own a station. A lot of times when I'm producing other shows, and I'm just, while the show's on, a lot of times I'll sit there and read, or I'll listen to something else, and because I can listen to the shows anytime. They're all in archive, so it's not possible. Oh, Karen said hi, by the way. I forgot to say that. I've seen her in the virtual auditorium a few minutes ago.
Tell Karen hi.
She heard you. And
we hope to see you here soon.
Yeah, I'm hoping they go over to France this year. I'm sure Karen would love to go over to France. We might not get her to come back. She might stay over there, and poor Richard would come back and have to raise the kids all by himself and stuff.
Oh, he likes it too.
No, I know he would. It's I always see it's quite beautiful over there. I got a lot. Like I said, I got a lot of friends that travel over there. I've got a standing invitation to go spend some time in Italy. I just haven't had the chance to do it, and so I'm planning on doing that hopefully next year sometime. They got we're working with a group over there restoring a church, and the reason I got involved because my last name is Montaldo, and there's a big Providence up there that's Montaldo, and they actually contacted me. And I come to find out, they got a church up there. They're restoring all the artwork. The church about 1,700. About 1,350 years old. And get this, in one of the murals on the wall is 2 UFOs. That's when they heard my last name, they contacted, and then when they heard what I did, they were even more fascinated.
Oh, that's amazing. It's a high strangeness, huh?
Yeah, it is. That's exactly what it is. It's one of those things that, it's like when you were talking about one thing led to another, to another, to another. I think sometimes people, and I hate to use this word, but I think sometimes people are chosen for certain jobs. I don't know who's choosing. I don't know if it's aliens or some higher order, and I hate to even speculate on that. But I have seen this too many times. I've seen normal, everyday people doing something entirely different in their life, all of a sudden get wrapped up in this. And for no other reason than that they ran into this person, and then this came to their attention, and this, and then that, and then this, and the next thing they knew, they were writing books, or they were so involved in this, they were doing research, and in a lot of people,
it drove me crazy.
It does, and a lot of people, and a lot of times, it just takes over your life for a while, which there's no normal explanation for this.
No, there isn't, and that's why I became so desperate. And like I said, when I said I was reading 18 hours a day, this went on for like a couple of years, and I became so desperate for answers because there was so much noise and so much BS.
Well, there's a lot of BS.
And that's why, I said, well, let me try this and see what happens, because I'm obviously, I felt so desperate for answers that here was here was a lot of information that was really scary. I mean, when you thought about it, it was really scary, and it needed an answer. So that was one of the reasons. I mean, I was driven by a sense of desperation. But even so, I wasn't going to let my sense of desperation, take possession of my mind and make me believe anything that came down the pike. So we get this set of answers, and for years. I mean, this started in 1994. For years, we considered it to be just, it's just an interesting artifact. Oh yes, they say this is going to happen. Isn't that quaint? Blah 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 blah. New World Order. Control of society. Blah blah blah. Oh, that's just how. Because back in 1994, none of us could conceive of how we could get from there to here. We couldn't conceive of something like 9/11.
Oh yeah.
It was just so. And then they talk about coming ice ages and climate change, and they were talking about this, 14 years ago. And so, in that time, back in 2001, is when everything that they were talking about in 1994. At that point, it was like 5-6 years before. It all started happening. And that's when I started thinking, wait a minute, what have we been doing? Let's look at this again here. Because what they're saying, there are not exact details on every point. There is some noise in that material also, because that's just the way things are. I'm not a perfect receiver, and the conditions are not always perfect. I do the best I can. And so there's some noise, but damn, I mean, it's a marvelously consistent body of material, and it surprises even me.
Well, it does happen. People lock into whatever means it may be, and it differs from person to person. I'm not sure why, but they do start getting consistent information. See, we got lucky because we started comparing people like yourself and others and seeing what each one was finding, and we found a whole realm of stuff hidden below all of this because we could do a large comparison study, which no one had done before. Until we came along, no one had done a comparison study amongst contactees or experiencers with so many names we can use here, but nobody had really done any comparison studies about what this one was saying with that. And we do find what we call a base thing that's going to happen to all contactees. We know certain age groups and certain things are going to go on in these age groups with different types of aliens, because now we've got enough cases.
Do we know that that's going to happen? Because do these same individuals have a track record of having other things that they said actually happen?
Well, it depends.
That's the question.
Yeah, we'll see. It depends on the person. Some of these people have actually been quite good in their entire life of knowing what was coming. I'll give you an example like 911. We have an online support group we've had since about 98. And right before, about 2 months before 911, they all started writing in or coming in and saying how antsy they were, how weird feeling was. No one said anything about the Twin Towers coming down, but everyone had a pending sense of doom. All of them did. And,
well, you see, in our body of material, in the Cassiopean transmission, we actually had, specific information that related to the Twin Towers.
Yeah. And it's just a strange phenomenon. You just never know what they're going to hit on and what they're not. And it's just strange. It was like something that happened in Iraq. I forgot what it was. We had a group come in about 2 weeks before it happened, and they all wrote it down, documented what it was, and it was damn good. It had something to do with a counterattack by the insurgents, but they were right on the money. But now the thing of it is did someone tell them this? Did they see this in the future? Or how did they actually obtain this information? Is always one of the things I'm curious about, because, if people even have a basic understanding of time travel, they know if you go and come back, you've changed it. So how could it have happened in the first place?
Right.
So it gets real complicated and real sticky there, but still, so you got to wonder about all of that. So where's the data actually coming from? Is there someone sitting outside of our time and space watching what's going on? Somebody can see now, past, present, and future all at the same time. Because that's the only way time travel could work anyways, if everything existed at the same time anyway. It's the only way, really, you could access information both backwards and forward, as if everything existed at the same time.
Well, I think that it's rather like Uspensky's description of the snail traveling across the garden. To the snail, everything that he encounters as he crawls along the ground, and his vision is, of course, very limited. It all happens to him in time. But a bird flying above the snail crawling across the ground can see that where the snail has been still is there.
Yep.
the different directions that the snail can go in the future or in the forward motion are all there. Of course, the snail will only experience one line of experiences depending on which direction he takes. But they're all there, so the bird can see them all, but the snail can't.
Yeah, and that's like the multiple dimension theory, where there's one of us in the next couple of billion dimensions.
I think there are many of us who have some part of our inner consciousness, for lack of a better word, that connects with this higher level, where where we have this bird's eye view of the world, and
there's no real way there's no real way to explain some of the information that people come up with.
Yeah.
Or some.
And they're connected.
Yeah.
And many people have it. They have these feelings, and it is amazing to see how accurate some so-called psychic predictions, for lack of a better, I hate the terminology.
Well, that's a good point, Laura, because we have discussed this in many times over the last 10 years. The terminology, both in ufology and paranormal, is so out of date for the time that it's there really needs to be new terms.
We need a new language for it.
We do. I agree with you 100%. We really do need a new language, and it's a sad thing, because like the word ufology. I'm not a ufologist. I do abduction research. I don't study UFOs.
Yeah.
So, but yet,
I mean, what's the word paranormal really mean?
Yeah. That's the thing. That's a broad term when you say paranormal.
And psychic phenomena. I mean, what is it?
Yeah. What is a psychic phenomenon? I ask that question all the time, but I get chewed out for asking that question.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean? What is a psychic phenomenon? I said, well, what is it? I mean, I said, and then of course they'll list like 30 different things. I'm like, well, wait, they can't all be psychic phenomena. I said, we got to pick something here, y'all, and say this is a psychic phenomenon, and this is this, and this is this, and they don't want to do that because it limits what can be said and done, and we want to hold them. I've been told that we're trying to hold them to too strict evidence criteria, but we're not. I just want things to be labeled.
But there's another thing, because there's several groups of scientific researchers that are working in, quote, paranormal.
Paranormal.
And the thing is once they got to the point where it was accepted that they could be scientists and they could study this as a scientific field, they actually became so rigid that what they are doing excludes most of what it is they claim to be studying. They want to spend all their time having these little meters, and people coming in and running trials and looking at cards and so on and so forth, repeatable experiments. That's what they want to do. And it's like I said, you can't have repeatable experience. You can't know, position and momentum at the same time. And they're doing it. And so the so-called paranormal researchers that consider themselves of the scientific ilk have put themselves in ivory towers where they're completely out of touch with the what they're trying to study, what they're trying to understand.
Well, that's true, and I've said that myself. It's I don't know exactly when this separation started, but it does seem like it's getting worse.
And the difference, the world or the chasm between paranormal, I hate that word, paranormal researchers and people who study the UFO and or abduction phenomena.
Yeah. Well, but you see, that's the thing too, and people get mad when I say this, but there are some correlations between abductees and some
absolutely
what we call paranormal events.
I mean, one of the biggest things about the whole UFO/alien abduction phenomena is the so-called high strangeness factor.
Yeah.
And that high strangeness factor is exactly correlated to a whole lot of historical so-called paranormal experience.
Yeah, the two are interchangeable. There seems to be a direct connection, not in everything, mind you, but in a lot.
So how much of the old-timey paranormal stuff was, say, UFO or alien abduction inspired, and or vice versa?
Well, it's like when I mentioned one day, somebody, I had one of our, we have several pastors and stuff that have joined the organization, and I had one of them on the show with me a couple of years ago. And I asked him, I said, I remember hearing the story of Mary when I was a kid growing up, roaming around in the desert and coming back pregnant. I mean, this is classic alien abduction, by the way.
Yeah.
And, well, he got offended, and he said, well, what are you saying, Jesus Christ is an alien? I'm saying it is a possibility.
I didn't say it, you did.
That's what I said. I'm just saying, guys, I mean, Ezekiel, that's classic alien abduction. Mary, that's classic alien abduction. And, of course, I've been heavily criticized, which I don't mind. I mean, I'm a big
fairy
boy.
experiences.
And how much of this so-called fairy experiences and a lot of the gremlins and stuff that we're seeing back in the day were not actually extraterrestrial. See, there's no way for us to know because none of us were there, and we need to know because we need to know what would actually be considered paranormal, for lack of a better word.
What about poltergeist phenomena? Poltergeist is one of the oldest recorded phenomena.
And where does that fit in? I mean, it's a tough one.
And apports, disappearing objects and reappearing objects.
Oh, I don't even want to talk about things like that because my keys go. Laura, I got the damnedest luck. Sometimes I will set something down. I mean, set it down like right here in front of the computer where I'm sitting. Get up, go get a coat, come back, it's gone. Then I'm looking all over the house, and then all of a sudden I'll come back and it's sitting right where I left it. I'm like, okay. Now, to me, that's just irritating to start off with, and I don't know what it is.
The cat walked by twice.
My friend tells me the other day, he said, well, maybe your dogs are getting it. I said, I don't think so. Man, I said, what, they're getting it and bringing it back? They're not that smart, guys. Come on.
And that's one of the reasons I call this book High Strangeness.
That's a good name for this. Well, so far, most of what I've read in the book, I've been all right with. I know when I'm always leery about the word channel, and I'm not going to lie to you, but, because...
Well,
I met, you know what, I'll be honest with you. Have you ever met Nancy Leader? That's what she's the one that
interacted with her years back on Mike Lindemann's.
Well, she's the one that actually made me have a hard time with channeling. Before that, I actually thought it wasn't that bad of a thing, but she did this Zeta Nancy talk with me.
Oh, this stuff was so horrible. It's not even funny.
Girl, halfway through the show, I had to start laughing. I'm like, and then so I get confused. I'm like, well, who am I talking to, Nancy or the Zeta? And I said, why can't I just talk to the damn Zeta? And she got mad at me, but I wasn't trying to be offensive. I was trying to understand, because I'm a researcher, and when you tell me stuff, I want to understand it. So she kind of tainted my view on channel a little bit, but fortunately, I've got some friends like Tuesday Miles who are work in the paranormal field that are actually really good and really legitimate researchers.
Yeah.
And
I welcome. I've had people come and they've brought various kinds of electronic meters, ghost meters, and
stuff
set them
like
around.
that.
And when we're working, we can bury those needles. I mean, and I don't know how it happens. I can't tell you. I can't explain it to you.
Because you're drawing on that energy. That's why.
And we've had so-called poltergeist phenomena happen when we're sitting at the board, and it's always funny because I tell people, they say, well, you're going to have a session of table tilting, and I said, let me tell you what, if that table moves, I'm out of there.
I'm with you on that. Time to leave, buddy. A friend of mine wanted to go. He said, we're going to go. He wanted us to go on a ghost hunt with him. I said, let me tell you what. I said, the first, because I live in New Orleans, and there are lots of ghosties down here. I said, if I walk in and the ghost even looks at me, I'm gone. He's like, I said, I'm out of here. He said, let me get this right. He said, you'll go chase aliens down, but you won't talk to God. I said, you're right. I'd rather mess with aliens. I said, I got a rule. Don't mess with dead people, and they won't mess with you.
Yeah, I mean, I had one, ghostly encounter when my grandfather died. One of those.
One of those revisits, yeah.
Yeah, when somebody dies and you hear and experience it. Yeah. He was in the hospital and I was at home, and then he basically came home and all kinds of poltergeist experience, sounds and effects, but nothing was moved, nothing was changed. That's why I refer to it that way, because it was just auditory. But that's the only one I've ever had, and that's the only one I ever want to have. For me, channeling is done in a brightly lighted room, and there's lots of people around, and there's a lot of conversation that goes on the whole time that it's going on, and if it can't, I mean, come on, if you can't establish contact with a source that is robust enough that it can interact with you as a normal, conscious, fully functioning human being and the other people around you, what good is it?
That's true. That's a good point. Because
if you gotta sing chants and light candles and do incense and all that nonsense and go into a trance, that's a disabling profession.
Yeah, and that's a good point. I mean, if it can't work when there's other people around and it's busy, then you're right. I mean, you might as well just move on to another source because there's just something not working there, or something not right.
I invite you to read it and
well, I'm gonna finish it, and I'll probably get you back on after I finish it. But so far, I mean, I haven't really had any problems with it, and I heard so much flack for poor Richard, and when I first got this, I was like, because I literally, for some reason, ICAR they consider us ufology's policemen. We get, anytime anything goes on in ufology that someone don't like, we get emails. Well, I literally got 300 plus emails over this book. Uh-huh. And some of them were taken up for you. Some of them were criticizing Richard for endorsing it. Some were criticizing you. But it was a platitude of different things going on here. So, and you know, when I'm not busy, I actually respond to my email. So I wrote back to all these people, and I said, well, why don't you tell me exactly what the problem was, and why do you have a problem with this, and why do you have a problem with Richard having a problem, or why do you have a problem with Richard endorsing this? Because I'm curious, you know. And the only word I ever heard was a channeling word. And I said, well, if you're going to just criticize someone for channeling and not go and take everything else at face value, then don't bother me. I mean, you know, you can't just pick. It's easy to pick one thing out of any book and criticize it. That's not hard to do. Anybody can do that. I can find something to criticize in every book I've ever read, regardless how good the book is. But what I was looking for was an overview. I was wanting them to tell me about the whole book. And I actually said this on the air. And I said, guys, I said, I got all this email about this one or two specific things. I said, I want to know what you thought about the book entirely. Well, most of the people that wrote back to me really didn't have a problem with the book. So, you know, they were picking on that one thing. And I said, well, why don't y'all contact the lady, ask her how she does it, which I thought she explained in the book. But I still said, why don't you write to the lady, ask her, you know, maybe she can help you understand. And then I said, well, you know what? Screw all of this. I talked to my wife and said, why don't you give Richard a call, see if you can get her on the show, and we'll just discuss this on the show, and everybody can listen, and everybody can make up their mind from the way. Now, anyone who's listening to this show knows you are obviously not a nutcase, okay?
I hope not.
Well, I mean, if they're listening to this conversation, it's not that hard of a thing. It's not like you're off saying crazy, outlandish stuff or anything along those lines. So, you know, people need to pay attention sometimes. And I honestly, I got to be honest with you, I think a lot of this attack on Richard is Richard's getting kind of famous now, and I think they were just picking on Richard. I really do. I don't think.
Well, let me say a couple of things about channeling itself. You know, there's a lot of people who consider Pythagoras to have been, you know, father of mathematics, who have done many great intellectual things and philosophical things, and he had the Pythagorean school and so on and so forth. But not a lot of people know that Pythagoras used a channeling device similar to what I do. I mean, I don't go into a trance, I don't channel, I don't even consider myself psychic, you know? But he used a device that was on wheels, like a planchette, and it pointed to letters or figures or whatever and spelled out messages. There's, you know, the most respected so-called channeled material in the history of channeling was delivered by a board-type device. It's a prosthetic device. I refer to it as a prosthetic. It's a translation device. There are a lot of people who immediately say, "Oh, well, you know, if you mess with a Ouija board, and it's not even a Ouija board. It's a big circle, and I have a little round plastic thing. It's almost like writing letters on a circle. I just have a special board, and you can buy one. Anybody can buy one.
You're using this so they have a tool to communicate with you with.
Right. Yeah. And the thing is that people get crazy and they say, "Oh, you know, you're going to get possessed if you use the board." Well, let me tell you, if anything interacts with you when you're using a board, it is something that is already there. You just have not been aware of it because it doesn't have a means of speaking. It doesn't have a voice. It's already there. And if you're using a board, all that does is just give a voice to what is already there. And wouldn't you rather know that it's already there and then be able to and have the knowledge to deal with it than to just go along your whole life and have something, you know, hanging around you that you can't get rid of?
That you can't get rid of, yeah.
So, you know, I mean, that's just one thing. And the other thing is that the criticism about the use of Ouija boards, because remember, I mean, they were so popular. I mean, they sold it as a game and Walmart,
they're still popular. They're still popular.
Whatever. And all of a sudden, there was a movie made by Hollywood about a case that was not presented as it really was, because there was some guy on the internet, some magazine, and he did a complete study, you know, fairly recently of this case that the movie The Exorcist was based on, and it was a boy. And there was a whole lot of really interesting things. But it had nothing to do with anybody using a Ouija board and getting possessed by it. But because there was a movieized version of some little girl playing with a Ouija board and suddenly getting possessed and then barfing up pea soup and having her head spin around and throwing priests out the window, the whole paranormal metaphysical world, was reduced to jello on the floor saying, oh my God, don't touch it, you'll get possessed. I've got to burn my Ouija board right now. It's going to attack me as I sleep, for God's sake. It's like, it was the most unbelievable thing. So all of these people who one would think were rational and intelligent were being stampeded away from something that is a really unique tool for psychic and personal, internal investigation because of a movie.
Yeah. Well, the Ouija
board is astonishing.
It is. But see, that's what bothers me about that is because the Ouija board is no different than tarot cards are. And
absolutely not.
If you're going to criticize one, then you have to criticize both. And actually, there's other methods like scurrying and other stuff that we can throw into this loop if we want. But you can't get, and I've said this in the past, because, I'm not a big fan of any of this, because Ouija board scared the crap out of me, I'll be honest with you. But and it has nothing to do with any movie, and it has to do with personal experiences as a young man. But the thing about it is there's turrets, there's a Ouija board, there's the ruin stones, there's a lot of different things that you can use to communicate with, but this is what these are. They are communication tools.
They are tools, and you have to learn how to use them. You have to be a trained user.
You do,
and you don't get trained without getting trained by. And I'm getting ready to make a set of videos to teach people about this. One of the most important things you need, for example, if you're using any kind of channeling method, and to me the least reliable is trans-channeling or mediums. Well, mediumship,
depends on the medium.
I've read about a lot of really great mediums that have really
there's some good ones. There's some crazy ones.
Fantastic stuff. But trans-channeling is and just saying, oh, well, the voice comes into mind. Well, you know what? There's a whole bunch of people in the Fundamentalist Baptist Church down the street that the voice of God comes into their head and says, go down and go across the ocean and kill a bunch of Iraqis or whatever, because God told you to. And presidents even get voices like that in their head. Do not rely on voices in your head ever under any circumstances. If you understand dissociation, you need to understand that. But, so anyhow, you've got this whole culture that got turned against this instrument. They are wild-eyed and scared and acting crazy and irrational, and it just boggles the mind. And then all these people come along with these contactee cases, and you read some of the stuff that the contactees come up with, and you read some of the channels, space alien, Lord Sananda and Ashbar Command and that kind of, and then Nancy and the Zetas and so forth. And it all just gives it's more of the noise to signal ratio.
But, I think sometimes that stuff is put there deliberately to keep people that are doing legitimate work from getting too far in the field. Because every now and then I'll notice that someone will get popular that is obviously full of BS, but they will get popular. And they manage to get their books published, and they become best. I've got a whole bookcase of it. I call it the Mumbo Jumbo Shelf. And it's true. And all of a sudden, and see for us, because we do the base study, so we have the base things that happen in abductions. Now, of course, there's this other world of I don't want to call it BS because somebody's telling the truth out there, but a lot of it is just that. It's interpretations by the individual which are wrong. They're not correct. A lot of times you can only interpret things with your own life experiences, and sometimes your life experiences don't equip you for what you're seeing. And some things we simply can't understand because we're just not that evolved yet. Yeah. And so, of course, we're going to put this into human terms, which are not going to be correct. That's why I tell people all the time, people get mad. They say, well, that contactee's obviously lying. I said, but they're obviously a contactee. I said, so if they've had experiences, but they're lying, what's the problem? And I said, what they're doing is they're in order to make this work in their own lives, they're incorporating this whole big realm and story around it so that it'll fit into whatever it is that they believe in. And of course, that's wrong, but what can you do?
You can't acquire, you can't just, there's a theory that if your mind is pure and you come into direct contact with the object, something out there, that you can have full knowledge, that you can embrace it, or it will merge with you, or whatever. There's some kind of metaphysical mumbo-jumbo theory, right? Well, the fact is that knowledge is based on a structure, a system, preparation. For example, if somebody who knows nothing about cars or automobiles encounters in a pure state of mind an automobile engine, all they'll see is a pile of metal and pipes and wires.
Yep, that's all they're going to see.
But if you have somebody who is a trained engineer, he has a structure, a framework, and he encounters this automobile engine, he knows exactly what it is, what it does, and how it works.
Yep.
It's the same thing with paranormal phenomena, with channeling phenomena. You have to have a structure. You have to have a framework. You have to have theories that, on which to base your knowledge. And you also have to be open enough to say that all of this could change. I can throw all of this out the window with that additional piece of data that changes everything.
And it could be anything. I tell people all the time, don't get your mind set. Don't become too dogmatic in your views. I said, because I've been in this field 25 years, and I can tell you myself at least a dozen times I have changed my mind based on new ideas or new evidence that's come into play.
Yeah. And I get accused of, because sometimes, I change my mind. I write something, and it's based on everything I know at the moment.
Yeah,
and then 6 months later, I've learned something else, and I'll write something, and I'll say, well, formerly, this is what I thought, and now, I learned this, and so this, and then I get accused of changing my story.
So you changed your mind, and I've said that. I've been accused of that. And somebody told me one time, well, I heard you 5 years ago say this, and now you're saying this. I said, because 5 years ago I didn't have all the pieces of that puzzle. I said, now I do.
The only people on this planet who are absolutely certain are psychopaths.
Yeah, you're not kidding about that one either. But hold that thought for a minute, because we're going to have to take a quick break here so we can let our break time get into the rerun queue. Guys, we're going to be back in about 10 minutes. I want everyone to please stay tuned to UFO Undercover. I'm your host, Joe Montalvo. I'm sitting and speaking with Laura Knight.
Yachik.
And I just had that name perfect, too. Yachik. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying not to mess her name up because I want y'all to remember who she was. But we'll be back in a few minutes. Everyone, please stay tuned and listen to the music. Let's see.
Welcome to UFO Undercover with your host, Joe Montalvo.
Good afternoon and welcome back, everyone, to UFO Undercover. Like Natasha says, I'm your host, Joe Montalvo. I'm sitting and speaking with Laura Knight Yachik this evening about her book, High Strangeness. And actually, the conversation's been very well, so I hope everybody's enjoying the show. For anyone who's tuning in later, catching this show will re-air on Wednesday at its regular scheduled time. This is actually a pre-record that we're letting the audience get a little taste of what's going on. Sorry, guys. As usual, the breaks are where the good stuff happens, but y'all can't hear those because, Laura, I tell them all the time it's a shame we don't record the breaks because some of the conversations at the breaks are better than the actual program. But like I said, it's usually stuff that can't be put on the air.
Yeah.
It's stuff that we're discussing either in research or stuff that's just not ready for prime time, as I like to say. But we've been talking about a lot of stuff today, and it's really funny to me how people get caught in particular ruts, or they break out of particular ruts, like religion itself. They just get stuck, and they can't see beyond that. And, I like I said, I have no problem with worshiping or being spiritual or anything along those lines. It's just I don't see where religion is actually serving a purpose in mainstream society anymore other than causing problems. I mean, let's be honest, we can say whatever we want to say about the Middle East and the United States, but basically what's going on over there, this is two different ideologies here. I mean, we've got the Muslim world and the Christian world, and they hate each other. And I don't see this changing anytime soon. And I hate to say, but there was a study done about 50 years ago. 75% of all the major wars on this planet happened over religion. The other 25% happened either over land or women. I was kind of like, huh? The women one threw me for a loop, and then someone reminded me about
Helen of Troy.
Yeah, and Helen. Then there was something about one of the queens of England as well, and I was like, well, yeah, I guess that is true. And but it's strange. It's strange in itself. But what can we do?
Well, I think the need for that many people have a need to make contact with the transcendent. I think that's the urge for religious experience. And that is taken and twisted by man-created religions and twisted and used and thwarted for, personal agendas or purposes. Like they use people's urge for this transcendent experience to get them involved in a religion, and then they begin to gradually degrade the religion, and then they use the adherents of the religion to, in the name of this God, in order to have this transcendent experience, you must go kill these people over there because they are threatening your transcendence, is what I think happens. But this need that people have is very real, and I think we should honor it in a certain sense because there's a lot of power in people getting together and having some kind of a ritual communion, so to speak. And it doesn't have to be just enacting certain things in a mindless sort of way. I mean, an example is there are groups of women who get together now who talk about their abuse experiences, and this might even work for people who've had abduction experiences, and they get together and they build a bonfire and they talk about their experiences, each one of them, and each of the others acknowledges that person's experience. They may write something down about the experience on a piece of paper or on, have some object, and they go around a circle, and then at a certain point, then they will take that paper and they'll put it in the fire and they'll burn it, and, maybe they'll sing before, sing afterwards, to get themselves harmonized together, to sort of connect their chakras together. And it can be a very moving and transcendent experience, and they can have a lot of relief, and it enables them to go on with their lives, people who've had very painful and troubling experiences. So when you have people who have, who have a difficult time dealing with life on a day-to-day basis, because let's face it, reality sucks. I mean, when you face reality, and this is one of the little things we just mentioned on the break, reality is depressing. You get depressed. I mean, there's just no question about it. And you have to have some way of making contact with that part of yourself that inducts creative energy into your being so that you can continue to go on and deal with this reality that's being run by psychopaths, to your detriment. That's how I feel about religion. I think the spiritual, mutually agreed ceremonial. Let me get rid of the word ritual. Ceremony for groups is very, very powerful. And I think that
it does.
if you could find rational ways to deal, and not a set of actions that somebody else prescribes for you. Find out what works for you, for your group. Create your own ceremony, and every situation, could have its own ceremony. You make it up as you go along. It has to be meaningful in a dynamic and interactive way with the universe in which you live.
Well, no, it's a good point, and it's like when I was young and would see the suggestion or the power of prayer, for lack of a better way of saying it. But I've seen sick people get healed. I've seen other things happen, and so I know group consciousnesses can affect our everyday reality, and they can affect our own everyday reality. And I know the need to believe is strong in humans.
I don't know if we necessarily need to believe something.
Well, we need to know something. We need to know that there's something higher than ourselves is what it comes down to. I'm not sure why we need to know that there's something higher than ourselves, but we do. I mean, literally, we need to know that there's more to the universe than just us and what's going on this planet. And it's a fundamental basic need for all humans. It doesn't matter what walk of life you come from or where you are or what you're doing. It's something that we all need. It's just a need that we have to have and we have to fill. I'm not sure where it comes from. It's almost like, Laura, it's almost like there's a void we're trying to fill.
Well, I think what it is partly is that, number one, we need to feel this connectedness to other human beings. Yeah. We're doing something together. That's the first thing. And then, as I was mentioning earlier, I think that there is some part of us that extends into a higher reality. And so that part of us that is in that higher reality also connects with parts of the other people that are in the higher reality, and it helps us to induct energy into ourselves from the creative side of the universe. There's something very mystical and mysterious and real and powerful, and I'm suggesting that anybody should, create, voodoo dolls of George Bush or Dick Cheney and start throwing them on fires or anything. But,
don't give them no
however,
ideas.
if you feel so inclined, let me know the exact time you're going to be doing it.
Oh Lord, don't be giving the crazies ideas now.
I'm just joking, people.
You know how they are. They'll be writing you, sending you voodoo dolls.
There is something very powerful about connecting your minds together by looking in the same direction, having the same aim, and all the. And that's one of the reasons why I think that the world is the way it is. Why they have created so much division among human beings. You've got racial strife and tension. You've got men against women. You've got ethnic tension. You've got this country against that country, the New Agers against the Catholics, against the Protestants, against the Scientologists, against the Mormons. All of these different groups and everything are incepted and created, I think, by pathological people and designed to just put people at each other's throats. And human beings really need to get together right now because we have a problem on this planet and we really need to solve it.
Well, it's one of the few times that in our society that we have the ability, we have the internet now. So we can all link up.
You could do it.
Yeah, there's no excuse not to get together anymore.
Yeah.
Everybody's ideas, thoughts, and designs can be put forward and expressed. And geez, and just look at the blogs all over the internet now. Everybody's got a voice. So, we need to come to some kind of coherent understanding.
We need to come together. And the thing is when we come together, let's agree on some standards for what we're going to consider to be evidence of this or that, and also let's exclude the pathological people from our communion because they're the ones that come in and start whispering and spreading rumors and lies and creating discord and taking down the tone of any kind of higher aspiration. We need to exclude them and get together with real human beings who have real empathy, real compassion for one another, and agree that there are many different ways to the top of the same mountain. You can go up many different paths, but we're all going to the same the same mountaintop. We need to
it's true, but it's what happens. I think is mainly it's ego that gets in the way.
Pathology.
I'll give you an example. About 7 years ago, a friend of mine came to me and said, Joe, why can't we get the ufologists to agree to a set of guidelines for abduction research?
Yeah.
I said, well, I'll tell you what. I said, I'm fairly well connected, and I know quite a few of them. I said, I'll come. Oh, God. This turned in, and still, we're 7 years later and still haven't done this. And this turned into a nightmare like you wouldn't believe because, when we contacted like Jacobs and Hopkins, they went off in two totally different tangents with it, which I was surprised because usually they're kind of close together. Oh no, Whitley went off on his, and by the time it was all said and done, we ended up having like 21 different, but no one was even getting close. And so
nobody was agreeing.
No, nobody would agree. So I said, I'll tell y'all what. I'll even make it easier on y'all. I'll give y'all some guidelines. Oh no, they didn't even want to do that. And what it came down to was ego. There's 5 or 6 egos that just would not bend to the other one. They were the only possible plausible explanation. And I'm like, no, guys. It's like David. David's done some good basic research in alien abduction. He has not gone to the next level. He's still where he was 15, 18 years ago, which is fine. I understand that. But he hasn't moved to the next level, which a lot of the other researchers have, based on his research, by the way.
Yeah.
But, he's not willing to take that next step. Bud Hopkins' health isn't as good as it used to be, and I think he's been kind of, even getting out of this. And Whitley has a totally different view on this. And so you're not getting any real coherence. The only place I've seen anything where we agree is what I was talking about earlier with myself, Darrell Sims, Jovan Smith, Mary Rodwell, Katarina Wilson, Leah Haley, Marion Delicato, Miss Isley, Jim Sparks, and a few of the others that are doing this kind of basic research. We do agree on about 80% of the abduction stuff, but still, even with that, we can't come up with a coherent guideline because there are just fundamental things we will not agree on. And I hate to say it, but it's more about ego than anything else. Who's right and who's wrong? And instead of just taking it and saying, okay, we need this, we need this, we need this, people's egos getting hurt. then I found that there's a lot of control issues. Certain people want to be in control.
Well, all of the things you're talking about, egos that continue to the point where damage is being done to other people or to the system itself, that's pathological. When when you're talking about people who, they can't let go of their emotional attachment to things, that's pathology. That's it's a kind of sickness, And people, all kinds of people with those pathologies are involved in any kind of study or research because, people with pathology naturally gravitate to positions of power.
I tell people all the time, I have a big ego. You can't be in this field and not have an ego. It's impossible because you'll get squashed.
There's a healthy ego, though.
But I tell them I will never let my ego get in the way of my research or my own personal life.
Exactly.
I'll be like, well, no,
you can't survive without an ego, and we're not talking about that kind of. We're talking about an entrenched inability to see another person's point of view, to see a basic central point of view where everyone can agree on.
And that's half of ufology. I hate to say it, but it's half of ufology.
That's why I don't have anything to do with it.
But and I've said this before, there is a new breed of ufologists in the works. It's people like myself, Richard Dolan, Karen Dolan, a few of the others that we're doing research with. They're the new breed of ufologists. They're not the old breed where, and I'm not going to mention any names because I have to work with them, but a lot of them are set in their ways. Their answers are the only right answers, and they won't change their views on anything.
And meanwhile, the world burns.
Yeah, and some of them have been preaching the same thing for 20 or 30 years. Mm-hmm. And I understand that, but when you've got groups like ours and other people with more data and more research and more understanding, you should incorporate that into your research. But no, because then it changes what they know is right or what they believe is right. It changes it, and of course, that creates problems for them.
Well, the problem is that they're not working with a genuine theory of knowledge. A genuine theory of knowledge would postulate that even the point of view of the person doing the research or your theory itself must submit itself to examination and analysis.
Yeah, it has to. I tell people all the time, that's why, I do a lot of public speaking and I do a lot of the radio. That's one reason I formed the radio network is so that our organization and our fellow friends in ufology had a venue to speak. Because we want to know what other people think. And, every now and then I'll find out I'll do a lecture like on the Greys or the reptilians or the humans or something like that. Matter of fact, there's a 10-hour series I've just done on audio on these 3 alien races and military abductions.
Wow.
And so
I'd
people,
like to hear that.
Yeah, it's good and it's a lot of fun. And people go listen to it and they're like, they'll either write to me, oh, you got to write out of money, or they'll criticize, which I actually handle criticism real well. I don't get mad when people criticize. If it's something I firmly believe, no, I'm not going to change my mind. But if you can present an argument and data, I will, and I have in the past. I'm not
a specific argument. Give me some data.
I tell them don't call and say, well, Joe, you're wrong, or Joe, you're a moron, or Joe, you're this, you're that. No, well, then I'm just going to ignore you. But if you write to me or you call me on the phone, because I'm probably easily accessible, and you say, Joe, I listen to you say this, but I've seen this, this, and this, and for this reason and that reason, I may change my mind, and I have. I used to, when I first got involved with this, the aliens were all one way, and now I know that, no, they have different ideas, different thoughts, different signs, different layers, and different groups. Like, people talk about the Greys, the reptilians, and humans all working and coexisting with each other. Well, the little 3-foot Greys mess with everybody, but people don't realize that there's 7-foot Greys, and there's whites and browns that are also in the same family, and they're much more advanced than either the humans or the reptilians. They're more like the peacekeepers. And the Greys actually work for them. The little Greys actually work for them, but they also have dealings in working with both the reptilians and the humans as well. And I think that's why people get confused sometimes, but most people are not aware that the Greys have 4 or 5 different sizes and 3 or 4 different colors and about 11 different varieties. And, and the average researcher is just not going to know that because they really either haven't experienced it themselves or have not seen the data to back it up. Mm-hmm. So that changes a lot of stuff for a lot of the researchers when they find this out, or they interview a lot of the contactees that we have. So it changes a lot. And it puts different spins on different things. So it gets confusing. And, because I was always under the impression, first off, that the very short Greys, originally I thought they were from the future coming back. Then I realized, no, that's not what it was. Then a lot of them said they were automatons or androids or what have you. Well, we did find that there is one version of that seems to be part alien, part robot, and then there's another 3-foot gray that's just a gray, and so you have both of those, and they seem to have ties with all what's going on in this planet, and then you have the tall ones that are either related to them or they deal with. And this is all information that, it's hard to get. There's not a lot of people talking about it.
Well, then you're going to enjoy reading this book because, this Cassiopeian transmission talked about all these different varieties and types and so forth, long before there was any information available such as you're describing.
Yeah. And see, that's the thing, and I'm sure that you're going to get criticized because you're talking about more than one alien. Because some of these contactees they get really mad when you talk about more than the little 3-foot gray. I'm thinking, well, baby, you're in the wrong realm. That's just one little alien that works for somebody. I'm like, I don't think you're missing the whole thing if that's all you think that's going on here.
Yeah.
And but you're going to get criticism
out there.
Yeah, there is. There literally is. Like I tell people all the time, we only deal with 5 basic types because we try to keep as much data orientated as we can. But I express this all the time. There are probably more than that visiting the planet. There's also what I like to call is dimensional bleed-through and things like this where dimensions are fading across, and there's contact in these realms. I'll give you an example. Boy, talk about making paranormal people insane with this. A couple of years ago, I introduced new theories about ghosts. Well, actually about a decade ago. I said I thought ghosts were dimensional bleed-through. I did not think they were dead people. And, of course, this just went insane. I'm like, well, guys, think about it. I said, you've ever had a dead person talk to you? Have you ever had a family visitation after a death? And a lot of people, of course, have. I said, have you ever noticed that there's always something slightly off cue or something slightly wrong with the visitation? Like, you know the individual, and these are usually visual, not audio, or audio and visual, but they're usually visual involved. I said, but you'll notice that sometimes a person's slightly different, or they may say something that slightly doesn't fit. I said, dimensional bleed-through will allow your father in another dimension to talk to you directly. I said, the problem is in that dimension, they're still alive. They're not deceased.
That's a good idea. I like that.
And I said, of course, we're going to take it as they're dead because, of course, we've lost a parent or a loved one. And what got me on this is when right after my father died when I was 16, I had a visitation, but he was talking to me, and it was my dad, but he was saying things that just were not quite in frame with the life that I had with him. And I thought maybe it was some kind of disinformation or some kind of mess between the two realms. And then I realized that's not what it was.
It was a different branch of reality.
Yeah, once I realized that there was multiple dimensions, I realized, well, if there's multiple dimensions, a lot of what we consider ghosts are just bleed through from other dimensions.
Well, there's another really good theory, and I don't remember if it's in High Strangeness or if it's in something else I've written, but it's one that was put forward by Tom Lethbridge. And he was a really interesting guy in England. He's dead now. But he noticed that there were a lot of hauntings in England that occurred in places where there was underground water. And what he noticed about these situations was that they were like recordings, and they would only play when the atmosphere was just damp. And then, for example, like they would see a Roman soldier marching along, only the Roman soldier, you'd see him only from his knees up, because the original Roman road that he was marching on was, a couple feet down in the ground. It had been buried by, the buildup of dirt and so forth, and however long it's been. And that they, didn't seem to interact in any way with the current reality. They didn't notice anything or anybody. They would just be, marching along. And it would play over and over again. And then there were other situations where, a ghost would appear at a particular time under particular circumstances, like if the moon is full and there's a ring around the moon or whatever, you'll see the white lady or whatever, or the headless horseman, and that these kinds of things he thought reflected the fact that under particular atmospheric conditions there were fields like magnetic tape in the stone and in the water in the fields.
Yeah, we've talked about that where.
Water.
Yeah, some things.
And it would just run like a tape.
Yeah. We've actually discussed it, and we do think that's the two theories we've used, the dimensional bleed-through and the one you're talking about, because we really do think those two theories explain almost 99.9% of the ghost encounters. Not 100%.
I have to agree, yeah. I like
it. Because, there are places like there was a cave that some guys, and they just did an investigation, and come to find out the rocks were very magnetic in the cave. And he said, when he seen this, it was like a replay. He he said you would see it. It did not interact with them. It did not see them. It did not bother them. And then a couple hours later, it would start over again, and it was the same thing. And
exactly.
And I do agree with that. I think that's a very plausible explanation. And like I said, what we're talking about, those two theories explain about it, but the ghost hunters don't want to hear that.
Oh no,
because
then
it puts them out of business.
You know, one.
Yeah, I tell them all the time, you're not a true. If you're not looking at these two theories, then you're not a real researcher. You're somebody who wants to sensationalize this and make some money off of it. I said, because any real researcher is going to look at both these theories and say, well, damn, they cover a lot of what we consider to be ghosts. And like I said, it's 99.9%, but there still is that 0.1% out there that is not explained by either theory, and those still need legitimate investigation. But unfortunately, I got to say, the majority of ghost hunters that I meet are lacking at best.
Oh, they're pathetic.
There's a couple of them out there that do decent work, but in general, most of them are just fame hogs or
these so-called paranormal experts
looking for a paycheck or a lot of them. I hate to say this, it's about stroking their egos. It's you know, they want to be patted on the head. They want fame and fortune or just fame. You know, a lot of people are happy with just fame, and
some of them start out with some good ideas and honest intentions, and then somewhere along the way they just get
they get lost. They get lost. See, that's another thing I'm real lucky with. I can't really get a big swole head because I have a big support group around me, and they will pop the bubble.
Oh,
like
me
that.
too. Absolutely.
They're like, Joe, have you lost your mind? What are you talking about, Joe? Are you getting off on a rampage? Just shut up and sit down and pay attention to what you're saying.
Yeah,
and they're all very
big family and
that's what we have. We have a big family and a big group that we work with, and most of them have known me for years and years, and they're not afraid to say, Joe. Well, it's like when I introduced the new theory on Betty and Barney Hill. Most of them they had a heart attack. And because I said Betty and Barney Hill were MILABs, they were military abducted in the United States. They were actually physically abducted in Canada by aliens, re-abducted in the United States, and it's based on the tapes because everything that Betty and Barney talk about are talking about terrestrial-based technologies. You know, nail samples, hair samples, skin samples, urine samples, needles. They describe the room as like an operating room with operating materials. This is terrestrial. This is typical 1940s, 1950s, 1960s contamination research. Like if you had been exposed to something and they were trying to find out what it was. It's typical. And of course, because I changed this, people are coming unglued all over the place, but you know, most ufology is accepting it now as the correct explanation for what happened. And I just don't understand why I was the one that had to correct it. I still don't understand that today. I mean,
well, I'm glad somebody's doing what you're doing because it certainly needed to be done.
It does.
And it wasn't being done when I was reading cases and frantically trying to, get answers.
Yeah, because we didn't start coming public. Probably we formed the organization in '99, but really and truly we didn't start getting real public 2003, 2004. You know, so it was a little bit later than after what y'all were doing, and even then there was a lot of resistance to what we were doing, and of course we went through, and then all of a sudden we became the largest UFO abduction organization on the planet, and of course that made trouble. Like I was talking with Alejandro Rohan last night. As a matter of fact, we had on that support group or in the virtual auditorium. We have a virtual auditorium where we broadcast from. Last night in there, I was in there, Karen Dolan was in there, Alejandro Rohan from MUFON was in there, Grant Cameron was in there, and a couple of other researchers were in there. We were just chit-chatting about a lot of the stuff we're talking about now. And anybody who happened to have been lucky in being there got a very special treat because you don't see that many ufologists in the same place talking about the same stuff and agreeing on it. But, it was hard for us when we first started, and it was hard, when we had to fight with MUFON about, no, you're not the largest organization, and you don't have the best researchers, and we're 5 times your size. And
MUFON is a black hole.
It is.
Collect cases and they disappear.
Well, that's Alejandro asked me last night why I formed ICLAN. So I told him, I said, it was the black hole of Calcutta. I said, I would send in 3 months worth of data, and 2 years later, I'm still waiting for a reply. I said, enough was enough. I said, I couldn't do that anymore. I said, my directors will submit something to me, and if they don't hear from me back in a week, I get a phone call. Hey, Joe, did you read that case essentially? What did you think about it? And we'll discuss it right then and there. And that's the way it should be handled.
Yeah.
But, you got to do what you got to do. What else? I was going to ask something else, and my whole brain just went. Now, being in France and all, and in Europe and all, have you noticed over there that the book is being received better than it is in the United States? I'm curious because.
Oh yeah, my books sell really well in Europe.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that because when I talk to a lot of my European friends that are ufologists, like Nick Pogue and a few of the others, they tell me that it's easier to deal with the subject over there than it is over here.
Oh,
and of course, that bothers me because I consider the Brits to be more uptight than the Americans.
Yeah.
But yet they still accept this subject.
Well, I've got it out in French and Spanish, and it's being translated into German.
Oh, that's.
And the French and Spanish versions are doing really well. I mean, it's.
Well, it sounds like it's going to do okay, and I don't think, and like I said, I'm glad having you on today because this little interview today, and I'll get Lynn to bring you on in the future again, but this interview today is going to dispel a lot of the BS flying around the internet and through ufology now. So it should make Richard's life.
Because people will believe what they want to believe.
Yeah, well, I'm hard to get away from, and my network.
Yeah, Richard came over and checked me out himself.
Yeah,
and that
was the thing.
He wrote, and he wrote it because he knows we talk. We spent a lot of time talking and interacting together.
Well, see, now he can say, well, you know what? Because everybody considers me very skeptical to start off with, and sometimes even rude. He can say, well, Joe Montaldo interviewed her. It's posted to the internet. Why don't you go listen for yourself and formulate your own opinion? And that will help. It's not going to give it to everybody by any means, Laura, but it will help a lot of the dissension that's been going on now. Because in the interview, you sound really bright. You're doing a real good job of articulating yourself. You don't sound like some of the like Billy Myers and Nancy Leader and them, which is what I think people were expecting you to sound like. And so right off the bat, that's going to make Richard's life that much easier. And he'll get that much less BS over it. And still, I don't know why they're picking on him, but anyway, if they got a problem, they should write you.
Yeah, and well, I think it's a concerted effort.
I think there's a group of people out there right now that just want to pick on Richard.
Yeah, well, the thing is, what he's doing is a really fantastic piece of work of exposing, just how much is really going on. And if they can use, me and my so-called weird ideas to smear him, that's something they're going to try to do. And people shouldn't really let them do that to Richard.
No, I don't think they should.
If I could take it back and say, Richard, you shouldn't have written this nice review for my book. We shouldn't have published it in the book. Whatever. But how are we going to know that just by telling the simple, honest truth as we see it?
Yeah, that all this was
used to try to hurt us.
And but that's typical. That is just typical in today's ufology community.
So I'm hoping all the people of goodwill who care about Richard, just if you care about Richard, you don't have to care about me.
Yeah. I got to be honest with you. I think this was brought about by some of the old timers. I think there's some jealousy issues going on here. Because with the exception of maybe two other speakers, Richard's probably one of the more prominent speakers in the field right now. And I'm thinking that some of the laymen and some of the older ones are a little jealous of it. And it's causing him a little problem. But
well, he came in here and he brought some method.
Yep. And
he brought scientific method to the whole issue. And he's dealing with data, with facts, not belief, not leaping off into, there's aliens on Mars. And, that's a hypothesis.
Yes, it is. Well, it's a good point, too, because that's exactly what it is. It's just a hypothesis. There's no real proof to it or anything.
There's all kinds of things that are possible. There's some things that are plausible. There are a few things that are hypothetical.
Yep.
But we still need to deal with data, hard data. And that's what Richard does, and he does it better than anybody else does it. And just because a lot of his data, backs up some of the material or even a lot of the material in my so-called channeling experiment, doesn't mean that my experiment should reflect on his data collection. His data is pure. It's clean.
Yeah, I'm going to put a think tank together for us so we can do away with that channeling where we'll find some other words. Well, no, because really and truly, it's the word. It's not what you were doing, because when we talk about use of tools, that's quite acceptable in both ufology and paranormal. It's just the word. People, they hear it. And it's because of a select few people out there. It has nothing to do with the overall groups that are out there. It's just 3 or 4 people who use the word channeling that, of course, makes everybody else. And see, you're not doing what like the other channelers. You're not like what like Nancy and them do. It's not the same thing. So really, we do need to come up with a new term for it, and I think that would eliminate some of the BS. But still, people need to learn to look beyond certain certain.
How about prosthetic communication?
That might work. That might work. We got to come up with something because, oh man, it's insanity out there these days, and you got to wonder about half these people and why. And I still, like I said, I did not see why they had this personal attack against him. And I do think a couple of people in ufology are behind it. I really do. I don't think this has anything to do with you per se. I really think that there's some people that just want to.
Do you think it's just people in ufology, or do you think it may be officials in high places?
I think it's both. Because I learned a long time ago some key people in ufology, especially in MUFON, but in some other parts of ufology, are directly linked to government. And I think they're plants. I think some of them are plants knowingly, and I think some of them are plants not knowingly.
Unknowingly.
Yeah.
Well, it's the same. The whole metaphysical field is full of that. The whole paranormal field, the alternative news. It's just amazing. It's signal to noise, and that's something that what's his name, John McDonald, talked about, was the signal to noise ratio.
Yeah.
And there's so much noise that it really takes a lot of patience and time and care, and getting your hands dirty in the data itself to be able to pick out the signal from the noise.
Yeah, they just don't want us to know. They don't. They want to keep as much of this to themselves as they can, and mostly because of power and stuff like that. I'm sure there's some financial involved, especially with some of this, but I think this is more about let's just keep as much a secret as we can and keep as much control as we can, because if too much of it gets out, they lose control.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And they definitely don't want people like us out there talking about it, because then it's going to change people's opinions and minds. And so I'll give you an example. A friend of mine who's in politics, he said, Joe, y'all are a threat to politicians because y'all give alternative ideas and designs and alternative lifestyles other than what the government wants us to do. I said, well, if I check, we live in a free country. We can do whatever the hell we want. And I said, I know they're trying to take those rights away. I said, but as of now, it's still a free country, and we should be able to live and do what we want to. And I said, you just sound like every other politician that just want to keep control and make us all just do what you want us to do. I said, but that's not what we're here for.
Yeah, well, exactly. And there's one thing that I would like to get in here. Just a little blurb for a friend of mine who promotes this idea that there are 4 things that can really help all of us. Right now, starting right now, and that's to eat fresh food, whole food. Don't eat anything packaged or prepared. Turn off your television. Bank locally in a credit union, and get out of debt.
Yeah, well, I'm not in debt. I have my own garden in my backyard, and I probably can honestly say if I watch an hour of TV a year, I'm doing good.
We can take back our world if we want to.
Yeah, well, I use the internet a lot, but that's because I got a lot of research going on, so I use it for that.
Well, internet's not TV.
But I'm not a big TV fan. I do like to grow my own fruits and vegetables because they taste better, and of course it's better for you all the way around. And even a lot of times when I'm buying beef and stuff like that, I'll buy wholesale right out of the slaughterhouse, and it's better for you. It's healthier for you. It's better for you, and all the way around. And we tell people that all the time, but people want to live their own life. But I know we're getting ready to run out of time here, so any plugs, plug the book, websites, friends, any of that?
Well, I just want to tell all of the critics, just read the book, please. And then if you have a question, write to me and ask me. I'll try to answer your question. I have been writing, almost day and night for years now, answering people's questions. I try to answer every question. If you don't want to believe that I'm sincere, you can ask other people about me, people who know me. Don't listen to somebody who doesn't know me.
Yep. That's what I'm saying. Website where they can find you? Any particular one you use?
Oh yeah, you can. If you wanna come to our news website, that's www.sott.net. That's .net. Or if you want to come to my Cassiopeia website, you can come to www.Cassiopeia, and that's spelled CASSIOPAEA.org. And we have a forum. If you want to talk to me, you come and join my forum and you talk to me, because I will talk to you right there in public. I will answer your questions. You come and talk to me right there. I'm there. I read the forum every day.
Yep, so we do the same thing. That's why we have these these groups so we can do that. Where can they find a book? Everywhere, anywhere?
You can get the book on Amazon. You can also go to Red Pill Press, and that's www.redpillpress.com. And you can also get it from QFG Publishing. QFGpublishing.net, I believe. Net.org or com, probably com.
I know it was pretty searchable when I typed in your name and the book.
Yeah, you can find it in any number of places just by typing in High Strangeness and Yadzik, Jabczczyk.
Oh, I seen something. Husband's name? I thought I seen him write. Did he write something? I've seen something part 1 and 2, but I didn't get a chance to read it.
He wrote what used to be a preface or an introduction, but it's now been moved to an afterword. He has some philosophical and what would you call it, scientific comments to make on the channeling process itself.
Oh, cool.
Our channeling process, not.
Yeah, not every. Yeah, I understand.
I mean, we're not talking about somebody going into trance and thinking. Lord Sananda, Jesus Christ is talking to him.
Yeah, Lord Banana Brain. I've heard some stories.
Yeah.
And then sometimes somebody will come to me and they'll be involved me, and I'm thinking, Joe, don't laugh, Joe. Come on, they might be serious, don't laugh. And then they'll say something, and I just lose it. And of course, they get mad at me, and I'm like, well, guys, I'm sorry, it sounds dumb. I gotta laugh. It's not the best way to do research, but sometimes.
It's probably one of the few books in the world that includes a lot of scientific speculation, some inspirational material, shall we call it, prosthetically received, and a blurb from a real historian who is a data-oriented researcher, and a mathematician, physicist who is a specialist in hyperdimensional physics. I mean, you can't get many books with that kind of a combination.
Well, you can't. You can't. That's the thing.
So read it and share it with your friends, and if you get scared by anything it says, come and talk to me. I mean, it's not the end of the world just because we've got weird critters flying around out there doing strange things and kidnapping and raping people. I mean, we're not completely. Come on, would they be going to so much trouble to conceal their activities if they weren't afraid of something that we have if we could figure it out, like getting together and getting over our differences?
Well, and this has been brought to my attention by contactees and even some of the alien research we've done. If we could get ourselves together and actually concentrate, we could probably slow down and stop a lot of stuff. But I don't know. We're still the ego problem gets in the way. But
you got the ego problem. People got to get over their ego.
They do. They need to learn that they can listen and interact and not have to be in control at every minute. But Laura, I want to tell you thank you for being on. I enjoyed the interview today. For everyone listening tonight, or will be listening to this in the near future, this archive will stay up. It'll go up Wednesday. It'll be played in its regular time on Wednesday, and the archive will stay up for another week after that. So if you want to find Laura's book, you should be able to click it right there. I'm pretty sure it's posted to the site, and it'll take you right to where you need to go. And, I know the book's up there, and her website's up there. So that'll make it easy to find without any real problems, guys. I can hyperlink right over there. One of the great things about the Internet. And, it takes you wherever you want to click, whoop, and you're there in 2 seconds. I love the Internet. Again, Laura, I want to thank you for being on. Laura Knight Yachik.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, and I want to thank you for being on. Anybody who's had any problems with this or with Richard, you can write to both of them, and I'm sure they'll clarify for this without any real problems at all. Until next week, guys, have some fun, smile, enjoy your lives. I'll see y'all Wednesday.
Yes, and Thomas Clark is here with us. Good to have you here, Thomas. And that's Wham, my co-host. She's with us. Let you two. Hello.
Hey, Wham. I've been curious. What dark entity is being summoned by your wall behind you?
This is not a dark entity. This is actually...
No, not the picture. I'm talking the wall itself. It's like there's something trying to come through.
No, I don't know what it looks like to you. It doesn't look like that to me.
Yeah, it looks like
whoever painted the wall, and it painted like these weird little sparkly things all over it. And it's got like several colors. It actually looks like somebody did like as Greg Davies puts it, a fecal Jackson Pollock on the wall.
Well, it looks like little fingerprints. Little fingerprints.
It's just like splats. You know what I mean?
Yeah, on camera it looks like something from a Blumhouse movie is gonna eat you.
Oh.
Pardon me.
No F's. No F's.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Excuse me. It looks like something from a Blumhouse movie is gonna eat you.
Well, it looks maybe to you, but to me it looks pretty bland actually. I mean, it's but if you want to see something coming in over me, that's fine. That's
Maybe I'll put it in a book.
I'm all for tentacles. I mean, there's like right above my head here, right over here, there is the Church of Mavis sort of motif over here that's for some reason shows up. Whoever is in your square, the square that I'm in. So, and that's not it. That's actually just projected from Joe. That's from the show. That's not.
But the wall is all something out of a cosmic horror movie.
I mean, I guess I'm looking at it from somewhere really far away because it just, But anyway, so that's fun.
This is one of those Robin Easter eggs. You can eat the chocolate.
Yeah, sort of. This is White Tara, so maybe she's protecting me. I don't know.
Yeah. So Thomas, give us a little history about your podcast and what the Necronomicon and what made you choose that name. Necronomicon undertones, I'm sure.
Well, I started out podcasting as a pro wrestling podcaster.
Okay.
My buddies and I, about 12 years ago, started covering. We made a podcast to show our fanship to a regional wrestling promotion, and me doing that got me onto a national platform with a bigger website, and that led to me wanting to do more. And I love horror and I love heavy metal, and me and one of my wrestling buddies, we decided let's make a little demo. We made this demo and we shopped it around, and it got picked up by a network, and it's snowballed from there. It's something that we've done for 7 years now.
Who are some of the personalities that you worked around from wrestling? Is there anybody I know? I know a little bit about wrestling, but not a lot. WWF may be the extent.
Well, the promotion that we covered was Squared Circle Wrestling in Syracuse, New York. It was a rather popular wrestling promotion, regional wrestling promotion. But a lot of people walk through those doors, and a lot of them are on big WWE TV now, like Kevin Owens. That recently passed away, Luke Harper. In fact, I knew people that worked with him and knew him personally. So it kind of hit home when he passed away last year.
Yes. And what led you to do? I know you did the podcast, but it's horror and heavy metal. What else do you talk about on it?
Well, pretty much anything. Our motif is our logo. Our motif. Our business model is horror, metal, and more. So we'll talk about pop culture stuff. Also, we do side projects, additional episodes. When Project Entertainment Network had a Patreon, I did a series of special editions that we did called "You Got to Be Kidding," where we debunked conspiracy theories and got into some urban legends and modern legends and whatnot. But for the most part, he said, anti-vaxxers are nuts, and you should, take your vaccines. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Now, you always liked wrestling when you grew up? I remember.
Yeah, I love it. I love
Hogan and all that stuff. Had the little figures and stuff.
Well, to me, I always looked at it as performance art. Yeah. Because I knew, you can't watch wrestling and not understand that it's, the fix is in, so to say. I hate to say that, you call it fake because it isn't fake, because these are actual athletes and actors that work in the ring. So I've always looked at it as a modern day Shakespearean tumblers, professional tumblers.
Yes. Who were some of your favorites?
Jake the Snake Roberts, Roddy Piper, most of the bad guys are my favorites.
What do you think about Jesse Ventura?
Loved the body. Loved him.
Yeah, I know. I
He's a great man.
I kept up with him some with Conspiracy Theory. That was a wild show. I wish they wouldn't have got rid of it. It was definitely crazy. It was fun to watch.
Well, first off, look at Jesse. He's an American hero. He's a Navy SEAL. And he took that over the top persona that he created, and he made a career out of it in wrestling, and then in politics afterwards. And that was a damn good governor. Can't say he wasn't.
Yeah, I was hoping he was going to run or something when all this, crazy was going on the last election. Or
Too soon.
Yeah. I know I remember one episode, and I used to not think much about this kind of stuff, but he had this episode on targeted individuals, and I've had a few people on about that, and it's really creepy, and I don't try to get paranoid with it, but he did an episode about targeted individuals, and he's like knocking down doors and stuff, going to these places. Like, are you putting out this whatever ray or whatever from the cell phone towers? I think there's something to it, but you can definitely go extreme with it, I'm sure. But
one thing I love about that, and things like that, is that they are great writing prompts for the creative community. Because a person like me can take that conspiracy theory that something's being some rays being shot down and mind controlling people, and use it for fiction, and use it as metaphor to talk about serious social issues.
Yes.
And that's what I try to do in my fiction. Granted, I write splatterpunk and I write extreme horror for the most part, but there's always a good moral lesson in what I'm trying to teach you. In my book, Death List, my most recent book, is an anti-suicide book.
What was your first book?
My first book is called Good Boy. My first book by itself is called Good Boy. It's basically Watership Down with zombies.
Hey, I'm sold.
It's a pack of Jack Russell Terriers who've been living in a woodchuck burrow for a year after this plague called the brainworms hits the planet. And it's basically roundworms get mutated by the rabies virus, a mutation by the rabies virus, and the vector for it is small animals. So it zombifies and animates small animals. So squirrels and stuff like that are terrifying.
It sounds wonderful. What is the crazier the better? I'm for it for sure. What book was nominated for the 2021 Splatterpunk Awards nominee? I'm looking at that.
Bella's Boys. Bella's Boys is a cautionary tale, as one of my friends calls it. It's a cosmic horror splatterpunk story. It's my homage to the classic splatterpunk novels of the 90s and the late 80s. And it's set during the blizzard of 1993, when 28 million tons of snow fell on the East Coast. And up here in central New York, we got 46 inches of snow in a day. It's pretty scary. And I took my personal experience from that and twisted it and turned it into a book. But that one there, the moral of it is, sex is bad sometimes.
I have a 16-year-old Jack Russell Terrier. I have a 16-year-old Jack Russell Terrier mix, and he's at the tail end, and I'm having to take care of him. Love him, but 16 gets rough. You
don't want to read Good Boy yet, then. No.
Okay.
Good Boy is a tearjerker. I'm warning you now.
I'll have to read that later on life.
I've broken all the rules with my publishing career so far. They say don't have your first book be a collection of your short fiction. But guess what I did? A collection of my short fiction.
That's really good reviews from what I'm seeing on Amazon.
Well, A Book of Light and Shadow is the book. Yeah, and it's got some good reviews, and it wasn't my first time being published. The stories that half the stories that are in the book, they were previously published by other publishers, and they were back in my domain, and I decided to put them all together to one book because a lot of people in the horror community didn't know who I was from Adam. They just thought I was some guy that worked with all the major horror writers that worked at Project Entertainment Network, and that's all they knew me as, just some dude. But the dude writes, and I've focused now more on that than journalism because I used to do a lot of journalism. So,
did you know you were always going to write books? Like, for instance, I talked about writing books for like 10 years, and then finally I didn't realize that I was writing books when I was talking about wanting to write a book, because I was doing all these written interviews with people, and I would basically just ask questions, and I would interview people from shamans to people about Bigfoot to crazy, UFO stuff. And anyway, it made like 5 books. So finally I wrote books. Yeah. But now it's been years, so I have to, I'm trying to find that flame again. Well, it's there somewhere.
From my point of view, when I sit there and I write 300,000 words for journalism in 2 years, and the website, ends up on the Wayback Machine, where's my portfolio? Where do I have this to say this is what I've done? And I said the best way for me to do that is just to write books and put them out there. And I've always wanted to do fiction. I went to a Scares That Care a few years ago. It was the second or the third Scares That Care in Williamsburg, Virginia. Great charity. I tell you, if you're going to have a charity, that's the one to have it with, especially if you're a horror fan. It's Disneyland for horror fans when you go to that convention every year. And they help burn victims and cancer victims. So, great charity. But when I was there, I met all my favorite horror writers, and it was like, they're this accessible. And they're just like me. They're a nerd in a Star Wars T-shirt. Why am I doing this? Why have I wasted 25 years of my life selling stuff on the phone and telemarketing?
Yes.
So I said, I'm going to do it. And now I'm doing it.
What charity was that again?
Scares That Care.
Okay, I'm a cancer survivor myself, so I'll look into that. Scares That Care.
They help 3 families every year.
I had testicular at 17, and so I'll check that out. Sounds interesting for sure. I'll definitely writing it down there. What was the process for writing the book? Have you always been good at editing and stuff? That's kind of my weak spot and everything. Like, I have the story ideas all day long, but the punctuation, do you get someone else to go over it?
You always get another editor. If you have a publisher, the publisher's going to have an editor. But when you're starting out, you forget a lot of things that you learned in school.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to writing.
I go blank for sure. But
it's any of us. But you're a music fan too, so you know that the person that makes the music isn't necessarily the band, but it's also the producer. And the editor in the writing is the same as the producer in music. If you don't have a good editor, you're going to look like crap. Stephen King, God bless him, said one of the best editors in his entire career. So I've been lucky. I've been able to get good editors and help them make me look like $1 million. Do they do a lot of work in my books? No, they fix the punctuation. That's pretty much what they do. Or sometimes I'll talk in Yoda speak. Or you're talking your normal vernacular for your region. And there's certain words, as a writer, you don't want to use in prose as opposed to talking. So, I found that my editors do less work now that I've written more. Because the more you write, the less that they have to. It becomes old hat. Especially once you're applying the changes that they want you to make, you relearn, and remember everything that you did when you were younger in school and doing it the first time.
Who are some of the authors that you got to meet from all that? I mean, who were some?
Brian Keene.
Nice.
Tom Monteleone. Joe R. Lansdale.
I was just going to tell you, I interviewed Joe R. Lansdale on the show. He came on, and it was beautiful. Of course, I loved it. I was nervous. but it was good. We talked about Weird West a lot. I loved it. He's been on.
I learned a lot from Joe R. Lansdale over 2 years at Scares That Care. The first year I met him, the second year he remembered me. I didn't have to reintroduce myself. He knew who I was.
Cool.
That impressed the hell out of me. I listened to Joe. One of the things that he said during a podcast that he recorded with Chet Williamson and Brian Keene is that we all rise together in the creative community. There's no place for competition. And I've lived by that since. And I'm starting to see success because of it, I think. It all comes down to being a nice guy.
I know he's done some Weird West. He recommended a comic, The Sixth Gun, to me, and I got all those. I need to actually start them, but they're like these big, giant tomes of Sixth Gun. I got to get into those, like 6 of them. They're expensive, but they look awesome. I just have to actually do it. Go in completely.
I'm heavily influenced by Edgar Rice Burroughs, and as you know, Joe Lansdale, he finished one of Burroughs' incomplete Tarzan books. So talking to him was just like talking to freaking Edgar Rice Burroughs to me.
I'll have to check that out. I wasn't aware of that one. I know I have the Weird West, and I have a bunch of his ones that were like New York Times bestsellers.
Tarzan's Lost Adventure, brother.
Nice.
There you go.
How many are there? That's the same book? Or is it like
no, it's a series.
Okay.
They serialized it. Dark Horse serialized it, much in the same way that most of Burroughs' books were serialized back in the day. So when if you look inside, it's illustrated, just like an old 1920s pulp would be.
Are those going pretty expensive, or are they average?
I got that set for a few dollars.
Check that out. You'd be surprised. So there's some book that Jeffrey Silman, this exorcist, told me about. It's called Houses That Kill. It's like this 1974 weird haunted house book, and I've been trying to find it. It's like $100, and there's only like one on the internet. It's like, do they have any more of this thing somewhere?
Paperbacks from Hell, those books during that era, are very, very popular now. We were talking about wrestling earlier, and you know how wrestling fans used to like to exchange videotapes of different promotions and matches with each other. Nowadays, people are doing that with old paperbacks. That's a very popular thing.
I've gotten recently into like novelization paperbacks, like Zardos, and there was one that I found.
Oh, movie tie-ins.
Dracula's Dog, like it's an old horror movie, but I've been finding weird ones, and some of them are a little, not like super expensive, but more than you would normally pay, I'm sure. But I've been getting those for sure.
All I gotta say is I'm glad I got my Escape from New York.
Wow,
long ago.
That is super expensive. Escape from New York paperback.
Yeah, good luck getting one now for under $300.
I'm not going down that avenue anytime soon. There was one I found for, I think it was Klaus Kinski's Nosferatu recently.
I love that.
Yeah, I need to actually read that, but that was like, I didn't know that existed, and I came across it by accident, and I swiped one up. I'm looking forward to that.
That was the first book that I read in one day.
Cool.
I distinctly remember it. I was pissed at my parents, and I read it in one day. I locked myself in my bedroom, and I sat down, and I read that darn book.
I'm going to have to do it for sure. I love Nosferatu. I even collect like weird collectible figures of it, which are hard to find, but I have a bunch of weird ones that I...
Have you seen the Nosferatu Klaskinski movie?
Yes.
Okay, so you're familiar with it. So the book itself, it pretty much tells the same as the movie, which is a stripped-down version of Dracula. So it's the same thing.
Color and Klaus Kinski for sure. Yeah, I hear they're doing some new Nosferatus. One's going to have that Doug Jones guy in it, and then another one may be done by the Lighthouse guy, Eggers or whatever.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be 2 in production somewhere, but I haven't really heard anything else about it. But I know I've seen stuff about it, but it's kind of...
Eggers does it. It's going to end up with Nosferatu having sex with the sun at the end, so it's just going to be all whacked out.
That lighthouse, man. I like the lighthouse, but I don't really still know what happened there. A mermaid vagina, but that's about it. That's all. I loved it though. William Dafoe and Robert Pattinson part in a lighthouse. I was signing me up. I want to see the Northman. That dude's doing a Norse movie.
Yeah. I have some of the promotional stuff that I've seen for that right now. It very much reminds me of Valhalla, that the Mads Mikkelsen movie that came out some years ago. I'm looking forward to it because of it.
I need to watch that one again, but I saw it a long time ago for sure.
Dark fantasy. Can't beat it.
I'm still waiting on the return of Hannibal, but I don't think it's ever going to happen. It might, but it's been some hell. I couldn't do it. I saved it on DVR, but I just didn't get around. Did you watch it?
I watched Clarice Brockovich, the first episode. Yes, the first episode. And then it turned into Clarice Brockovich at the end of it. I said, "Wait, this was supposed to be a horror show," and now it's Erin Brockovich. Bye.
CBS tanks everything. Like they just don't. Sometimes they doing okay with the Star Trek stuff, but that's debatable. I'm sure.
Here's the thing: I was so looking forward to The Stand, and they did it good. It's not a bad miniseries. The problem is, it's not a great miniseries because it's a great book, and I think Josh Bloom went in the wrong direction with it.
I haven't watched it.
Yeah.
I'm familiar with it for sure.
Yeah.
But I know you haven't watched Resident Alien yet, but it's funny because we were talking about Ancient Aliens, and I don't want to give too much away, but the main host from Ancient Aliens was in an episode, and he was at a convention, and it just got weird as hell when the whole thing took place in a UFO convention. Definitely must-see television. There's one episode left, and then that'll be season 1. But it's
right, and they've already renewed it.
Good, because sci-fi just worries the hell out of me about anything. They will cut something in a minute, for sure.
Well, yeah.
They've done. I've lost things there before.
Yeah, look at her wall there, and tell me it doesn't look like something out of a Scott Derrickson movie. Tell me that doesn't look like.
It's like an egg. I eat those Robin Easter eggs with chocolate.
Yeah, I think the whole wall right there.
Yeah, right there.
It's her creatures.
I'm so used to it. I just haven't ever. I don't think about it. Sorry, I had to go get my water.
And so when it comes to The Mandalorian, that's right. Representing for sure. I loved it. But one thing for sure, I know. I think you've said before. I know you're into Ancient Aliens and everything.
Yeah.
But do you consider yourself a skeptic? Because I think you told me that before. And what does that entail? If you are okay. Well, tell us a little bit about it.
One of the skeptic. I don't want to insult anybody, all right? Because we all have our beliefs.
Yeah, we just want
I'm one of those people that
we're not arguing or anything. I just want to hear it. Why?
Yeah,
I mean, what do you
I'm one of those people that show me. Like, just show me. Give it to me. Prove it to me. Then I believe it. Then it'll be real.
Yeah. Do you think?
I'm a New Yorker. New York. Show me.